sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru. Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru.
Created the operation model and now manages the system with relevant stakeholders. Overview of Turkey Deposit Return System. Founded in 2020, Turkey Environment Agency. Overview of Turkey Deposit Return System. Founded in 2020, Turkey Environment Agency, abbreviated as TUCA, created the operation model and now manages the system with relevant stakeholders. As part of this system, there Overview of Turkey Deposit Return System. Founded in 2020, Turkey Environment Agency, abbreviated as TUCA.
Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru. Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru. yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to our session today. Yesterday we discussed the deposit management system, but today we will discuss in more detail with our speakers. As you know, the deposit system is an effective management model that involved many stakeholders. And I think one of the important aspects of this system is involvement of citizens in the process of deposit management. As we know, one of the main reasons as to why countries need to start implementing deposit reduce scheme is because it has provided several hidden advantages to society as well as environment. Today we have three speakers. I would like to introduce my speakers. Professor Erdem Görgün today will highlight the general framework of deposit management system for beverage containers, and I would like to invite him to the floor, please.
Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. Today I would like to explain you main lines of the deposit management system project for beverage packagings, which is one of the most important circular economy transition application in Turkey. My name is Erdem Görgün. I'm a faculty member at Istanbul Technical University Environmental Engineering Department. At the same time, I'm the founder of the company IO Environmental Solutions located in the University Technopark. I was assigned as the coordinator of this project by Türkiye Environment Agency. Well, all of us know very well Paris Agreement and our carbon neutral targets. Therefore, I don't want to mention a lot on this slide, but we all know also to reach 5.5 degrees Celsius target, we have to initiate a lot of economic and social transformations. It is time to be more resilient and adaptable to the effects of climate change. And circular economy is the transition of the Paris Agreement targets lifestyle. The transition to the renewable energy is, of course, very critical, but it is only half of the story. 45 of global greenhouse gas emissions come from the way we make and use products and food. That means we really need to redesign our economy by eliminating the waste and pollution, circulating products again and again, products and materials, and regenerating the nature. To reduce emissions and meet the targets set out in the Paris Agreement. So we need a circular economy perspective to complete this picture. What's happening about circular economy in our country? We have recently started a project, our ministry started, supported by European Union. The name of the project is the Technical Assistance Project for the Evaluation of Turkey's Potential for Transition to a Circular Economy. It has started in February, and with this project, we will contribute to the development of a new perspective on the concept of sustainable environment and green development, and to build a livable future in our country by using less sources, consuming less energy, and producing less waste within the framework of circular economy. One of the strongest components of the circular economy is deposit refund system, which is widespread economic instrument in the world. When we come to the deposit refund system definition, it is a recycling system in which consumers pay a small deposit value for beverage containers, which can be refunded upon return of the used container to a collection point. There are three channels to be very careful about here: material flow, data flow, and financial flow. All three of these flows should function in a very healthy way, otherwise the system may fail. DRS is very important for achieving circularity, resource management, and clean collection of the materials. Why deposit refund system? It is to prevent the wastes from being mixed with other wastes and to ensure their reuse by recycling a large amount of empty beverage packaging. The main reason for the need for a deposit management system is to recollect around 90% of the packaging material in a clean way. This is very important, while preserving its quality and to obtain high quality raw materials in the recycling process. Thus, the deposit management system contributes to the circular economy in the collection and separation wastes, providing resources to be converted into quality raw materials and contributing to the solution of the climate crisis. For those who doesn't know about our country, I put this slide, but all of you are Turkish, I think. As you all know, Turkey is a very big country with a population of 85 million and surface area of larger than 700,000 square kilometers. With these characteristics, Turkish deposit system will be one of the biggest and most spread system in the world, actually. The principles of Turkish deposit management system is it is the world's largest, I can say, and most innovative system. Some of the main principles of the system are that it is a simple, sustainable, shared responsibility, economic, transparent, and traceable and really the most innovative. It will be a sample for all over the world. When we look at the timeline of the deposit management system in Turkey, the history is based on zero waste project that is started in 2017 by Mrs. Emine Erdoğan. Then, as a result of the packaging waste management practices triggered by the zero waste management, the deposit system entered into Turkish legislation, environmental law, and became official. Later, the Ministry of Environment and Urbanization and Climate Change had us to do the first feasibility project, namely TÜDİS, Turkish Deposit Refund System. With this project, a system set up specific to Turkey was determined and the first calculations were made and it is finished at June 2020. One of the results of this project was the determination of the need for a new institutional structure. Our ministry established Turkey Environment Agency at the end of 2020, as can be seen here, and the agency has many tasks. Its more important task is the establishment of the Turkish deposit refund system. Yesterday we mentioned a lot about the duties and the mission of the Turkish Environment Agency. Then I don't want to give details at the moment, but the agency started very fast, and in 2022 was spent with the detailed design of the deposit management system, the calculations of the costs, and the preparation of the technical and administrative documents of the operation tender. Our colleague, Ms. Mısır, and also Ms. Hakan Bey will mention in detail about these developments. The tender will be finalized before the end of this year, hopefully, and the Turkish deposit management system will start in 2023. This was dream 5 years ago, but now it's really a reality. When we come to the scope of the system, as you see from the slide, there are PET, glass, and aluminum beverage packages in the volume of 0.1 to 3 liters. In Turkey, around 22 billion units of beverage containers are produced annually and available at markets, at retail sales points. When we look at the quantities, it's enormous number of quantities, amounts actually. The total is around 22 billion, as I said. And the PET bottles are 13 billion with a weight of 250,000 tons per year. The glass bottles are around 6 billion amount, and the weight of the glasses are 1.2 tons per year. And the aluminium cans, 3 billion with the weight of 50,000 tons per year. In terms of the weight, the glass packaging is overwhelmingly dominant. That's why it has to be included in the system. Yes, Turkey is divided into some operational regions. It is simply divide and manage philosophy. It is possible for a single deposit system operator to manage all zones. In the system that has been designed and planned to be implemented, the method in which a single deposit system operator will manage all regions has been adopted. Another important parameter is deposit fee. Actually, maybe it is the most important operating parameter. On one hand, it must be high enough price to encourage the consumer to return it. On the other hand, fraud is encouraged if it is too higher than the packaging's own production cost. It should also not affect purchasing power of the consumers. So we highlighted this operation parameter since it is very important. How we will return our empty packages. It's possible for consumers to return their empty beverage packages using reverse vending machines, RVMs, or manually. RVMs are implemented as their installation is completed and they are ready for use. It is manual return method. The packages received by hand through a return officer are checked in the system with a device and the deposit fee is refunded. So these two methods will be used to recollect the empty beverage containers. Here you see the public return centers, the places where consumers make their returns in the crowded places of the cities, train stations, airports, shopping malls. You will see this kind of public return centers. While public return centers are return point centers established and operated by the deposit system operator, on the other hand, in the markets, supermarkets, large markets, retailers, the return points also will be carried out by installing and operating within their own structure of this reverse vending machines or manual return points. When we return our empty glasses, empty containers to a return point, how we refund our deposit money back? After returning empty beverage packages, consumers can get their deposit fee back with a paper receipt, which can be used as money at the market again, or digital receipt in your mobile phone application, or directly with an e-wallet to your bank account. In addition, the donation will be possible, and people, if want, can donate to the institutes their deposit fee. The most innovative part of our system is the financial model. It is public-private partnership. Unlike the applications we see in the world, other parts of the world. Contract duration is planned to be 30 years. It might be less, but maximum 20 years is designed. PPP, public-private partnership, refers to the realization of investments and services by sharing the costs, risks, and returns for the project between the public and private sector on a long-term basis. And the tariff system will be a full cost method. There is a special purpose vehicle company to be found by the investor to manage all the operations. They will get their funding from the financial institutions and they will conduct all necessary investments and operation activities. When we look at the responsibilities of the investor, all capital investments should be done by this operator, this investor, this purpose vehicle company, manual return points, public and retailer return centers, reverse vending machines, mobile return points, counting and verification centers, transfer centers, transport vehicles, land rents, and other investments, capital costs should be borne by the investor. During the operational phase, again, the most important logistic cost is the logistics, and then employees, operation and maintenance costs, and other costs will be conducted by the investor. In the first 2 years, the investments will be made to serve the entire population and then gradually increased. If you look at the stakeholders of the system, of course, the patronage is at the Turkey Environment Agency. They are the boss. And the retailers, horecas, hotels, restaurants, and cafeterias, beverage producers, the operators, the consumer, the recovery facilities are the main stakeholders of the system. We expect a lot of outputs from deposit system. First of all, there will be a new development opportunity. Huge amount of employment will be obtained. Emission savings by using recycled instead of raw material. Reduction in waste disposal costs of local authorities. Savings by not storing recycled materials, and contribution to the country's economy and employment, contribution to the solution of the climate crisis, and it will be an example to the whole world. We are very hopeful and very excited to welcome deposit refund system to Turkey, and I thank you very much for your interest and listening. If you have any question, I think after the session
we
can
have a few questions.
answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Erdem Görgün. You explained us the administrative and technical and economic details of the project. It was really huge and big project. It will be implemented successfully, we believe. Now we will discuss the second aspects of this big project, actually. Deposit return system will be operated on two main system services. Our speaker, Mr. Cevdet Hakan Arıkan, who is Chief Business Development Officer from DNS, Innovative Systems and Technologies, and he will talk about the system management services of the project. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Ahmet Bey, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Hakan, as Ahmet Bey said. I will try to explain the technology and the system architecture behind our I will explain the technology and system architecture of our deposit return system. As Erdem Bey said, the Turkey deposit system is huge and there are too many stakeholders. Therefore, we need to design a very well integrated, simple and efficient system for the success of the project. Therefore, the system is divided into two services. One is system management services and the other one is field operation services. And I will try to explain system management services on behalf of system operator representing State Mint. This is the typical process of the deposit system for what is designed by TÜÇA for Turkey. The producers and importers will pay the deposit money to TÜÇA, then in the supply chain, sellers will transfer the deposit money to producers, consumer will transfer the deposit money to sellers, and finally consumers can collect back their deposit money from the return points, and the return points finally are paid back by the TÜÇA, so the cycle gets completed. So to make this complex and huge system work efficiently, we have designed this system management service operation. Our system service operations cover several different processes and services. If the first one is to develop a system software for this integrated and big environment, then provide the system hardware for this software. As a part of the services, it has been decided to use Security Inc. to avoid the fraud attempts in the system. So there will be some special mark made by the special ink, and this ink will be also supplied by the system operator state Mint. Besides that, Mint will provide some administrative processes of the system like registration, certification, package approval, label approval, to all related partners in the system for beverage producers, label printers, return points, and all other parties in the system. And as a part of the final part of the system, there will be e-wallet and payment operations provided by the statement again. So these payment operations and e-wallet will help the consumer to collect back the deposit money. This is our system logo, and the logo will be printed by the special security ink, and this ink will avoid some fraud attempts in the system. And as a rule, each product in the system will have a new barcode, and this new barcode will be provided by the system itself. To control the system, deposit information software is developed, and as you can see, all parties in the system are directly connected to the deposit information system, and relevant data from each party is directly flows to the information system. So this helps TÜÇA to integrate all parties, to monitor them, and to control their processes and operations through the one integrated system, which we call it actually deposit ecosystem, will be controlled through a one central platform. This platform will enable TÜÇA to control the source of the production, how many bottles are produced, how many bottles are shipped to the market, and on the retail, how many bottles are collected back by the RVMs or manual return points. And beside that, system will enable TÜÇA to see consumers, how many consumers paid how much as a deposit return. In short, this design will enable us to control every activity related to the deposit money flow or service fee flow or collection of the empty bottles or recycle processes. So everything will be controlled from one center. And system is designed in a way that it can manage the high volumes required by the Turkey project, and it is expandable for the future needs for additional products as well. As a part of the system operation services, Statement is also providing authentication tool for the special link so that the control can be done properly according to ink technology. So Tucha is using this tool together with system operator and field operator to control the ecosystem in full. So to give you a better understanding, I have a short animation which takes us through the whole process, explaining the system management services and field operational services. So let's have a look to our animation. But before going to the animation, let me add few words about the field operator. Field operator is going to be responsible from providing the RVM machines, creating the manual collection centers, establishing the authentication and counting centers. And the field operator will also be responsible from the logistics, which means the collection of the empty bottles, and the operation of the collection process and counting. So the details, more details will be given by the Miss Mısır in the next presentation. But let's have a look to animation, which gives us a better idea about the whole system.
Overview of Türkiye Deposit Return System. Founded in 2020, Türkiye Environment Agency, abbreviated as TÜÇA, created the operation model and now manages the system with relevant stakeholders. As part of this system, there are two operators, the system operator and the field operator. System operator, State Mint, is responsible for the development of an integrated platform for system software, data centers, special ink, e-wallet, and payment solutions. The field operator is responsible for the supply and operation of RVMs, return points, authentication centers, and collection and transportation services. Details of system management services. All stakeholders must follow TÜÇA's regulations. Here is the breakdown of how label printers and suppliers processes work. Firstly, all beverage importers producers register to the system as suppliers. Then, each supplier must follow the product registration and approval process. Once State Mint provides the deposit logo and unique barcode for each product, suppliers will be responsible for adding these barcodes and deposit logos on their labels. For package registration, suppliers will get approval from the Packaging Approval and Label Registration Center, State Mint. Also, package dimensions, specifications, and label design will be inspected to ensure that the packaging meets the system's technical requirements. Following package approval, suppliers can order labels from certified label printers. Label printers also must go through a certain certification process to be able to use the special ink. Label printers must provide an ink quality control device, secured ink storage, and a CCTV system pursuant to the system's technical specifications. Then, they start their certification process by applying to State Mint. Following the fulfillment of all the necessary requirements by the label printers, it is then time for them to be inspected by the State Mint. If this audit process proceeds successfully, it is entitled to receive a certification and access to special ink. Since both label printers and suppliers completed their process, the label printing phase for suppliers can start. For label printing, a system service fee will be paid by the suppliers to TÜÇA. Then, suppliers place label orders to their certified label printer. After TÜÇA's approval, special ink will be provided by the State Mint to the label printer. Labels will be produced with deposit system logo and barcode by the certified printer. All ink usage, label production, and shipment data will be stored in the system. In the end, labels will be shipped to the supplier. The supplier uses the new deposit system labels on their products. The supplier pays the deposit fee to TÜÇA before selling products to the market. While suppliers send their products to the market, they receive their deposits back from them, and the consumer buys the beverages with the deposit fee. When a consumer buys any deposit bottle or can, they will be able to get their refunds at the RVMs and return points easily afterward by deposit voucher or through their e-wallet. The field operator collects empty packages from manual return points. Empty packages are inspected and counted at the authentication center. After the counting and authentication process, Tucha pays back the deposit amount to the manual return point. Finally, packages are sorted and pressed and compacted for shipping to the recycling center. The field operator collects crashed packages from RVMs. In the transfer warehouse, collected packages were pressed and compacted for shipping to the recycling center. Plastic, glass, and can packages converted to raw material form to be used as new packages in different sectors. This is the backbone of the deposit system management platform.
Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hakan Bey, for your presentation. You explained us the scope of services, the operational logic of the scheme, and the implementation dimension. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, secondly, we will have a look at the second phase of the project, Field Operation Services. Mrs. Aybike Mısır is from Turkey Environment Agency, and she is an engineer. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Ahmet Bey. Hello, everyone. I am Aybike Mısır. In this section, I will mention Field Operation Services part of the deposit management system. Before implementation system in Turkey, we have started pilot projects to see applications in the field. One of these projects has been started in Kızılcahamam municipality. As you can see from the pictures, reverse vending machines are placed at 6 different points. At the end of my presentation, also I will show the video for Kızılcahamam study. Other pilot project is being implemented in our ministry building. People bring empty beverage containers to return points, and they get Tucha credit with receipt, and this receipt can be spent at some certain sales points. We have mobile application. We can follow data related to pilot system. Also, people can create their own account on this application, and they can see their total score, how many beverage containers or which type of material they brought return points. We are planning to make tender to give responsibility to a certain company for running of our field operation system. That company is called as field operator in deposit management system. The field operator will establish return points, collection, transportation infrastructure, verification counting centers, and also they should provide our technical service during protocol periods. The operator will operate the system in a long period. We are planning that at the end of the 2025, there will be 7,000 return points, and 2,000 of automatic and 5,000 of manual. Also, until this time, our target is to establish return points to all municipalities areas. When we come to the end of the 2025, the total return point number will become 30,000, and 20,000 of them automatic and 10,000 of them manual. We estimated that there will be a new job opportunities for 20,000 people. And also, system has a huge logistic operations. Approximately 2,500 vehicles will be on field collection and transportation operations. To follow all steps of the system, deposit field implementation plan will be prepared by the system operator that's responsible of our field operation services. This plan will include investment plans, operation period, cost of the system, maintenance period, reporting period, awareness activities, and also service levels. Service levels plays a key role to keep system available all time. When some problems occur during operations, some intervention and solving periods for that problem were determined. As you can see from the screen, we have three service levels. Level 1 is critical, level 2 is moderately critical, and level 3 is non-critical. Level 1 is related to failure of return points, counting center, and transportation operations. Level 2 is related directly partial failure of return points, counting center, transportation operations, and also delays in collection and transportation operations. And the last level is about failure to meet performance criteria of return points and delays in installation and startup of the equipment to be supplied. As a result, TÜÇA makes an effort to implement the deposit management system in a sustainable way. Until today, important preparations have been made with both RD and pilot applications. When the system is alive, each of us will be an important part of circular resource management. And before I stop my presentation, I would like to show you our pilot's video, studies videos. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Mısır. Actually, we will have one more video. Okay. We will have one more video. Second video will be shown.
Metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru. Her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru. Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor.
Okay, thank you very much. If any of our guests have questions for our speakers, okay, thank you very much then for your participating. Thank you. Question? Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. I congratulate. It seems both gorgeous and inspiring because, as can as I see, every single detail has been considered during the design stage. I have just one question by interconnecting the system with the electricity system in Turkey. It's a similar market that has been happened before, and in the value chain, more competition will end up with less cost and the higher quality of services. As far as I see, and if I did not misunderstand, there is only one system operator. Is there a special reason for that? Because if there would be more system operators, probably there would be more competition and there will be less cost. What do you think about that?
The system is designed by TÜÇA and this is their decision, but technically we are supporting this idea because having the one system operator means having a unified central system and solution. This means marking of every product or every bottle can be uniquely done, and material detection or authentication can be uniquely done in the same manner. So if you have multiple system operators, you will have multiple solutions, multiple different separated systems. That means TÜÇA needs to control several system operators. And this is for such scale of project with that many producers, that many bottles, it is quite difficult and challenging. This is why one operator has been selected.
And also, actually, we can see the operator is an integrator. They can some subcontract for the do field operations at local. Maybe it's little bit answer your question. Yeah, the local operations can be run off. Yes, but the manager only one. Yeah, integrate.
Okay, thank you very much then for our participants. Thank you.
Ses 1-2. 1-2.
Var var. Bu oturumda 2 kişi bağlanıyor.
Hello. We are starting in a couple of minutes. Yes, she's coming. Hello, welcome to COP27, the last day panels. We are organizing a side event on topic of climate-related risks and the role of financing system, financing sector in Turkey. My name is Ayşe Nazlıca. I am from TSKB. I am the Sustainability Coordinator. And I want to, first of all, I want to thank to Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for giving us this opportunity to organize this valuable panel. Starting our panel, I would like to give the floor to Mr. David Carlin for his keynote speech. David is the TCFD and Climate Risk Program Leader in UNEP-FI. And floor is yours, David.
Great, thank you. Just to check, are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, we hear you perfectly, and you have about 7 to 8 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. So it's really my pleasure to be here with you. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person, but as you know, I was really fortunate to come to the pavilion earlier in the week and see some of the really wonderful artwork and designs from Turkish artists that covers the pavilion. I know that there have been more than a few people that have told me it's been their favorite pavilion to visit. So certainly hats off both to the artists as well as the organizers. I'm here today, though, to talk about climate risk and the progress and processes that are going on in many different nations, but really thinking about what the implications are for the financial sector. And with that, what I would say is, as we come into COP27 and as COP27 begins to end, the impacts of climate change they will continue to mount, and they will continue to mount regardless of what comes out of those final negotiations tomorrow. However, there's a number of things that we need to be thinking about in order to effectively measure and manage the risks that we face, as well as financial actors to effectively drive forward a positive transition and result in the changes that we want to see. And so that really begins with the effective management, both of physical as well as transition risks. Physical risks being ones that occur when physical systems are changed. So these are floods, wildfires, storms, droughts, but these are not the only types of impacts from climate change. As we transition to a net zero world, there are also challenges faced by industrial companies, by energy companies, and even by the economy as a whole. These transition risks can also pose as significant, if not more significant, to many financial institutions, a financial risk. And so as a result, what we really need is a comprehensive approach to tackling these risks and tackling them not only in the context of individual risk management, but in the context of really accelerating a sustainable transition. And so this is where the pieces of risk and alignment come together. So the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which was launched in 2017 by the G20's Financial Stability Board, is really one of those areas that helps provide some of the most important information on how firms should be thinking about their climate risks, as well as reporting on them and measuring and managing them. The Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, is a framework that has 4 main pillars. Those pillars are governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. Those pieces come together in a way to aim to provide both internal and external stakeholders a comprehensive perspective of the overall climate risks and opportunities that a firm may confront. And by doing so, provides a useful structure and useful order in order to measure and manage and ultimately take advantage of a changing climate. The TCFD, though, recognized that the management of these climate risks in and of themselves is not enough. We need to do more. And that's why last year, the TCFD Secretariat released guidance on transition plans as well as forward-looking metrics. And this really ties together the two themes of risk and alignment with the knowledge that risk can only be mitigated when we are aligning to a net zero world. And the financing that we need for that alignment needs to be able to understand which opportunities exist and how to deploy capital effectively. So by seeing these pieces together, I think it fits very much into a philosophy that we at the United Nations Environment Programme's Finance Initiative bring together, which is that finance needs to be thinking not only about risk, not only about alignment, but also about scaling its own financial efforts on transition and adaptation. And so putting these pieces together is something that is incredibly important, whether you are a retail bank, a commercial bank, an investor, a development institution, or a government funder. But the key is really that these pieces do need to fit in a way that creates coherence across the system. And I think this is where the work that is more analytically driven, the work that we've seen through the last 2 years of our pilot with TSKB, as well as others, really comes in and is particularly important. And that is in the process of not only coming up with a way to get the data, so emissions data, physical risk data, but also to report out that data in a way that actually makes decisions internally and communicates information to stakeholders. And the idea is that that better information is going to help drive not only better conversations and better pricing of risk, but also it's going to drive a faster transition as these risks are more appropriately priced. So as we see, there are a number of projects going on regionally that are certainly subject to climate risk. As I mentioned, heavy industry is one. There's also an area around providing energy access and recognizing also that development needs to continue. So how do we continue to develop but in a sustainable way? All of these are questions that the major financial institutions are grappling with. And I think ones that are best resolved by bringing together a coherent and structured framework, by looking to develop the skills and capacities in-house, and by ensuring that the methodologies and data used are going to be as reflective as possible about those future conditions. And so I would really commend the work that TSKB has done, as well as other Turkish banks, in beginning to address this through exercises in development of taxonomies, exercises in development of disclosures, exercises in creation of heat maps, and other analytic tools. And I think that this is an iterative process, it's a learning process, and it's one that will continue going forward. And I'm very eager to hear from other voices in the DFI community, as well as other Turkish voices on the work going on within country, as well as within the region. So with that, I'll hand back to you, but wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to be with you here today, and very much looking forward to a great panel discussion.
Thank you so much, David, for the valuable notes. And thank you for your support on our bank's climate risk studies and TCFD alignment. Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to our panelist, Mr. Francisco Fortuny from Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. Mr. Fortuny is a senior investment operations specialist in the Infrastructure Investment Department of Region 2, which covers Turkey, Pakistan, Central and East Asia, and West Asia as well, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. And we, TSKB, signed its first on-lending facility on sustainability energy infrastructure with AIIB in 2018. I believe this project was AIIB's first FI loan to a bank. And to date, we have been building up a long-lasting and trustworthy relationship, and we are looking forward to expanding our cooperation areas in line with AIB's valuable perspective in Turkey. So, Francisco, I would like to ask you how AIB is positioning its strategy and roadmap in Turkey regarding climate finance.
Thank you very much, Hajanum, for the introduction and for inviting us to this panel. I mean, we are very excited. TSKB was one of our first clients in Turkey and actually was the first ever financial intermediary with whom we arranged an on-lending facility that we are going to explain in a minute. But maybe just a small mention about climate risk, which is the driving theme in this panel. Since we started operations in Turkey in 2018, we have witnessed several instances where climate risk has materialized almost in biblical proportions in the country. So it's not an abstract concept, it's something very real that is affecting corporates, affecting infrastructure, affecting networks in Turkey. You can see, for example, at 50 degrees Celsius, things stop working properly. You can see wildfires. You can see also mucilage appearing in the Marmara Sea. We can also have instances of land erosion and sandstorms, and ultimately flash floods, which cause death and wreak havoc across many communities. So this has certainly inspired us to continue on the road of climate adaptation in our follow-up investments with TSKB, and we're going to talk about this in a minute. But it puts into perspective the urgency of the task that we have at hand and the role that institutions like TSKB and other FI partners with whom we work can play in this process. So just a couple of highlights. Maybe many of you have not come across AIB, although we have been around for a couple of years. But we have already quite a presence in Turkey since 2018, having done 16 projects, equivalent to 3.4 billion of approved investment, most of it already committed, 99%. Most of it is sovereign-backed, including the facilities we have done in the FI sector, but we have also worked with private banks, commercial banks, up in the tune of 1.5 billion of FI on lending facilities, 880 million in total out of our 3.4 billion are climate finance related investment. And we play a very important role also. We like to play an important role in the capital mobilization up to the tune of 500 million indirectly. So here you have a few examples of our participation and how we have engaged with the sector. We have used FI financial institutions as an effective tool to drive investments or to drive emergency response. You can see that, for example, our first projects with each bank were emergency response projects. These are projects that can effectively help us reach out to clients that we cannot reach ourselves and that can push the agenda in areas that require swift action from the side of agents like multilaterals or development finance institutions. In the case of TSKB, we have done two. We have done on-lending facilities geared towards climate finance, as well as a COVID facility in 2020. That was, both of these projects have been fully allocated, fully disbursed, and already in the implementation stage. We will zoom in into the first facility that we did with TSKB. This is the first project that we did in the private, in the FI sector. It was a sovereign-backed financing. We have the guarantee of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance representing the sovereign. It was a 200 million financing, and it was earmarked to 8 sub-projects, 4 wind farms, 2 geothermal projects, 1 energy efficiency investment, and 1 electricity distribution network. This has allowed us to support swiftly 480 megawatts of installed capacity in a major push, especially in the wind sector, which has grown very significantly in the last 2-3 years in Turkey as the old YEKDEM system has phased out. This has also led to 125 million of climate financing, among other uses. And private capital mobilization, which, as I said, is very important for us, is one of the key drivers. These projects are all private sector projects and are located in different parts of the country. So that shows how quickly and how effectively, with the help of a trustworthy partner like the SKB, we can move in this particular market. And testament to this is that we are already considering a second facility. We have taken the lessons learned from the first facility, which was relatively open in terms of scope. We have narrowed this down, but we have made this facility 100% climate oriented. This facility is going through our process of approval. Is disclosed already. It's in the public domain, so I'm at some freedom to talk about it. But it will basically tackle 4 important aspects that we envision in our climate action in the context of Turkey, and that can be transposed into other markets. So climate mitigation through renewable energy, energy efficiency, which we have done relatively little in the first facility, but we want to do more in the second one. And here, by energy efficiency, we are talking about networks, we're talking about industrial processes, and we are talking also about buildings, so which is an area that is extremely interesting. Climate adaptation will play a role in this facility. We are a bit at the, it's a bit difficult sometimes to identify bankable projects, so we are conscious of this challenge. We are not too demanding on this particular aspect in favor of climate mitigation, but we still want it to be present. And finally, climate industry. Turkey is expanding rapidly its manufacturing capacity to cater for the massive demand in the following years for climate finance and for climate industries. And that precisely tackles issues such as solar panel manufacturing, wind turbine manufacturing, electric vehicles. These are value chains that are developing rapidly in the country. The country is transforming its industrial fabric, and that is something that IFIs like us have perhaps an imperative to support in the coming years. I would conclude with that, and I'm very happy to answer the questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francisco. My second panelist is Ms. Casilde Brenier, who is Deputy Director of the Executive Directorate of Sustainable Development Solutions in charge of cross-cutting SDGs in Agence France de Développement. AFD has been cooperating with our bank in various fields such as SMEs, energy, sustainable tourism, occupational health and safety, and women's empowerment since 2005. We are also working together with AFD regarding gender equality and biodiversity under IDFC umbrella. AFD's contribution to Turkey's green and inclusive transition has been well recognized. In this respect, I would like to ask to Ms. Brenier, who are the priority areas of AFD regarding climate strategy as well as inclusive development, and how they translate to Turkey's green transition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very happy. I'm very happy to be here because TSKB is one of our leading institutions we're working with, and you always have so much advance that we are sharing. We are sharing together a lot of methods, and being together member of IDFC club is also a very important thing for us. Well, we were here to share AFD experience on climate and see how we can contribute or go on contributing to your strategy. Since the Paris Agreement, AFD has mobilized more than 30 billion of support to climate, and in 2021 we provide 6 billion euros in climate finance, doubling compared to 2015, when we take the commitment to ensure that 100% of our operation would be Paris Agreement aligned. And so that's a big move for us, and it has transformed a lot the institution from the inside. Because being Paris Agreement aligned is first a question of strategy. For example, our energy strategy was is now entirely focused on energy transition and renewable energy, and we have stopped financing fossil fuel and gas. Secondly, it's also a question of metrics. As you know, we have developed our own climate taxonomy based on common principle, and we have precise screening criteria. Those strong objectives has transformed AFD, and more than ESG and risk management at project level, we had to strengthen the dialogue with on public policy on climate change with our clients, state, collectivity, operator, and of course, Public Bank of Development, who we think are a key player to tackle this climate issue. You know that Public Bank of Development and National Bank of Development are key because they are financing 12% of total investment, private and public worldwide. So we believe that working all together can change things. And I'm glad to say that TSKB is really leading on those issues, and we have shared a lot together. 6 operations for a total amount of 453 million euros on climate, gender, you mentioned it, and soon circular economy. We're working in it, and it's also a very new challenge for us, and we are very happy to share it with you and learn together. Supporting our clients in their own alignment to Paris agreements is something we really care about. It means also dialogue with countries and about their long-term low carbon and climate resilience development, and support their formulation of low carbon and climate resilient development pathway. In addition to classical technical assistance, AFD has set up a 2050 facility dedicated to develop long-term low carbon and resilient development strategy. Adaptation is a twin to this facility for adaptation action plan and pathway, and it finances studies and technical assistance to prepare project awareness on how can adaptation be tackled through concrete projects. So we also shift to climate finance ourselves, and we set up, and I know you do it too, green bonds to finance ourselves, but also now SDG bonds to mix all those big issues and make sure that there is none which is left over, and we don't we can tackle them all together, especially climate and biodiversity too, but also gender, which is a very important issue for us. So we also have committed to be assessed by the independent think tank E3G on our Paris alignment, and so in a few words, we are helping our partner to be themselves also Paris Agreement aligned. And in AFD, we did it through 5 principles, which is commit to climate strategy, manage climate risk, of course, but also promote climate smart objective, and improve climate performance, and at the end, be accountable for our climate action. And so we share it together with TSKB as a public development bank and as a bank who is a very long-term partner, as you said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kasid. Well, we all plan for the 1.5 degrees Paris Agreement alignment. It will be not only on the agenda of country policies, but definitely the institutional and individual plans should be in line for the next decades, and we believe that we will reach that all together. My next panelist is Dana. Dana Kuporova from EBRD, and she's the head of Green Economy Transition in Financial Institutions. Cooperation between our institutions started in 2011 and extended to renewable energy, energy efficiency, and resource efficiency projects financing up till now. We also act together with EBRD under risk-sharing facility framework in terms of co-financing. We believe EBRD's commitment in Turkey allow us to further expand our engagement regarding climate risks transition. Dana, can you please briefly explain EBRD's green economy transition approach and its ambitions?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And first of all, it's such a pleasure to be here today. I was really excited to get an invite to speak at the Turkish pavilion, because Turkey was actually my very first business trip that I did when I joined financial institutions team. And I was always curious, why are we going to Turkey? Because we went with a new innovative product. And my colleagues told me, trust us, that's the right market. And over time, I got to understand that Turkey is basically our innovation hub for financial products. And it's primarily driven by the institutions such as TSKB that are really setting the tone for the entire market. So I'm really pleased to be here today. Our partnership goes really far to 2011. There is some most recent news where we also signed a transaction which is really focusing on climate corporate governance and on the pillars which David was talking about earlier. So I think that relationship is really solid, and we have worked across the sectors and across different products. So maybe just a little bit on EBRD, Green Economic Transition, even though I think that all of us are a bit tired after the long COP, so I'm not going to use the presentation. I don't think that it's going to add much to the conversation. EBRD as an institution, of course, has a lot of green and climate commitments. We started back in 2006 with our green financing products, green financing facilities, credit lines. Of course, in Turkey, we only entered Turkey later on, but it was one of the first products that we offered in the market as well. And since then, we have been scaling up our green finance in financial institutions in the intermediated space up to 40% last year. And the share of intermediated finance in EBRD is really not negligible. We are talking about 40% of the overall business that EBRD does. So it's significant. We work across products, so we do financing, as I said, green credit lines. We engage as an investor in green bonds, for example, or sustainability bonds. We do provide technical assistance for potential issuers as well, because we have identified that very often it is challenging for banks to come with green bonds to the market. There are certain risks. Banks might not be sure about generating the green portfolios. So we are ready to support, because we see that as sort of a natural progression for a financial institution, leading to sort of sustainability of greening financial sector. But what I actually wanted to talk about today was less about green products, but more about the topic that David was alluding to earlier. And I think it's a hot topic for this entire COP, because previous COPs were a lot about what is our green commitments in terms of millions, billions, how much do we do, how much is needed. What I hear a lot more in FI discussions this time, it's more about management practices. It's about transforming the institutions. It's about, as you mentioned, it's about strategies. It's about governance. It's about risk management and how transparent the institutions are in the market. So when we, actually TCFD launch and the launch of initiatives such as NGFS was a triggering point for many financial institutions, including us, starting to think what is that next step beyond the green products, because we still want to provide green products, but can we shift the market by focusing just on our niche green financing facilities, or can we help to transform the actual financial sector? And we started working a couple of years ago on our green partnership model and climate corporate governance model. And TSKB was actually one of the first who signed up to this initiative. And we are increasingly working with our partner financial institutions on strengthening their own internal capacity to, on one hand, identify climate risks, because this is, let's face it, these are going to increase over time. These are going to be potentially significant for financial institutions. But also we want to help them to look for opportunities. And going beyond EBRD financing, of course, we still want to be a financing partner, but we also want the financial institutions to be able to go and look at the climate risks in their portfolio. And we don't want a situation where, you know, financial institutions would say, okay, this is high risk, we don't want anything to do with this sector. This would be probably not a great outcome because, let's face it, for example, agriculture will be heavily exposed to physical climate risk, and we cannot afford not to finance agriculture. But instead, we want to use the climate risk angle to look for new opportunities. And there is going to be a lot of financing needed. The real economy will need support. And we are really looking forward to further cooperation with TSKB in this field, because I think that every market needs a trailblazer who will just test the model and show and lead the way for others. So I think that's probably the key message. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next guest is online, Mr. Etkin Özen from World Bank IBRD. Etkin Bey is the Senior Financial Sector Specialist and focal point for World Bank's Financial Sector Program in Turkey. Since our bank's establishment in the 50s, World Bank's support has always been instrumental to accomplish our mutual mission of sustainable and inclusive development of Turkey. Along with our clients, we have been developing capacity with the strong contribution of World Bank Group so as to achieve a green and inclusive transition of Turkey. Mr. Etkin Bey, we know that you recently published a new Country Climate and Development Report for Turkey, and this was its first example in the globe. And climate and development is one of the highest priorities of the World Bank. In this respect, how do you see the climate-related risk from World Bank's perspective, and what kind of future collaborations will be realized to support green transition in Turkey? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ayşe Hanım. Can you hear me well? Let me test it first.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just turned off my camera because of the connection saving. So thank you for inviting the World Bank to the panel. And I'm very sorry for not being in Sharm el-Sheikh, considering not only for missing the opportunity to be in the discussions in person, but also I'm an avid scuba diver, so I missed that opportunity as well. So we have been active in Turkey since the 1950s with an actual portfolio of $8 billion for now, and working very closely with the TSKB on several projects more than 50 years. So let me quickly dive into the climate-related risks specific to Turkey and recommendations for opportunities for the sake of time and not replicate the other sessions and panels in the TOP. So Turkey is highly exposed to the impact of the natural hazards, with earthquakes historically being the most frequent and devastating disasters, and also the climate-related events, including droughts, forest fires, floods, and landslides have increased over the last 2 decades. So currently, banks are holding more than 90% of Turkey's financial system assets and are exposed to these physical risks. Also, Turkey is exposed to transition risks, stemming mostly from the impact of delayed and sudden domestic and global climate policies, technology changes impacting all industries, and consumer preferences changes. But more specifically, reduction of international capital flows due to ESG concerns of investors and carbon border adjustments of trading partners are creating transition risks for Turkish industries. As an example, risk exposure for the banking system could differ enormously between individual banks and firms, depending on their specialization. But if you look at the bank level data, it is required to have more in-depth physical and transition risk analysis, and some banks, including TSKB, are already conducting this analysis very thoroughly. So IBRD's financial sector climate offering focuses on 3 main pillars in this area. So we've been working with Turkish authorities on these pillars and looking forward to engaging in finding more financing opportunities. So we are supporting our clients in data disclosure and reporting analysis and developing taxonomies and reporting standards as well. And also we are providing climate risk finance instruments consultancies to protect the households, establishing the climate risk insurance pools, and also providing prudential regulation stress testing expertise as well. On the financing side, we are also helping our clients to issue green finance instruments, including green bonds or green housing finance, and also the plain vanilla credit lines as well. But also we are supporting green investors to have idea about institutional investors in that country, incorporating climate investment strategies domestically as well. So we are also providing analytical and advisory services, like you mentioned about issuing a report for Turkey. In this year, we issued 3 big reports: Unlocking Green Finance in Turkey, the Selected Capital Market Options for Promoting Long-Term Finance in Turkey, and also the Country Climate Development Report for Turkey. So all of those reports were aiming to establish a roadmap for the next stage for Turkey, establishing a greener financial system. So apart from our financial operations, actually, we have engagements in several other countries as well, more than 50 countries actually, including Egypt, in establishing sustainability principles and roadmaps, taxonomy and ESG guidelines, and training and events as well. So we are also looking for opportunities, similar activities in Turkey. So let me dive into the operations and the opportunities and some setbacks for Turkey's financial sector as well. So first, let me say that the financial sector needs to mobilize capital for green transition, but unfortunately, the green finance is falling short of what is required. So Turkey needs to invest 165 billion US dollars over 2022 and 40. And in addition to the 480 billion US dollars baseline in power, residential and transport sectors, according to our analysis in the TCDR. And this financing should come mostly from the private sector. But like I said, despite the efforts of the TSKB, other FIs, and the other blue chip companies' efforts, the financing is falling short. That's one of the main reasons is that the banks dominate the finance system in Turkey, but Turkey needs some more innovative solutions, including the capital market options, to promote the private capitalization and also the attracting international investors as well. So green finance, if you look at the green finance components, the green finance comprises bank lending, especially for renewable energy primarily. And Turkey is lagging behind peer emerging markets in green bond issuances, mostly due to the cyclical and counter-cyclical the structural factors in the financial markets right now. But on the other hand, we are seeing that the green capital market agenda is moving fast, and green capital market instruments will benefit from financial stability and more enabling regulatory and policy frameworks, including taxonomies for green and sustainable investments. As we also outlined several recommendations regarding capital market options in the reports I mentioned just briefly. So let me dive into my final slides to not take away too much of your time. So there is an increasing momentum to build a green finance ecosystem in the finance sector and the government, especially after the declarations made by the Climate Council in Konya, Turkey, organized by the Ministry of Environment and the Climate Council. But a holistic and inclusive approach is needed in that agenda. So first of all, the creating an overall strategy and roadmap on green financial sector policies, regulations, and incentives with environmental and climate goals are needed. And second, a roadmap covering the risk and opportunities for climate change can help prioritize actions and also provide a clear signal to potential domestic and international investors and help create an enabling environment for increased green investments. Also, like Carlin said, so disclosure requirements are essential. And disclosure requirements, Turkey-specific climate scenarios and stress tests supported by a green, blue, or any sustainability-based taxonomy can foster transparency and boost public and private investments in the finance transition. So in addition to that one, of course, the national development banks, including TSKB and others, and also the credit guarantee fund can be highly effective in mobilizing private finance for the green transitions, including through financial innovations and the de-risking instruments, especially providing partial credit guarantees to the green funding. more generally, we are believing that the de-risking investments to capital market instruments by maintaining a stable macrofinance environment with targeted guarantees on maybe temporary cost-reducing incentives to bond issuances can play a role, especially for private capital mobilization and green private equities and green bonds agenda as well. So, like I said before, the insurance and pension funds should be encouraged for greener investments, and considering the physical risk exposure of Turkey, a catastrophe risk pool should be enhanced in addition to the TCR, the current desk insurance system as well. So we believe that also the blended climate finance with involvement of the DFI, the government, can mobilize, and municipalities could play an important role in low carbon, climate resilient urban developments. Of course, I have several other slides, but I don't want to take too much of your time. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Etkin Bey. Thank you. Our last panelist is from another long-lasting partner of TSKB, KfW, Mr. Niels Medenbach. He's the Senior Project Manager in the Energy Transportation Division of Southeast Europe and Turkey Department. Since the very beginning of our relationship, back in 50 years ago, I believe, KfW has been supporting our bank in various financing areas, such as industrial pollution abatement, municipal infrastructure, renewable energy, energy and resource efficiency projects. Moreover, we have been reinforcing our cooperation under other initiatives, such as IDFC, D20 LTIC, and LT Mission Clubs. The positioning by KfW to address climate mitigation and support for developing social infrastructure investments in Turkey have been always quite helpful for the country's transformation. At this point, Neil, can you please give us an insight into KfW's perception of risks and opportunities related to climate change and your valuable consideration in Turkey's green transition? The floor is yours. I think you are muted.
Sorry, I was double muted as usual. So thank you very much for the introduction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting us. Yes, you have mentioned we have more than 50 years, almost 55 years of cooperation, joint cooperation between KfW and TSKB. So you are one of our longest lasting partners, joint founding member of IDFC, and of course long time financing partner, especially for climate finance in Turkey. I keep boasting with these 50 years, but unfortunately most of our cooperation was of course before my time. So since I joined this department and the Turkey division, we have not been able to jointly have a new cooperation. So I'm very happy that right now I am able to prepare jointly with TSKB one new climate finance credit line, which hopefully will be started very soon, which is for supporting ambitious climate protection measures, so climate mitigation measures in the energy sector. There is not much time, but fortunately, I also don't have that much more new things to say after I have heard the contributions by the other panelists. I think it is only left for me to maybe emphasize a few points which personally I find very important in the speeches of the other panelists. But starting with the opportunities, as you asked me of the opportunities and not only the risks. For KfW,
yes,
I mean,
sorry, we are sharing
yes.
your presentation from here.
Wait, I think that I don't need to share the presentation.
Oh, okay.
For the sake
okay.
of time, I will just.
Oh, thank you. But you can follow the presentation anyway. We have some time.
Oh, it's fine. I think, yeah. Let me just pick out a few pinpoints. I think I don't need the slides. It's fine. But you can leave that one, or yeah, fine. Just go ahead. KfW, well, when we look at the second, okay, fine, so switch it off. KfW is a climate bank since, I think, 10 years. We have given ourselves this label. In the overall operations of KfW Development Bank, currently around 50% of our activities are in the climate change area. It should be around 60%. This is our target. But in the last 2 years, of course, there was a lot of corona-related financing. Development Bank is only a small part of KfW Group. So it's important to emphasize that the same picture is also in our domestic activities. So in the Development Bank, we're talking about a total commitment volume of about 8 billion in the past years. In the domestic, we have 10 times this. So last year in 2021, we had more than 80 billion commitments. And half of that, more than half of that, was climate change related. So it is 35 billion alone for energy efficiency in buildings, also for efficient rehabilitation. 13 billion for renewable energy and other energy efficiency measures. So talking about climate change, I think in KfW, we are not talking about opportunities, we are talking about imperative. And this is very strongly also true for Turkey. Etkin from World Bank has mentioned the 165 billion financing requirement until 2040 for the climate transformation. Just yesterday, I read about a study from Sabancı University in Istanbul talking about 10 billion per year until 2030 to be compliant with the climate goals of Turkey. So the opportunities are really vast, but of course they come with some challenges. And the challenges, I mean, first of all, of course, making Paris confirm financing means that we cannot finance many things which we have done before, not only talking about the heavy emitting industries or heavy emitting activities, but even the transition technologies are becoming more difficult for us. But that is still a smaller part of the risks which come with the climate financing. What we need to understand, and what also became clear for me more when I thought about this panel here, looking at climate financing, we are not looking at individual projects anymore. This is from the opportunity side. From the opportunity side, we have to look at the full transformation process, but it is also from the risk side. In KfW, 10 years ago, climate risk was something like a niche part of our normal project assessment. I learned that beginning of next year, there will be a new team in our risk analyst department. This is not only for Development Bank, this is for the entire KfW group, which is only looking after climate risks, and climate risks not on the project level, but on the partner level. And I mean, here in Development Bank, the partners are mostly the sovereign states. So there's a complete new analysis unit only looking at the risk part. So this is the development which this aspect has taken in our bank. And talking about the risks, I would like to come back to what David has said about the distinction between the physical risks and the transition risks, and maybe looking a bit on Turkey for this, because I find this I find it very useful to have these two aspects, which of course are interconnected, but are very different parts of the climate risks. The physical risks, which I was very grateful to get and very grateful to read, the CCDR report of World Bank was shedding a lot of useful light in this on this in Turkey. And I mean, one of the graphics which immediately pops in the eye is where the different aspects of vulnerability are given, and Turkey has a red critical scoring in 9 of 10 of the vulnerability aspects. So Turkey is heavily hit by the effects of climate change. Talking to our risk department, with their perspective is that one thing is the, let's say, the vulnerability, and the other thing is the capacities to adapt to the vulnerabilities. And there, Turkey, as a middle income country, is of course benefiting from a very strong economy, from very good resources. So far, the risk within KfW is not perceived as very high, but it was also mentioned that with the current economic development, things start deteriorating, and there are some question marks regarding the long-term vulnerability. So, I mean, as for any country, looking at challenges at risk from climate change, it is even more important to have really a consolidated economy. The other thing is the transitory risk, and there, I mean, we have seen in Turkey, you need very strong participation of the political sector in this. It is a transformation of the complete economy, which needs guidance by proper policies, which we have seen very well, very strongly in Turkey, especially in the energy sector, where I am mostly active. You have very strong support schemes, for example, for renewable energies. Unfortunately, the schemes have, or the level of support, the level of incentive has been reduced, which we see leads to a lot of uncertainty and a lot of frictions in the market. So there, I heard that maybe Ministry of Environment is listening. So I would like to make a very strong point here that to be able to do this full transformation of the economy, it is very important to have strong policy incentives and to allow for long-term planning security of the companies in order to mobilize private investments. And the need is tremendously high in Turkey from the physical risk point perspective, but also from the transition. I mean,
Please, I'm sorry.
to my very, yes, I'm getting too long. Yes, I'm very enthusiastic.
Thank you
topic,
thank you so much. We shall continue. I think this discussion in other panels, I believe. It's the end of our panel. I'm sorry, we are out of time, so we will not be able to receive any questions from the audience. But our speakers are here after the panel. You may contact with them. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all panelists and institutions for their trust and support on Turkey's green transition, and also to be a partner with our good bank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to today's event on nature-based solutions. We're recognizing this is a very, very busy time during the negotiations, and we're appreciating taking your time to really talk today and hear about different examples of work on nature-based solutions. We see this very clearly over all the news that we've been seeing over this year. The world is clearly facing a dual crisis, a crisis on climate and a crisis on nature. And it becomes very obvious that without bold action on nature and profound changes in how we value nature, we'll not be able to achieve the Paris Agreement. And there are different ways to fight against climate change. And among them, there's a rising value seen by nature without harming nature, without destroying nature. And that's about nature-based solutions. So nature-based solutions play an important role to adapt to climate change, to create a sustainable future and social resilience. Nature-based solutions are also a cornerstone to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and really recognizing the benefits of nature, involving nature considerations in decision-making and systematically establishing multi-stakeholder partnerships and involving communities at risk into actual solutions. So for instance, it is estimated that more than 30% of reductions of greenhouse gas emissions could be achieved by just stopping the degradation of natural ecosystems, by restoring it, by using it sustainably, and by strengthening nature's capacity to really absorb carbon. So this carbon storage potential of healthy and restored mangroves, for instance, equals about 3 years of the emissions of Australia alone. So we're really talking about a big potential here. So to improve adaptation to climate change, we need to invest in regenerating ecosystems and ecosystem services. So what's that? That's something like healthy water cycles. It's about microclimate regulation. It's about healthy soils for food production. It's about coastal protection. So it's about many things that are really essential to human life and well-being. So nature-based solutions provide multiple adaptation benefits. For instance, restoring forests could improve water security for more than 700 million citizens in the 100 largest cities in the world. And also it can help by investing in mangroves, that these can help buffer cities from storms and intense storms. So with that said, this event will really share examples, concrete examples of nature-based solutions, as well as the nature-based solutions catalog that has been created under UNDP's Climate Promise in cooperation with the Republic of Turkey Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. So with this, let's hear from the Climate Promise in Turkey from Nuri. So over to you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here again about the Climate Promise program of UNDP. It's a global program and it is more than 120 countries, and we are very proud that Turkey is one of those countries. And since it started, we have been working in different dimensions, but Climate Promise as an umbrella gave us opportunity at country level to link the climate change challenges with the social, environmental, and also economical issues. And it gives us also a proper environment for gathering everyone who deals with the climate change issues, from energy sector, from government side, from NGOs, from private sector. And it also gave us a very quick, agile action capacity to produce real deliveries, real services. And under Climate Promise, one of the issues was really about the ownership of the government. One of the issues were about the new sectors. And one of the issues about the linkages between all UNDP interventions for the climate crisis challenges. And when we look on the climate change issues, we see Turkey as a whole country with a big opportunity on especially environmental issues and biodiversity. When you see the biodiversity picture of Turkey, it gives a very good laboratory. With a very small country, actually the representation of the biodiversity is huge as a continental. And this gives actually a country to be more adaptive capacity to climate crisis, but also increasing the mitigation capacity in terms of taking action in a nature-based way. And here we are very proud to work together with the climate change presidency under the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Ministry. And we will hear from Merve Çiğdem Uğur, who is the focal point for us on the climate promise and nature-based solutions. And we are very happy to work also with the academia. And we will have Çiğdem Hoca from Ege University. And our long-lasting partnership with Doğa Koruma Merkezi, in English Nature Conservation Center, and Uğur will give us also information about this process. And we really expect that the ministries, municipalities, private sector use the nature-based solution while they're preparing their projects, while they are thinking about the procurement, while they are thinking about the long-term strategies. And I hope that after this event, our partnership will continue through the long-term strategy and hearing more on the nature-based solutions in line with the right-based approach, where here we are talking about the loss and damage, and one of the key capability we have is nature itself. Thank you very much. So first, I would like to invite Merve Çiğdem Uğur from the Climate Change Presidency, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let me see. And I think you can see, right? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, you all. I'm Merve Güreş from Presidency of Climate Change. I will give a presentation about nature-based solutions in the context of urban resilience. And sorry, it's the last slide. I'm sorry. Sorry for the technicality. Good afternoon, you all again. I'm Merve Güreş from Presidency of Climate Change. I will give a presentation about nature-based solutions in the context of urban resilience and examples from Turkey. As you can see in the slides, the structure of my presentation is as follows. First, I will give a brief information on challenges that cities face today. Then I will talk about urban resilience and importance of that concept for cities. After that, I will explain nature-based solutions as a solution for the problems that cities have. Finally, I will give 3 examples of different nature-based solutions implementations in Turkey. As we all know, cities are home to more than half of the world's population and much of the world's industry. By 2050, more than 70% of the population is projected to live in urban areas. Cities are primarily responsible for the constant growth of environmental pressure with the increasing exploitation of natural resources. And also cities face a myriad of social, economic, and environmental challenges that are expected to be exacerbated by increasing urbanization and impacts of climate change. Over the past decades, the large-scale replacement of nature ecosystems with the build-up areas has put the cities and their surroundings under increasing pressure in terms of resource scarcity, degraded air and water quality, reduced availability of green space, waste management issues, and decrease in biodiversity. With climate change taking place at an alarming rate, urban areas and cities more likely to experience severe strains from the resulting ill effects, especially the areas located and expanding along the river bank and coastal areas. Cities are at the center of this issue insofar as they are simultaneously part of the problem as the major source of greenhouse gas emissions, but also the potential victim of natural disasters. As we all know, climate change amplifies the effects of heat waves, sea level rise in some coastal cities, increasing number of extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, and storms, and increase the spread of tropical disease. To overcome these events, we need to build resilient cities. Urban resilience depends upon cities' ability to adapt and adjust in the face of change. Resilience has become an important issue in urban policy in the combat of climate change and natural disasters. A resilient city is able to maintain a continuity of services and functions throughout any shock or stress, while protecting and enhancing people's life. Because resilient cities can better handle natural and human-made disasters, protect human life, absorb the impact of economic, environmental, and social hazards, and promote well-being and sustainable growth. So the more prepared a community is, the less it may be affected. In this manner, the concept of nature-based solutions is a promising approach to increase resilience in cities. Nature-based solutions can be defined as actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, simultaneously providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. As following examples demonstrate, these nature-based solutions provide crucial regulating and supporting ecosystem services that enhance resilience, such as permeable surfaces, green roofs, riparian forest systems, and floodplains reduce the adverse effect of severe rainfall events. By absorbing excess rainwater, they lower the risk of inner-city flooding. Rain gardens, bioretention swales, and natural wetlands collect and remove the pollutants from stormwater, and combined with underground cisterns, the purified runoff water can be stored for reuse to prevent water scarcity during the periods of drought. Also, urban areas located in valleys or on hillside are better protected by planning with nature. Measures such as maintenance of vegetative cover and afforestation along the slopes stabilizes the soil, which in turn mitigates the landslides and avalanches. Also, green infrastructure can mitigate the heat waves, which are more pronounced in the build-up areas due to the high heat absorption rate of gray infrastructure. Urban trees decrease the ambient air temperature. Green corridors offer better ventilation, and green roofs and green walls enhance the residents' thermal comfort. Also, areas suffering from coastal flooding and erosion benefits from the restoration and management of salt marshes, wetlands, mangroves, oyster reefs. These natural ecosystems form a natural buffer between sea and land, which reduces the wave intensity and prevents erosion. Now I would like to give some examples from Turkey. First example is Green Corridor along the Porsuk stream, which is located in Eskişehir, a central Anatolian city. The polluted river has become the biggest problem of Eskişehir due to the domestic and industrial waste loading. In 2003, municipality started an ecological restoration project along the stream to clean the stream and make it an aesthetic value of the city. In the project, the green corridor, water channels, street afforestation, and urban parks were used as nature-based solutions. Some of the gains of the project are as follows, like you see in the slide: increasing green space accessibility, increasing sociocultural value of the city, reducing urban heat island effect, urban ventilation, flood and erosion control, increasing air, water, and soil quality. The second project is a community garden. The project area is a highly dense neighborhood located in the capital of Turkey, Ankara. And the project, which was carried out with the participation of academicians, many neighbors, and members of the associations, the project was a construction site and transformed into a community garden. The project was carried out in order to develop life practices in harmony with nature in the city to draw attention to urban urban-rural relationship, local production and consumption, clean and accessible food. With this project, consumption habits of neighbors changed. It facilitated access to the food, increased the biodiversity, contributed recycling, and provided a cool area in the center of the city. And my last example is a city-scale green infrastructure project, which is in Izmir. And Izmir is the third largest city in Turkey, and is located in Mediterranean basin. Like other cities, with its large population and expanding urban area, Izmir faces the problems of rapidly urbanizing world. To overcome these problems, ensuring the integration of blue-green infrastructure with the existing urban gray infrastructure was chosen as a solution. The project aims to reduce effect of climate change, improve air quality, improve water management, as well as increase urban sustainability through innovative nature-based solutions. As you can see in the slide, some of the nature-based solutions used in the project are green corridor, street afforestation, rain ditch, green roofs, permeable surfaces, sustainable urban drainage, and pollinator house. With this project, green space accessibility throughout the city increased, sociocultural value of the city increased, increased green area provided urban ventilation and reduced urban heat island effect, flood and erosion control was achieved. As a result of all these implications, air, water, and soil quality improved. And that is end of my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. There's a camera there, right. Thank you so much, Nuri and Merve, for your examples. And I think we have clearly seen through these very illustrative examples how nature-based solutions can really facilitate at the same time health and nature and food production and so much more. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Dr. Hapkam from the Ege University in Turkey to introduce us to the NBS catalog. Doctor, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen right away. Just a minute. I guess you can see my screen right now. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to meet all of you in this event. I'm going to talk about nature-based solution catalog in my presentation. This catalog is produced within the scope of Climate Promise project, coordinated by United Nations Development Program, together with Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. The visuals you are going to see in the presentation and catalog design are provided by the Nature Conservation Center. I would like to thank everyone who support us in this process. The catalog has 4 sections, as you see here, 4 chapters actually. Let's focus each of them one by one together. The first section, the first chapter, defines nature-based solutions, explains their functions for mitigation, adaptation, environmental management, and disaster risk reduction. The second chapter explains why nature is our best alliance for climate change and biodiversity crisis, and how they act as barriers and protect us are explained by using some infographics. Additionally, the benefits of nature-based solutions compared to gray solutions are underlined here. The third chapter sets out the effects of climate change on watershed and cities. Therefore, it explains what is watershed, how does it work, why it is crucial for the water cycle, how urbanization affects natural processes in the watersheds, what are the main effects of climate change, both watersheds and cities. The last part of this section is about watersheds of Turkey. In the context of this catalog, these watersheds are analyzed and visualized on the page as you can see right now on the screen. Let's look at a little bit closer to this image. It shows the topography and land use of this watershed. And this is kind of a guidance, actually. These numbers in the purple circles represent the NBS numbers in the catalog. And they are suggested to address the main problems of these particular watersheds. So therefore, people who live in this region can understand their watersheds, and they have an option to see what kind of possible solutions they will have for their problems. The fourth section of the catalog includes NBS cards. This is the most fun section, actually. In this section, NBS cards categorized based on their scale, implementation scale, actually, from watershed to the city. Here, I'm going to show you some examples from our NBS solutions. For example, re-meandering rivers and wetland restoration, planting trees in the agricultural lands, and building fences, etc. And here we are seeing some NBS options for the city level. For example, daylighting rivers, implementing detention and retention ponds, parking lots with trees, green walls, permeable surfaces, different kind of things, as Merve mentioned in her presentation right before me. In total, 72 NBS are given in this section, and each NBS are given in cards. Here we are seeing the template of the cards. I'm gonna explain what does it show actually. The number here is on the corner, represents the card number, and the scale and the name of the card, NBS card, is located here. This figure shows us how the nature-based solution looks like, and right next to it there is a short description and explains this nature-based solution. The icons on the right side of the card basically shows us the climate threats that this NBS solution addresses, and environmental, social, and economic benefits of this NBS that this NBS provide, and also the sectors gets benefit directly from this NBS solution. This NBS, sorry. The icons right here in the grid, in the horizontal grid, let's say, about efficiency. They are about efficiency and also maintenance and cost of the nature-based solutions, as well as the role of climate change, for example, if it is help for mitigation or adaptation. And definitely we have some icons here that shows sustainable development goals will be achieved by implementation of these nature-based solutions. If we need more information, we are going to look at this part, because in this text box we can find more information about NBS, including some limitations, some conditions for implementation, etc. In the catalog, there are also some matrices. It shows us environmental, social, and economical benefits at the same time. If we would like to compare nature-based solutions, so this really helpful for us. It shows us directly what we are looking for. In this part of my presentation, I would like to show some examples of the cards. I picked some my favorites, like vegetative strips and sponge parks. Vegetative strips increase soil and water quality, as well as biodiversity in the agricultural landscapes. Sponge parks acts like a catchment in the events of heavy precipitation and protects the city from urban flooding. Coastal parks provide protection for coastal erosion, floods, and also they provide many recreational opportunities at the same time. And definitely biospheres collect, filter, infiltrate the surface runoff in the urban areas. They act as waterways and help to flow water in the cities. We definitely need that. As much as I would like to share all the cards with you, but it's not possible. We don't have time, so I'm going to wrap up my presentation here. With this catalog, we would like to inspire and encourage decision makers, practitioners, planners, private sectors, academics, NGOs, local people, everyone, to apply nature-based solutions wherever they need and work with nature, not against it, because we know that what we build today is going to be our near future, I mean tomorrow. So that's all my side today. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I think it was really useful to see now, after we have heard about some of the more like conceptual thoughts, now here a very concrete example of how these various benefits can be really captured in a systematic and structured way to really make sure that decisions are being taken on a very informed basis and that all the different benefits are also being clearly accounted for. So with this, I would like to hand it over to our last speaker for today's session, Dr. Seydalı from the Nature Conservation Center in Turkey, to tell us more about national best practices on nature-based solutions. Over to you, please.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity, and I would like to say that I'm so glad to be with you, with my colleagues, that we have been working on these issues for a while in different fronts, in different projects, but always with the same vision and also collaborative environment. So it's a great pleasure for me. So one of the most important meaning of this session for me is to just tell what we have been doing all together for years. I just want to share a few slides, and I will mainly actually want to talk about how we can make effective use of these tools, because my colleagues has given the conceptual background and some examples, but also how we can put this into practice effectively, and also by using some experiences and other best practices. Well, nature-based solutions become a very important thing, not like in 2 years' time, but we have been discussing these things since 60s, 70s, and it has many different names and versions, but they are more or less same things. So it is obvious that we need to change the paradigm and the way we are operating. So in that regard, nature-based solution is becoming more and more important issue. I just these photos are from the ecology textbook that I have seen when I was a student. So now when we look at it, we say that how come we were spraying these chemicals on people, on fields, or on animals, livestock? Now I feel like this is what we say now, but it wasn't like that 60 years ago. So I think like, nature-based solutions is gonna be something like that maybe in 20 or 30 years. So people gonna say that how come we were just only solely thinking gray infrastructure or classical solutions rather than using that sort of tools which was available. So but it is not easy to change the paradigm, the way people thinking, the way the solution put into practice. So I want to touch that issue, how we can change the practices actually, the way we were doing the things, and use these tools more widely. This is from Konya, Central Anatolia, where there's extreme drought and also wind erosion problem. So with one of our projects, we wanted to form live windbreaks around the fields to protect the soil. So we worked in several parts of the region, but usually farmers were not very happy with us and what we want to do, and they didn't want to join actually. They didn't want to, and we were just planting these trees for free to protect their soil and support to protect also humidity so that they get more yield. But because they were thinking that this tree is going to attract the birds, and also they're going to eat the seeds, and also because of the shade they're going to get less yield, so we couldn't do it actually for a while. Then we mapped we produced the wind erosion map and looked at the areas where the wind erosion is highest, and we went to that village. So in that village they welcomed us on the door actually, in the entrance of the village. They said, we really need this. We are so pleased that you came here. We need that solution. I think it is critical to start with the problem and then promote the solution based on this problem, rather than using these things like it is a nice thing, it is very useful. We should, work in another way around. You have this problem, and this will solve your problem in this or in that way. And people, it's not easy to change people's practices that they have been doing like for centuries or decades. Another example, this map is showing the trees in the region. So if there is a tree, there's a less shield bug because the predator of the shield bug living on these trees. So we map these trees and we put also on top of these the existing fields and look at where the services by this tree is provided and where is it missing, and also overlapping with the existing fields. So instead of going and planting trees in the places where this service is there, we went to the places where there is no service and we promoted this nature-based solution in that area. So it is very critical to think in terms of functionality. I'm just gonna give some few more examples from urban areas, and then I'm gonna wrap up. So, like if it is in urban areas, we call it green infrastructure, but I think it is more or less the same thing. So we have very good two examples from, one is from Porsuk River, the other one is Gaziantep, where we formed these nice green corridors or stream corridors, provided many different benefits to the city. But I think to make it more useful, another element that we can add on this, to map where the heat island is higher or more intensive, or where the noise pollution is higher. So when doing these plantations, considering this function and choosing species and also stratification of the vegetation with that perspective. So it will make it more effective and functional. So we should look at I think we have a small table in promoting these nature-based solutions. So what is the need, what is the scale, what is the function that it will provide? So then we can choose the right solution, because nature-based solutions are, yes, sure, it is much cheaper than the gray infrastructure, but it is also costly. So I just want to show an example on this, how we can assess the functionality. This is one of the districts in Ankara. The map is showing the air quality. So the brown ones are low air quality and the blue ones are high air quality. So it is showing us that the problem where the problem areas. We also put on top of this where the air purification services, the green areas infrastructure that providing these services, and then overlap these two maps and look at the deficiency in demand and supply. So the red areas is where this deficiency and demand and supply is higher, and showing us where we should go actually for in the first rank. So there are so many different functions that need to be improved to solve our problems. And this is showing also other parks in that district. So where are the parks, their quality in terms of providing these services, and where we need to improve this actually. So we just, I just wanted to give you examples on how we can use these tools more effectively and put it into practice more easily. So just final words, I think it is critical to start with where it is needed. The mapping, planning phase is very important rather than going and directly applying these solutions, tools. And it is important to be solution oriented, not because it is popular, like these green roofs and walls are very popular. But if you are living in a dry area, dry city, using your valuable water for that will be a solution actually. It will be element of problem actually. So it is critical to be solution oriented and looking at the problem. So we should come up, with feasible and realistic solutions. It may not, one thing may work in one area, but it may not be functional operative in other area. The last thing that I want to say, we should, come together and able to discuss it with all the partners, stakeholders, groups, interest groups. So that is the best way to come up with solution. We experience it. I told you that this wind erosion problem and alive windbreak exercise, it really helps a lot. Thanks for listening me, and I hope it was useful for all of us.
Thank you very much, and let's give all the speakers a round of applause. With that, we are nearing the end of our event today, but I still want to have just a very quick round of your expert opinions for the audience. So if you have like one recommendation for the audience, what would you say where to start with on nature-based solutions? What are the key success factors that you see that you'd like really for the audience to take away home? Over to you for anyone who wants to start. Merve, maybe, or Nuri, is there anything that you wish to start with?
Okay, I can start. Nature-based solutions are really important to combat climate change, but like the other participant says, they need to be location specific, and it's we need to understand the needs of that place, and then we need to react according to that needs. I think that's the most important thing in nature-based solutions.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand. Dr. Erkan, Dr. Sedale, any other thoughts that you wish to add to that, just to close?
Yes, thank you very much. I think we need to understand first what is the problem and what we are going to try to solve, and also we need to understand the ecological processes of our environment so that we can find the best solutions for our problems. And also biodiversity. We shouldn't forget about biodiversity, because anything that does not help biodiversity, we cannot call it a nature-based solution.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I think we clearly see, and I've been hearing that over the past 10 days in many different fora and in many different sessions, that I think we're getting more and more of a notion that really the agenda on climate change and the agenda that we have on biodiversity really need to be linked more closely and more systematically. Any final words from you?
Well, I would like to thank to Professor Hepcan that she produced with another colleague that catalog. So it's a very powerful tool. But what we need to do is look at what is our problem and choose wisely to solve our problem, not to implement it as that it is fashionable or this or that. And the second thing, we should work together and we should somehow able to collaborate. That's the most powerful step, I think.
Thanks. And I want to also share one thing that local knowledge and already traditional use of the, let's say, nature and land use. I think it's very also important, and we need to find a way to understand better and link it with this. And after this COP, there is also COP 15 in Montreal, and I hope we talk the same language with climate change and UNCPD, and hopefully we will come to a better solution. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the contributors and speakers. Thank you to the audience. I know these are very, very busy times. And with this, have a good rest of the Thursday. All the best. Thank you.
Processão. Ses 1 2 prova sound. Abi o fotoğraf sorun istiyorsun.
Başlayalım mı başkanım? Hocam başlayalım. Buyurun. Sonra da hocam. Um, Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you in this side event organized by the Republic of Turkey in our pavilion. We are more aware than ever that climate change is one of the most critical challenges that the world is facing. According to the latest IPCC report on climate change 2022, impact, adaptation, and vulnerability, climate change increases its effect on a global scale and causes irreversible effects on climate system of the world, which includes the atmosphere, oceans, and the glaciers. Climate change also will cause not only natural consequences, but also social problems, reduce food and water security, affect livelihoods, and negatively affects human health and well-being. Especially the Mediterranean basin has been experienced climate change at rates that exceed global averages. The International Panel on Climate Change considers Mediterranean region as highly vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, adaptation of the effects of climate change is a crucial priority for the Mediterranean region and the sustainable development of the Mediterranean region also. Adaptation process requires the cooperation of all stakeholders and overall integrated adaptation plan. Under the UNEP Barcelona Convention system, different regional centers have been established. They have lots of subsidiary bodies to support convention and its protocols within the framework of the Mediterranean Action Plan. While some of these centers are directly associated with some protocols, others may be shaped in line with the changing and evolving needs. Although there is not a protocol directly associated with the climate change, under the Barcelona Convention, climate change has found its place in the convention, COP decisions, and its strategic documents. Today, in our side event, we would like to talk about the actions that have been taken in Mediterranean region about climate change, the objectives to be achieved for a climate resilience Mediterranean, and the importance of having a concentrated subsidiary body mainly named as Regional Activity Center considering climate change. I have honorable guests from UNEP, Republic of Turkey, and academicians working on different aspects of climate change. Let me introduce you to our speakers first. Mrs. Tatiana Hema is the coordinator of Mediterranean Action Plan of the UNEP. Orhan Solak, the president of climate change in the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. Professor Dr. Hakan Karan is chair of the board of directors of Ankara University National Center for Sea and Maritime Law. Let me begin first with Mrs. Hema, who is the coordinator. We know that within the contribution to the contracting parties, Barcelona Convention is one of the most successful regional sea conventions, and Secretariat carries out highly proposed studies on climate change. And I would like to ask to Mrs. Hema, what are the main UNEP policy instruments addressing climate change as a priority issue in the Mediterranean and how it is implementation at national and regional level supported.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nas. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here today. Climate change is very important as an issue, not only at global level, but also for our own region. As we all know, Mediterranean has been already identified as a climate change hotspot. When there is already evidence that the warming is 20% faster than the other regions of the world, the consequences are not negligible any longer. It is expected that 20 million people will be affected because of the sea level rise phenomena by 2010. There are heat waves, coastal erosion, fires, introduction of invasive species, acidification of the sea, floods, modification of migration, quality aquaculture fishing, agriculture production. So there are a number of impacts that have to be well taken into account because they do affect health, biodiversity, and also the economic growth, the sustainable one. Now, we as UNEP-MAP Barcelona Convention, I come to your question now, is that climate change has been one of the priorities that have been handled in the MAP Barcelona Convention since 1995, starting with the vulnerability assessment of areas subject to climate change. And little by little, the portfolio has been expanded, and now today we have climate change as one of the 4 horizontal main pillars of the midterm strategy of UNEP-MAP, aiming at climate change stability, and it was one of the issues that have been addressed in depth during the last meeting of the contracting parties in Antalya, Turkey, when we had the ministerial session focusing in particular on climate change. Now, in terms of tools and developed in the framework of the MAP Barcelona Convention, definitely the highest one from the regulatory perspective is the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Protocol of the Barcelona Convention, which for the first time addresses and do refer to climate change. So it's already an important development because we all know how important it is, climate change, to be handled in particular in the coastal area. We have a strategy on adaptation to climate change that was adopted, if I'm not wrong, in 2016. And we have planned in the new midterm strategy to upgrade it, to update it in the next biennium, not in this one, because time has come also to consider what is the status, what are the impacts, but also what's going on at global level, because as we know, there are plenty of ongoing discussion on adaptation in this convention as well. So it's important for us to see what we can do in the future, because we believe that adaptation to climate change really is something that Mediterranean should pay a lot of attention. Now, there are a number of guidelines that have been developed. Now, how we address climate change in our own system, because it's important to explain that. The first important component is assessment. So we assess climate change at the level of drivers, not that much at the level of pressures. We make an effort, but it's not easy. And also there is an effort in addressing potential impact of climate change on biodiversity or on other sectors. This is something that requires further work and knowledge. What we are very strong in MAP Barcelona Convention that we have done on climate change is the streamlining of climate change in other sectorial policies, in particular at the coastal zone. So we developed tools like coastal plans, for example, or integrated coastal zone management strategies, and one of the most important elements is how to streamline climate change to make sure that the countries, the local government, they do pay attention and consider climate change in their own local and regional policies and legislation. The other aspect of the work that we do is supporting contracting parties in developing this kind of tools. We have been very lucky to have been funded from the JEF, having 2 big projects. The first one is already over some years ago, the Med Partnership, if you recall about it, when it had an important component on climate change, and we helped several Mediterranean countries to develop integrated coastal zone management strategies with a strong component on climate change. And now we are also implementing the MED program, a JEF-funded project, which does have also a component on climate change. So what I wanted to say is that definitely we have a good program, but there is a need to do more. And this is one of the, programmatic priorities of our contracting parties in the midterm strategy. And we feel that there is more to do in terms of maximizing capacity of the contracting parties on solutions to combat climate change and to cope with climate change. This is something very important. Shipping sector, you are aware that all the policies at global level in terms of electrification of port, decarbonization of ports, I believe that there is also room in the Mediterranean to work more about it. So without, as we said, it's a very important subject. It's very important for our region, and we are all committed, as UNEP Barcelona Convention, within the mandate that we do have, given by the contracting parties, to try to support effectively our contracting parties. So this is what I wanted to say, and of course, other things can come during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sema, for your explanations and about your important studies in the Mediterranean region. On behalf of Turkey, I believe that all contracting parties of the convention will contribute to work to improve the environmental conditions in Mediterranean region and combat and adapt to climate change. Now I would like to continue with Mr. Solak. Mr. Solak, in this direction, what are the main priorities of Turkey in terms of dealing with climate change, especially in the Mediterranean region? And in addition, what are the long-term plans of Turkey on climate change, adaptation, and mitigation processes?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you. We are happy to host you in our pavilion. Of course, climate change is a very important issue and it's very high priority for Turkey. As speaker said, Turkey plays in the Mediterranean region, which is one of the most vulnerable region in the world for the impacts of climate change. In fact, last year, Turkey has taken many important steps on combating climate change at policy level. Our President, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, declared our 2053 net zero emission target, and also Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement. Also, Presidency of Climate Change was established, and the coordination of the climate change at institutional level now is more high level for the public level. So, in fact, Presence of Climate Change established, we take our first step by the Climate Council to identify the politic decisions and political issues on the climate change. And this year, on February, we organized Climate Council, Turkey's first Climate Council, and more than 1,000 participants from public sector, private sector, academia, NGO, and young climate envoys and international representatives participate this council. And on the all relevant sectors, 217 decisions were taken under the council. This is very important, and this was the first step on the identification of the policy of the climate change. After the council, we define what should we do at the policy level, and we have a really busy agenda to work on to identify the policy. The first step was to update our NDC 2 years before on the COP27. Sorry, our minister, Mr. Murat Kurum, declared our updated NDC. Now our ambition target is increased from 21 to 41. Now our NDC ambition for the 2030 is mitigation of our GHG emissions 41% from the business as usual. By this way, only in 2030 around 500 million tons of emission reduction will be achieved by this update. Also, according to updated NDC, Turkey is going to prepare a national climate change strategy and national climate change action plan to achieve this target. So it is very important to complement to NDC for Turkey in terms of setting out and indicating long-term detailed vision. The effectiveness of the mitigation policies included in the contribution framework will be evaluated also. Economic cost and benefits of mitigation action at aggregate sectoral level will be calculated, and projections and sectoral analysis regarding greenhouse emissions also will be completed. About the mitigation priorities, of course, Turkey has the highest proportion, about 70% of the total GHG emissions coming from the energy sector. As in the rest of the world, in our country, we will start from the energy sector, where reduction is the most economical and feasible. In fact, in Turkey now, more than 54% of installed capacity for the production of electricity coming from the renewables. So it is very important number because Turkey is the 5th in the Europe and 12th in the world for the installation capacity of renewables. Also, we will increase the share of renewable energy in electricity generation, and we will provide the carbonization of electricity generation for achieving our NDC target and also long-term net zero target. For this purpose, we will establish a smart grids and enhance digital grid infrastructure necessary for the decarbonization of the electricity sector and the integration of renewable energy. Furthermore, by strengthening the electricity infrastructure, we will increase the efficiency and reduce the loss and leakage rates. Moreover, we will increase the flexibility of the electricity system. After 2030, with the light of new technological developments, we will increase the share of renewable energy-based green hydrogen and hydrogen-based clean fuels in Turkey's final energy consumption. Also, in all other relevant mitigation sectors, we have important targets for the mitigation of GHG emissions. For example, in transportation, enhancement of the quality of fuels consumed in vehicles, the utilization of biofuels, the use of vehicles with new engines technologies, the withdrawal of old vehicles, the expansion of metro and light rail network are the main priorities of Turkey. Of course, mitigation is a very important issue, but also adaptation is at least the important as mitigation for Turkey, because Turkey, as we said, place in the Mediterranean, which is the most vulnerable region. We have an adaptation strategy and action plan published in 2012, but we are updating it and we hope to finalize it by the beginning of next year. It is very important work for Turkey and all relevant sectors: water management, agriculture, biodiversity, public health, disaster management, and all relevant sectors are included in our adaptation strategy and action plan. Another issue is local climate change action plans, and we are working on it also. So we have many important works on adaptation to climate change, and also nature-based solution is very important. We have prepare a guide for the nature-based solutions. It is very important for Turkey. I can say. But I think it's enough to say them because time is limited, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solak, for your explanations and information about the valuable studies and contribution of Turkey in terms of the mitigation and adaptation studies to climate change. At this point, I would like to continue with Mr. Karan. He has been working on important projects in the field of marine environmental law, and climate change. We have more aware than ever the climate and seas. They are two sides of the same coin. Since these catastrophic consequences of climate change on the sea have been acknowledged, and that safeguarding the seas is one strategy to combat the climate change. And now I would like to ask Mr. Karan, as an academician working on the field for a very long time, what can be made in a more realistic and concrete way in the future to mitigate the effects of climate change in the regional scale, other than to support the implementation of the existing regional conventions?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say the same. I'm really happy. I'm really happy to be here, to be part of this side event. As you're all aware of, almost 75% of the world consists of sea. I didn't mention the seas, even though we know the names of so many seas: Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Atlantic Ocean, whatsoever. But there is just one sea in the world, which connects all the people, all the nations to each other. It has just one marine environment and is now vulnerable just because of the climate change. Because of the climate change, the sea level has increased, the temperature at sea and the air increased, the acidification has already been again increased, and we have less oxygen sources right now because of the sea. So there is a need for having some measures just because of the climate change, and there is a need for adaptation to climate change. So what can we do? Since there is just one sea and just one marine environment in the world, there is a need for collaboration and cooperation with every states, every countries to each other. And just because of the international agreements adopted just because of the climate change or the protection of marine environment, we can rightly state that everything is okay, but it's not so. So adaptation of any international agreements doesn't mean that everything is gonna be okay and everything is gonna be okay to reduce or mitigate the effects of climate change. So the international cooperation through the global conventions needs to be supported by the especially regional activities, regional cooperations, regional agreements, and then the state actions. Coming to the regional ones, as stated, one of the region is Mediterranean, and the Mediterranean has become the most affected area just because of the climate change. And now there is an agreement to protect the marine environment just because of the Mediterranean Sea, which is, as you know already, Barcelona Convention with its 7 protocols. But I'm not really sure whether the climate change directly falls within the scope of the Barcelona Convention and its protocols. I must say that because the adaptation of the Barcelona Convention was just before, maybe years before, the understanding of the climate change. So because of that, we cannot find direct or references to the climate change in the Barcelona Convention. What we've got enough aim, enough purpose behind the convention to adapt itself to climate change. When we look at the ministerial declarations, when we look at the outcomes of some meetings, ministerial meetings or what's on, we understand that we can get some references from the Barcelona Convention, but it doesn't mean that it's enough. So there is a need for some new instruments which could be a kind of solutions to the climate change effects in the Mediterranean area or region. And this instrument could be found in the Barcelona Convention system, because the Barcelona Convention system gives an opportunity to contracting states to establish the RACs, Regional Activity Centers. Through the regional activity centers, it's very possible to facilitate the harmonization of the Barcelona Convention with other international instruments relating to climate change. Since there is no protocol relating to climate change in the region right now, there is a need to work further, especially to work whether the climate change issue could fall within the scope of the Barcelona Convention more and more every day. So from my point of view, especially application of the convention or implementation of the convention could be much easier just for the establishment of the RAC in the region, and which could be in near future. That's all I'd like to say right now.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Kerr, for your explanations and the valuable information that you give, the needs to be more concentrated and related with the climate change, considering the maritime legislation. At this point, I would like to summarize some concepts we have talked about. Climate change and its impacts are placing Mediterranean stakeholders in a position that requires maximum coordination, harmonization, and integration of different sectoral policies on mitigation and adaptation. As it is stated in the mentioned report, climate change is expected to continue having significant impacts on coasts, on terrestrials and Mediterranean environment, on biological diversity, on many aspects. I mean, the ecosystem of the Mediterranean region. And adaptation of the effects of climate change is a very important issue at this point. And to be sustainable, we have to consider adaptation studies also. In light of the rapidly deteriorating situation in the Mediterranean, the institutional strengthening is an issue throughout the establishment of a central point to the climate change as a part of its structure seems imperative. Turkey believes the establishing a new subsidiary body that will work on impacts of climate change by strengthening collaborative efforts in the Mediterranean is one of the most effective methods to accelerate and leverage resources. Now I would like to go back to Mrs. Emma. The establishment of Regional Activity Center for Climate Change respond to the commitments and gaps exemplified in the previous decisions and also at the COP as well, and goes exactly in the direction of a stronger legal policy and institutional framework with the MAP Barcelona Convention system. I would like to ask you, while the urgency of adequately responding to the impact of climate change is clearly expressed through a number of political declarations and commitments, decisions, programs, projects, reports of the UNEP system, what will be the amplified efforts and implementation of sufficient solutions of the MAP system in order to be well equipped to these complex and cross-cutting issues?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Naz. Look, the discussion has become very interesting. So from the professor, there is a feeling or an idea that The regulatory framework of the Barcelona Convention could be further complemented with a protocol addressing climate change. Also, there is already a non-pipeline proposal in how to strengthen the capacity of the map system from the technical or policy point of view on climate change. Of course, I have those two issues are very important. We as Secretariat, we are not supposed to have any views. We can respond if we are asked by our parties, because they are very important, that normally have to be addressed by the contracting parties themselves. They owe the convention, they owe the protocol, they owe the system. So definitely, there are possible options. So all are possible options. All are possible options that have to be taken and be seen by the respective bodies of the system. Now, I did mention a little bit when I took the floor on how the system has evolved in addressing climate change. For a small portfolio at the very beginning on assessing vulnerability and supporting countries to assess vulnerable areas, it went at a higher level in assessment addressing the drivers mainly and potential impact on from the socioeconomic aspect. We are also have made an effort in understanding the impact of climate change on biodiversity, on pollution, whatever. We also have worked a little bit on solution, on how to mitigate, or in particular, our focus has been on adaptation, and this has been, our parties have been a little bit concerned that we need to focus mainly on adaptation, but there is a different approach, the new midterm strategy that was adopted last year in Antalya, that mitigation is, for the first time, is not excluded from the work that we do, and we do through blue economy sectors, through ACP, sustainable consumption and production. We also do contribute to the reduction of emission. So what I'm trying to say is that all options are possible. For example, you mentioned the protocol. The Barcelona Convention allows development of protocol. Now, who takes the decision? It has to have a feasibility study, it has to have a good rationale, and then the parties decide. But it's not an option that could be excluded a priori, is what I'm saying. So, and it's not for the Secretariat to take any position about this. Now, we have already 7 protocols, and for many years in the Secretariat, so there were a number of discussions. I do also remember when we discussed for the first time to add the IZM protocol in the Barcelona Convention. It was a very, very interesting and enthusiastic process, I must say. We concluded negotiation in 2 years, and it was a very strong request from the contracting parties to develop the protocol. So this is something very important. About the regional activity centers, in the MAP system there is a process. One process is that some regional activity centers, they are established by the protocols of the Barcelona Convention, which there is a very clear provision there, or by the decision of the contracting parties. What I'm trying to say is that options exist. Important is that the rationale should be solid, and there is a strong support from the contracting parties in going the direction, because what I want to say is that definitely it is in the interest of MAP to find the most adequate niche in supporting activities related to climate change. The region is a hotspot. Marine and coastal areas and the local population are those that are going to be affected the most. There is a room for regional action. UNEA 5.2 for the first time agreed on a common definition of the nature-based solution, and we need to bring this in our region to see what we can do in promoting the implementation of nature-based solutions, in particular with regard to climate change. So there is work ongoing by the existing regional activity centers. There is a little bit more to be done, so I believe it will be important that this kind of discussion is held in a, I would say, professional way with as many as possible stakeholders, and in particular to see which direction and how we can strengthen ourselves.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Emma, for this valuable information that you shared with us in terms of the climate studies and the future studies, expected studies under the scope of the UNEP map system. Now, I would like to continue again with Mr. Solak. At this point, I would like to give floor to you to provide insights on what will Turkey's contribution to be to the UNAMAP system about the climate change, of course, and in the circumstances of the establishment of a new climate change subsidiary body in Mediterranean. How does Turkey plan to carry out the whole process?
Thank you again. Of course, contributing in a meaningful way to the response to the climate change at a regional and global level is a priority for Turkey. As the host country of 22nd Conference of Parties and current president of the Bureau of the Barcelona Convention, Turkey is committed to the ambitious responsibility of hosting a regional activity center for climate change and offers its leadership, expertise, and resources to the full implementation of the Convention and its protocols in the Mediterranean region. Turkey is profoundly aware of the urgent necessity to take action on climate change and is generously ready to devote resources additional to its regular contributions to the Barcelona Convention to respond to it. Turkey believes that establishing a RAC to work on the impacts of climate change by strengthening collaborative efforts in the Mediterranean is the most effective method to accelerate efforts and leverage resources. Thus, Turkey is ready to host and support this new MAP component in line with the relevant governance decisions of the contracting parties, offering adequate commitment and resources that will ultimately support, as it has steadfastly done for the past decades, the entire MAP system. In light of the rapidly deteriorating situation of the Mediterranean, the institutional strengthening of the MAP system through the establishment of a central point for climate change as part of its structure seems imperative. The MAP Barcelona Convention system's current climate change initiatives would not be duplicated or put in direct competition with them by the new RAC for climate change. Instead, it would operate as a focal point guided by the coordinating unit to strengthen and support those initiatives, amplify them with the help of extra resources and experience, and close any gaps for the full implementation of the new MTS and its climate change related programs. This would improve the coherence, organization, visibility, and impact of the MAP Barcelona Convention responses to climate change, as it has been shown in other key areas required by the Convention and its protocols due to the work of the existing MAP components. The current proposal presents a substantial opportunity for contracting parties to resolve some of the management and enforcement deficiencies noted in various studies. Increasing the response to climate change impacts and the resilience of the effects of climate change is crucial to the sustainable development of the region. The mandate, policies, strategies, and programs of activities of the MAP Barcelona Convention system on climate change will be significantly enhanced by an efficient RAC, as it has been demonstrated in other fields during the history of the system and its components. Furthermore, the work of the proposed RAC will facilitate the harmonization of the Barcelona Convention with other international frameworks addressing the issue of climate change and its central role in the protection of the marine and coastal environment of the Mediterranean as a contribution to the sustainable development of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solak, for your explanations about how Turkey will contribute to the possible process about the new climate track. Now, I would like to turn Professor Karan, and I would like to get back to the statement that you mentioned on the Turkey's proposal on climate track. As stated at the Bureau, Turkey is willing to respond to the needs for the establishment of the RAC for the climate change in order to enhance collaborative actions to bring up climate sustainability in the Mediterranean region. In this matter, could you elaborate the proposal of Turkey and inform us about the efforts you have already made within the scope of this proposal? And what will be the additional contribution of this proposed regional activities center hosting by Turkey to the existing efforts?
Thank you. As you have rightly stated, I mean, we already proposed as Turkey to establish a RAC, Regional Activity Center, on the climate change. And the Bureau is going to discuss this on this proposal at the end of this month, and hopefully it's going to be forwarded to for the decision of the ministries in the year of 2023, hopefully. But it's in order to establish a RAC, also you need a RAC or you need a center in Turkey. So at that time, DEUCAM, Ankara University National Center for the Sea and Maritime Law, is there to assist the establishment of this RAC in a domestic way. At this moment, we set up a sub-center under the auspices of DEUCAM with the name of Mediterranean Climate Change Research Center. What was the reason for that? Because DEUCAM was established in the year of 2014 to deal with the law of the sea and maritime law issues. And we had a very good experience in this field. We collaborate and cooperate with so many institutions and academic bodies in the world. And we conduct academic works such as organizing international symposiums, domestic symposiums, at the same time conduct projects, especially with the Ministry of Environment. And some of our projects are international, starting from Japan to the United States whatsoever. So we've got a good experience, and we'd like to share the experience in the establishment of this National Research Center as to be developed into the RAC in future, hopefully. Whenever it is going to be approved by the contracting states, and then this center is going to be independent of the EUCAM again. So this is a procedure starting from now to the approval from the contracting states. What is the main aim, main purpose? As I stated earlier, the main purpose behind the establishment of RAC is to facilitate the harmonization of Barcelona Convention to other international instruments regarding the climate change. Of course, there are some works going on with other RACs in the region, and the new RAC is not going to compete with them, just to contribute to their works and studies together. So they'll enjoy this cooperation and collaboration with each other. But it's not nothing to do just with the existing RAC established under the Barcelona Convention, but also other institutions or research institutions in the world dealing with the climate change issues. So, as I stated, this kind of works could lead us to a new protocol as well. But we need some time for this. But the establishment of the RAC is the first stage. Then we can go on with the other possible policy decisions. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, because as we said, the ideas are very interesting. Absolutely, I'm not saying neither no, neither yes, because this requires a lot of analysis in order to come with the right rationale, and the decision, of course, is with those that own the convention and the entire system, which are our contracting parties. Me as a secretariat, my duty is to make sure that the proposal goes through the right procedure as has been already agreed. Now, in any case, let me thank you because it's very generous from Turkey as a contracting party to offer to the MAP system a national institution which includes the resources, as you said, for its operation. So it's a proposal that is, I can't thank you for that. I think it's important because it helps, irrespective of the decision to be taken at the very end by the contracting parties. And you also, it's important that you did mention that you make sure that the proposal will not create overlapping or will not encompass already the mandate that are already existing in the MAP system. So these are very, very important elements that I'm sure that will be taken into consideration. As we said, now the proposal is on the pipeline. I did receive it. We are going to have a discussion at the next bureau meeting, and then we'll see in line with the decision-making procedure of the contracting parties how it will go. But having said that, even the protocol as well, it's an interesting idea, definitely. And as we said, this requires a very strong rational, their own time and their own processes, as it was the case for previous protocols of the Barcelona Convention that has been adopted. So having said that, I just wanted to say that really I thank you for this proposal because it is meant in the direction of supporting the region, supporting and strengthening the capacity of the MAP system to handle the aspect of climate change that are becoming more and more important in our own region, as I said. So thank you for this, Secretariat. Definitely, this is very kind of Turkey that we are offering to the MAP system this proposal, and looking forward to the next step of the discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, Mr. Karan, for your explanation about this importance issue and the process that the proposal will follow. And thank you, Mr. Sema, for your contribution to about the establishment of a RAC. On behalf of Turkey, I believe all contracting parties to the convention will work together to combat with the climate change and adapt to climate change in the region. And the establishment of RACs certainly have an important role and positive implication for the balance of the geographical locations and contribute to collaboration between stakeholders and with the other MAP components. So it will be very, very important if it happens in the region to have a sustainable Mediterranean, also considering the climate change. And now I would like to summarize the side events, I mean the issues that we had. And I would like to give some information about the studies of Turkey about the establishment of a climate change, RAC, and the studies in the Mediterranean region. As it is mentioned by the distinguished guest, climate change is an urgent issue for the Mediterranean region, and we need to have an immediate action in the region. In this directive, it is a necessity to have a joint organization, coordination, and need for a new subsidiary body within the scope of these combating studies has been mentioned in the bureaus of the next coming, we hope, COP of the UNEP MAP Barcelona Convention. By cooperating with other regional activity centers in the Mediterranean region, the future climate change regional activity center would significantly enhance the current effort. It's an important point also of the regional activity centers and contribute to the regional resilience. I think it's the keywords for these side events, as well as the national, regional, and international responses to the impacts of the climate change. And as Mrs. Hema stated before, there is an approach, say ecosystem approach, and in order to have, in order to preserve the ecosystem of the Mediterranean region, these efforts will be very valuable. I would like to thank my esteemed guests for their valuable explanations, and then, with your permission, I would like to move on the questions and answer part. The floor is open for all of our guests for the contributions, for their comments, and for the questions. I think there is not, because the concept is very new. Yeah. And yeah, I would like to thank you for my panelists and for our guests for their contribution. And I would like to thank all people working to save and improve the environment of the Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Sound 1, 1, 2, 3. This pointer. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. Okay. Tabii buyurun. Evet, fazla. İki kişi daha gelecek. İki kişi daha gelecek. Ben iki kişi daha gelecek. Yo yo, moderatör de var. Evet. Biz hazırız. Ne zaman isterseniz başlayalım. Konumuz daha var herhalde.
Başlayalım o zaman. Değil mi? Hello, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues, welcome to this COP27 event titled Tobacco Consumption as an Environmental Sustainability Issue, Environmental Impact of Tobacco Products and Proposed Solutions that Complement the Solutions for its Negative Health Effects, organized by the Turkish Green Crescent Society with the invaluable support of the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank the Secretariat of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and African Tobacco Control Alliance. We're truly delighted to be here on this session with you all. My name is Zeynep Temel. I work as an expert at the Advocacy Department of the Turkish Green Crescent Society and will be moderating this side event. Thank you again for joining us. And now, please let me introduce our speakers. Today we have distinguished speakers and presenters with us. I would like to introduce them. They will talk about the environmental impact of tobacco products from different perspectives while suggesting potential solutions that also complement the public health solutions. And to start our event, I kindly invite Mr. Yasin Erol, Deputy Secretary General of the Turkish Green Crescent Society, to give his presentation. Mr. Erol, the floor is yours.
I think this works, isn't it? Yep. Hello, my name is Yasin Erol. I want to thank first for United Nations Climate Change Summit team and our ministry officers as well. And thanks very much for invitation. And in my presentation, I will talk about harms of cigarette smoke on air quality and health. In order, all the topics in this presentation will be as follows, which is health effects of secondhand tobacco smoke, environmental impacts of the particulate matter, background information on the national and international legal landscape of secondhand tobacco, the air quality monitoring study, and I will give you study markups. In scientific researches, we see that smoke includes various harms, both in terms of health and the environment. However, mostly people ignore the harm of cigarette smoke for an environment. Impact of smoking on air quality and its effects on ambient and indoor air pollution and climate change to be shown through the results of air quality monitoring study conducted by the Turkish Green Crescent Society. In air quality monitoring study conducted by Turkish Green Crescent Society in Istanbul between October 2019 and January 2020, particulate matter produced by cigarette smoke indoor smoking areas was examined. And both the negative health and environment effects of tobacco consumption quantified and evidence for the need to study tobacco control as a global and planetary issue strength. And what are the health effects of the smoke? When cigarette smoke was examined, it was seen that the same chemicals in content of paint remover, toilet cleaner, rat poison, pesticide, and exhaust smoke were determined. And this deadly mixture includes over 250 toxic or cancer-causing chemicals that cause a wide range of immediate and long-term health effects. And it has seen that smoking increases the risks of lung cancer, cardiovascular problems, and stroke, respiratory diseases, sudden infant deaths, upper respiratory and ear infections, and asthma in children as well. What is the environmental effects of particulate matter? And particulate matter pollution causes significant change in climate and weather conditions, causing acidification of the ocean and decreased rain quality in medium and long term, and global drought begins. And particulate matter pollution contributes to the greenhouse gas effect, worsening climate change. It prevents heat from leaving the planet, leading to the melting of the polar ice caps and the sea levels to rise. The oceans acidify due to carbon dioxide particulates, which also harm sea life. PM 2.5, an important cause of reduced visibility and creation of haze, degrading visibility in many cities and nature areas. Now, let's have a look at the national and international legal infrastructure of tobacco smoke. 181 countries, representing approximately 90% of the world population, have ratified Article 8 of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which is FCTC, and have undertaken the legal obligations which came through by this convention. Turkey firstly enacted the law on the prevention of the harms of tobacco products, which is law number is 4207, in 1996, and after that, 9 years later, became a party of the this framework agreement, which is FCTC, on 31st of March in 2005. And after that, with the regulations it made in 2008 and 2009, the smoking ban in both public and indoor areas was banned in restaurants, and it also included other commercial regions belong to provide entities. And in these parts, I want to give some more details about our air quality monitoring study. Between October 2009 and January 2020, Turkish Green Crescent Society conducted an air quality monitoring study across Istanbul, Turkey, as part of the campaign for tobacco-free kids. Our main aim in this study was to compare the air quality in smoking and non-smoking areas. In this context, studies were carried out to examine the air quality in 29 restaurants and coffee shops. And data among these 29 locations, smoking was observed in 19 venues and smoking wasn't observed in 10 venues. Data collectors spent at least 30 minutes in each venue and recorded the dimensions of the venue and any other possible sources of air pollution. The number of people inside the venue and the number of tobacco products being consumed recorded every 15 minutes. The PM 2.5 levels were measured and recorded continuously for at least 30 minutes. All of these studies were evaluated using the following two sets of globally recognized criteria, which is World Health Organization's target guideline, and the second one is Air Quality Index, developed by the United States Environment Protection Agency, which is EPA. What was the study markups in this program? We have seen that in smoking places, levels of PM 2.5 is at 414 cubic meter, but in non-smoking areas, this level drops down to 97 cubic meter, which is much more closest to the healthy air average. And we learned that tobacco smoking also affects air pollution through particles in the air. As you can see statistically, the level of harmful particles in smoking areas and the levels of harmful particles in smoking areas are dramatically different from each other. And as a result, we know very well that cigarette smoke is among the main causes of unhealthy and hazardous, dangerous air levels, and in this context, it has to be accepted as a global problem. And in this context, it is extremely important to take urgent action with exclusionary sanctions. Thank you.
We present our sincere thank you to Mr. Erol. Thank you very much. And now Mr. Léonce Dieudonné Sessou, Executive General of the African Tobacco Control Alliance, will give his presentation. The floor is yours, sir, Mr. Sessou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, allow me to congratulate the government of Turkey for organizing this event and extending my thanks to Green Crescent, our partner, and also recognize here the WFCTC Secretariat collaborating in this side event. I'm going to share with you on the impact of tobacco cultivation on the environment, specifically what we see as deforestation, biodiversity loss, and food insecurity around the globe. We have the opportunity with what we are seeing today in terms of tobacco use, that we have a treaty that is, as Mr. Yassin just said, we have this treaty on tobacco control, which is ratified by more than 180 countries around the globe. Tobacco growing is really affecting our planet, and this tobacco is a plant that is started. The plantation, that we see is from the Americas, and it was first of all, it grew widely, while because of the narcotic effect in the plant, it has been growing today commercially. We can see the commercial growth of tobacco around the world, and not just growing tobacco, but going through all the life cycle in terms of curing, manufacturing, and getting products, various products, as we can see here. Cigarettes, of course, well known, but we have today many other products from this plant. And in terms of growing around the globe, we can see that we have the leading tobacco producing countries here. We can see that we have China, we have India and Brazil, and 90% of tobacco, the production of tobacco is in the low and middle income countries. This is raising the problem we are talking today in terms of the impact on the environment. As we can see that these three leading countries, or even if we consider the low and middle income countries, they use a huge part of the land that we are sharing here. And the life cycle of the tobacco, as we can see from here, from the cultivation. Of course, we are going to talk more about the cultivation and the curing and the primary processing, but the life cycle goes to manufacturing, to the cigarette distribution of the tobacco products, but also we have the disposal. So at all level, at all stages here, we have waste, we have effects on our environment. Let's briefly talk about the harmful consequences that we have, but I'm telling you that at all level here, we have harmful consequences on our planet, our home for us all. In terms of, on this slide, you can see at production, cultivation level, you see at curing level, where we have today 5% deforestation goes around the world is from tobacco production. You can also see the effect on our sea, the marine pollution. Mr. Yassin talked about the air pollution. Let's move quickly, see on the three aspects, of the first three stages in the life cycle, what do we see? First of all, in terms of deforestation, soil effect on our soil, we can see clearly that to produce tobacco, we need land. And this is key to know that at production level, since this plant is a monocrop, they need to destroy the trees, but also they need to destroy the trees to cure tobacco. So this is a necessity that tobacco growers, they will feel that they need lands, and then they need to kill all the trees on the land. This leads to 5% of global deforestation, as I was saying, but also just some figures again here. You can imagine that 200 hectares, 200,000 hectares each year are cleared to produce tobacco, to cultivate tobacco. And approximately, when you see 30, when we have 300 cigarettes, imagine that to produce 300 cigarettes, they need to kill one tree. You can see there on the picture, killing trees in a country where we have from Tanzania in Africa, they need to kill and you can see the land. There is no more tree there. You can see a journalist sitting there. So the loss of tree leaves what? It leads to the erosion of the soil. So we have a depletion, and the soil is now empty. There is erosion. The curing at this level, again, they need woods. So this is another reason to kill and then to cut the trees to cure tobacco leaf. At this level, you can see a quote from someone in the region of Tabora, that is in the city of Kaliwa, saying that they need to decimate, like you see the number, the surface that they need to decimate. In that area, that in that city, they are killing the land. They are killing the land, and this is leading to really food insecurity, poverty, and biodiversity loss. Let's see the effect on the biodiversity quickly. This is just to say that tobacco production is resource intensive. It requires so many things from the land, but also, since this, as I was saying, is a monocrop, there is a need to really put more fertilizer, pesticide, and herbicide. This means that there is no way that we can grow another crop when you are growing tobacco. So with the community around the world, remember our second slide there, that those community, they suffer from food. They don't have food, they lack food because they are focused on a monocrop, that is tobacco, growing commercially. But what do they receive at the end is that the land is no more fertile. So the large amount of fertilizer that they use kill the soil, but also kill all nutrients that we can have from the soil. That's the loss, loss we are having on in the biodiversity aspect. The nutrients that will be available for the soil, they are all killed in this way. And water. Water is key for our food. Water is key for us to produce food. Water is key for our lands. Imagine that to produce every year, they need water, and the amount of water used is more than 20,000 billion of tons of water used in tobacco growing. This, I put some examples here. You can imagine that a swimming pool, Olympic swimming pool, is equivalent to 15 million of equivalent to this 15 million of Olympic pool. This is really something. Imagine one day in the Amazon river, the flow of water in one day. That is what is used to produce tobacco. And we have a concern here that I want to share with you that will take us to really take action. Is that there's a report from the WHO World Health Organization that examines kind of alternative, that we have to the tobacco growing. And it was noted that globally, the land used for tobacco growing, of course, even if it is less than 1%, someone here can say, yes, it's less than 1%, but let's see the effect we are having. The impact here globally is that we have around 2.2 to 4% of the lands that we are killing. And this, of course, is having a negative effect on the climate. We are seeing the climate change today. And also, lastly, is the environmental laws that we have. They are weak. They are weak. We remember we shared about the air pollution. We shared about so many other issues in this conference of parties. And we need to really put more effort in having some good laws to protect our environment, protect our nature. It means that we all need to take control of this situation. Thank you very much, and I will leave my colleague here to really take us through some of the possibilities we have in taking control of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank you very much, Mr. Sesso. Our third and final speaker is Mr. Calvin Koh Chuang Heng, Program Manager at the Secretariat of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Mr. Koh, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And firstly, I want to express my gratitude to the government of Turkey for organizing this side event here at COP27, and to our partners, the Turkish Green Crescent Society and the African Tobacco Control Alliance, for shedding some light on this important issue. So I'm just going to follow on from the two presentations and talk a little bit about tobacco product waste and offer some proposed solutions. Let's see. Oh, it's upside down. Wonderful. Thank you. So I think the previous speaker already mentioned, I come from the Secretariat of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. So we came into force in 2005. We are 11 years younger than the Climate Change Convention. And we have 182 parties covering 90% of the world's population. And we work based in Geneva, and we are hosted by the World Health Organization. So why are we here? Why is the tobacco control people here in a climate change conference? So we're here to shed some light on the fact that tobacco impacts the environment, and tobacco also has some repercussions on climate change. This is a study done by one of our researcher colleagues from the Imperial College of London, that it shows the annual contribution to climate change of the global cigarettes smoking supply chain. So this is what our previous speaker had talked about, the life cycle of tobacco from cultivation to manufacture to consumer to disposal. All of it has an impact on CO2 emissions, for example. It releases a year 84 million tons of carbon dioxide. Where does that go? To our Earth. Here, also from the Imperial College study, you can see the environmental impacts on the lifetime of smoking for one person, smoking an average of 20 cigarettes a day for 50 years. That's how much water gets lost. That's how much land is used, how much greenhouse gas is emitted, and fossil depletion as well. So I invite you to look at this report on our website. You can find a lot more details that talk about strengthening the link between tobacco and climate change. Now, the issue of cigarette butts pollution. 6 trillion cigarettes are smoked a year, and out of that 4.5 trillion are improperly disposed. So meaning they're discarded on the streets, on our water systems, in oceans, and they find themselves to be the most littered item on Earth. Even as you walk around outside this venue as well, I'm sure you'll find cigarette butts on the streets. So what we've done this year, the Secretariat worked with the United Nations Environment Program of UNEP, and we joined their Clean Seas campaign. And this was a campaign that was trying to shed light on hidden plastics. So plastics that you find in cosmetics, in textiles, in fashion, and also in cigarette butts, because very few people know that cigarette filters in cigarette butts contain cellulose acetate, which is a plastic, and it doesn't degrade, and it's really harmful to the ocean life and marine life as well. So I invite you to also check out our campaign materials on our website. There's lots and lots here, you can see. And really, it was the first time we collaborated with UNEP, and they approached us, and we really had a very, very successful collaboration with them to raise awareness on this issue. Now, the issue of also the cost of tobacco product waste. There's a table that you can see on the right there that shows how much it's costing countries, because who's ultimately paying for cleaning up the mess? It's not the companies, it's the government. And it's the taxpayers who have to foot the bill for cleaning up all this litter that is just choking the earth and choking our oceans. Now, the issue of extended producer responsibility. This is what we call the one who pollutes pays. So this is a concept that came out of Sweden from a master's degree student. And it basically is trying to show the point that the entity that is responsible for causing the damage and causing the harm should be the one that we held accountable to and responsible for paying the cost of this mess and this cleanup. So an example of what some countries are doing, what we call environmental tax. A couple of countries in Africa have already imposed this tax on tobacco products, on cigarettes, where they've increased the price. And this environment tax is meant to help with the cleanup costs that is caused by all this wasteful discharge. The European Union recently also, as part of their directive, have put in labels onto cigarette packs, onto cigarettes butts, to say that these contain plastic. So the EU is trying to do a lot for plastics reductions in the region. So this is one very exciting policy measure that we hope other countries will also replicate. Now, the issue of greenwashing. I mean, the environment community knows this term very, very well. For us in tobacco, it's quite of a new term, but it's really the companies trying to greenwash themselves. So meaning to show that they are actually very sustainable, very green, doing very, very well in the world in terms of environmental, social, and governance index ratings. But in actual fact, what are they covering up and what are they hiding up? They are hiding the fact that they are producing a product that kills 2 out of 3 people who use it. They are funding and producing a product that is causing all this environmental damage, as was already mentioned by my previous speakers. They do a lot of campaigns such as cleaning up beaches, funding environmental disaster relief. You can see that the tobacco industry was very active during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was an opportunity for them to get into the whole scene and appear to be the good guys, when in actual fact they are just what we call greenwashing again. So this kind of activity gives the impression that the industry is socially responsible, yet they are causing us an incalculable toll on human health, and now, as we are learning, also on the environment. So some of the measures that governments and ministries can do besides the extended producer responsibility measure. Now, with that measure, you've got to be careful, because anytime you involve the tobacco industry, this is an opportunity for them to get into the room, get into the space, get really comfortable with governments. And this is where the FCTC Convention has an Article 5.3 that provides safeguards to say that, look, the tobacco industry is not allowed, not welcome in any sort of public health policy making, because we are just tired of the industry constantly lobbying for weakened laws, weakened regulations that support them. Ultimately, they are for profit. For those of us working in health, in development, we are for something bigger and something greater. So governments, I think, need to be also be aware of that when they invite the industry to be part of the solution. They are not really. It's more about holding them accountable and exposing their tactics and letting them pay up for the mess that they are causing. So some of the other measures that I've highlighted there from this report that you can also get and see from the WHO website includes, well, for example, banning cigarette filters. If that's single-use plastic, it has no health benefits. Why are we even having them? The industry has hijacked this filters issue and marketed filtered cigarettes as a healthier option, when in actual fact it does nothing. Now it just pollutes the oceans and kills our fishes. So ban it. That's one way to do it. Implement the convention, very important, as the first speaker talked about smoke-free and air quality. Also supporting tobacco farmers to switch. We have an article in the convention that talks about letting farmers switch from growing tobacco to growing other more sustainable crops. We need food. We need crops that have value. We don't need crops like tobacco that have no intrinsic value except, for the smokers themselves and also for profits for the companies. So a couple of slides just to segue a little bit into a very important measure regarding tobacco taxes. I mean, this is one very important policy measure that contains in the convention. Raising tobacco tax is one of the most feared measure of the industry. Every time a government is threatening to raise tobacco taxes, the tobacco industry will go up in arms and they will just make a lot of noise and try to stop it. The graph on the right shows you that there's still a lot of room to go. The best practice measure for taxes is that for the price of the cigarette packs, at least 75% should be taxed. Right now we see in lower and middle income countries, that number is far lower than that. In higher income countries, it's closer to 75, but still we have a long way to go to make this a very effective measure. Health taxes is also very good for building back better as we are coming out of the pandemic. You get revenue for the governments. You reduce the health impacts of smoking by making cigarettes more expensive and inaccessible to the poor and to the young. And so it's a very, very progressive measure. Just a slide on tobacco-free finance. I mentioned the organizers wanted me to talk about that. This is an NGO based out of Australia called the Tobacco-Free Portfolios. Now, there's this huge push right now to get companies to divest away from investing in tobacco stocks and in tobacco companies. So I invite you to look into this what this group is doing, and they are really encouraging and mobilizing a lot of big corporations, CEOs from big companies, especially pension funds, superannuations, to show that there's no sense, no value in fighting against tobacco, but then at the same time financing and investing in it. So we need to be coherent, we need to be consistent with our actions, and tobacco-free finance is a good way to do it. Just to end with a couple of quotes, one from the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, at the last WHA in 2020. The pandemic is a reminder of the intimate and delicate relationship between people and planet. Any efforts to make our world safer are doomed to fail unless they address the critical interface between people and pathogens and the existential threat of climate change that is making our Earth less habitable. Right now, we're seeing all these big issues coming together: climate change, pandemics, tobacco. We all need to find that nexus. We all need to find that point of synergy where we can work together and leverage on each other and help make the world a better and safer place. This is the head of the Secretariat of the FCTC. I'm in Geneva, and here also she reiterates the point that this is there's never been a better time to encourage people and citizens to quit smoking. Governments can do a lot to help with that, and also to make sure that we protect our health policies from the interference of the tobacco industry. So here are some contact details. I welcome you to reach out to me and for any further information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We thank you very much, Mr. Paul. And with this presentation, we end this COP27 event titled Tobacco Consumption as an Environmental Sustainability Issue, Environmental Impact of Tobacco Products, and Proposed Solutions that Complement the Solutions for its Negative Health Effects. But before closing, I'll leave the floor to our panelists if they have any final remarks.
It works, yeah. And to be honest with you, I just thank you to organize this very special program. And the air condition is very important for climate change, and that's why, as a Green Crescent, we thought we do in our best in Turkey and all around the world as well, because confederation as well. We work all together with the 81 countries. That's why it was a very private, very special program for myself to explain our own averages, our own positions, actually. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Moderator. We have this great opportunity to raise this issue, in this COP27. Talking about climate change and tobacco production, we can see the consequences, let's say, harmful effect that we are having on our planet. I'm glad that the Turkish government, as a party to the convention, as the World Health tobacco control, the framework for tobacco control, as party has really put this at that high level and invested effort in it to get it at this COP27. I want to encourage other parties to follow this great example that when we have these gatherings, we have more discussion about tobacco control. From Africa, we know that we are still having the effect of tobacco growing and tobacco use. We really want the solutions to be implemented, and we want to call on all governments to really put more effort in this. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here.
Just to reiterate the point that tobacco is a development issue. It's not only a health issue. It's very important to realize that in order to make some impact on reducing tobacco, we need to work across sectors. So we're so happy that we're here amongst the environment community. It's a new space for us. I think it's the beginning of something longer term. We hope that we will be more present as well. And we thank you for the government of Turkey and to Turkey Green Crescent for giving us the opportunity. Tobacco control is such a critical pillar for the SDGs. We have a target 3.A, which talks about implementing the convention. It's something that we need to raise more awareness about, work across sectors, have more multi-sectoral collaboration, and countries like Turkey can lead the way in showing how this can be done. So I thank you for your attention, and I hope that you will help us to spread the word and help us achieve a tobacco-free world for the younger generations. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to mention that we shared the document. There is a document that was distributed as you mentioned that who pays for the mess that is created. We have a fact sheet that we distributed, raising bringing the solution. As you said, we need to make big tobacco pays for this, for the climate, for the mess on the climate. So the climate finance is possible. So there is a fact sheet that we share, and please read this fact sheet, and we need your support at this event, and at next COP, we'll meet and advocate again for that. That's why I'm here today as advocate for our world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of your really great, elaborate insights and presentations. And thank you once again. And as the Turkish Green Crescent Society, I'd like to also reiterate the importance of viewing tobacco products from a cross-cutting point of view, as they have many implications for both public health and climate change. And if our speakers have no ad, I'm right now closing this event. Thank you. For your presentation also, it was really great as well. Yeah, yeah, very round table event, right? Or somebody, you were in some part of the event flow, right? Alright, but I've heard of your name then, that's why, yeah, I heard that you were doing great things. Yeah, online then, yeah. Great, okay, I got
alayım siz.
Sağ olun. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun. Kaç senedeyiz? Kaç seneden?
Hakan Bey de bağlanmış görünüyor. Merhaba Hakan Bey.
Merhabalar, COP27 teknik ekipten konuşuyorum. Herkes sesimi duyabiliyor mu şu anda?
Evet, duyabiliyoruz. Tamam.
Evet, saat başında yayına gireceğiz. Sizden ricam konuşmayan kişilerin mikrofonunun kapalı kalması ve moderatörümüz söz verdiğinde mikrofonunu açarak konuşmaya başlamasıdır. Ekran paylaşımı hepinize onaylı bir şekilde açık. Bundan sonrası saat başından itibaren Cevdet Bey'in moderasyonu da sizde. Biz sizi hem sahneden hem de YouTube'dan olarak canlı izleyeceğiz. Şimdiden hepinize başarılar
yalnız bunu
diliyorum.
İngilizce söylemeniz lazım çünkü aramızda Türkçe bilmeyen de var.
Peki Cevdet Bey bunu siz aktarabilirseniz çok sevinirim. Dediğim gibi saat başında sizi yayına alacağız.
Will there be a official start? Somebody will be giving a one sentence start from the panel in Sharm el Sheikh. Bir kişi bir hani başlıyoruz diye bize bir anons yaparsa oradan ondan sonrasını ben devralırım.
Tabii efendim biz başlıyoruz diyeceğiz size.
Tamam, teşekkür ederim.
Evet efendim buyurun başlayabiliriz.
Dear guests and listeners, welcome to TÜSİAD's side event in COP27. The title is Twin Transition in Global Supply Chain. I'm Cevdet Alemdar. I'm the TÜSİAD's board member and leader of Energy and Climate Change Roundtable, as well as Sabancı Holdings Industry Group President. Today, we will be discussing about the twin transition, which is practically digital transition and green transition together. For any deed or for any process, digitalization provides unique opportunities in scale, in speed, and also in traceability. Those offerings are also providing a unique advantage for green transition as well, and the coherence between green transition and digital transition is and can even further make the world a better one. In this panel, with our distinguished panelists, we will discuss the critical role of this twin transformation and particularly the impact of those to the Turkish industry in many aspects, including global supply chains. Our panelists, our distinguished panelists are Mr. Fernando Castellanos, UN Global Compact Head of Climate and Environment. Mr. Fernando, welcome. We have Mr. Hüseyin Geriş, CEO of Siemens Türkiye. We have Mr. Hakan Bulgurlu, CEO of Arçelik. We have Mr. Pınar Mengüç, our Professor and Director for Center of Economy and Environment in Özyeğin University. And Mr. Durmuş Topçu, our President of Dove Turkey and Central Asia at Dove Chemicals. So to all panelists, welcome again. And without further ado, my very first question comes to Professor Mengüç. Dear Mengüç, how can we adapt and implement green and digital technologies to mitigate the destructive effects of climate change?
Thank you, Sayın Alemdar, dear Cevdet. I would like to thank to TÜSİAD and for the invitation here, and it's nice to be along with you on this important event. Well, as a university academician, I would like to talk a little bit about what we can do, but at the second round, I think we can get into the details a little bit more. But at this very moment, if you just think about the green and digital transition, and at this point, we are seeing several people at this on this case. What is just 1 minute? I'm sorry, this is one of the difficult things about being at home and handling this, because if the door, it keeps running. Well, what I would like to mention is, as a university, we can do lots of things. One of the most important things is the esteemed participants will talk about their parts. When we tell about green transition, when we talk about the importance of the climate change, it is important to realize how difficult it is to get into action. It's easy to talk, but then getting into action requires involvement of so many people in a different levels. So to be able to do that, we have to really work together, starting from the universities on. So I think what I would like to emphasize is the human capital that we are going to educate in the universities, and how we are going to really make them useful people in the companies in different ways. And for that, we have to look at the essence of the problems, and how we cannot really move people to the action. To be able to make them work on more effective ways, we have to make sure they understand what green is and what digital is, and how the interaction works. That interaction, unless we make them work together, unless we make them understand and implement them together, it will be difficult. So in the second round, I would like to talk more about the university's roles, but from the importance of the climate change. I think at COP, we don't have to talk about, so many people are mentioning all kinds of problems, and what we see now from the floods in Australia and year-round the problems that we hear, I think we are coming to that climate crisis point, and we cannot just come out with the talks. And I would like to emphasize a few other things. We have to give the opportunity to less fortunate people, because they are not usually vocal. They don't really tell their stories to us. But we have to own the problems as a group, not only for the country of Turkey, but we have to look at also the world, and we have to come into rescue of all kinds of people working on these problems. These are why parts, how parts, the answer to the question of how we can do. I think I will leave it to the second round, so I can get into that after that, if it is okay with you.
Thank you very much for the why part of the question, for addressing to the why part of the question. Now I would like to turn to our UN Global Compact head, Mr. Castellano. Can you please tell us about how this twin transition, why again this twin transition should be a prioritization for the businesses, for the private sector, and how does the twin transition correlates here with the sustainable development goals?
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, so we see the digital transition and the green transition sort of going hand in hand. We believe that the transition from gray to green economies presents vast opportunities in terms of driving prosperity, productivity, more and better jobs, inclusive economic growth as well. And the digital transition is goes hand in hand to this transition to the green economy. In that businesses can reap the benefits of having improved management, having sort of being able to tackle many of the challenges in terms of remote sensing and aspects that are specific to tackling climate change, getting more energy efficiency, and as well creating jobs. I believe that Professor Menguch's highlighting education is key. It's also education is a platform to really drive the green energy and the digital transition, and it's one of the pillars, I believe, in having economies throughout the world make that jump from a gray to a green economy, and sort of reaping the benefits from the digital transition and having better jobs, more efficiency, and having this ongoing dialogue with different stakeholders that will improve not just gradually, but having a faster development to a green economy. So it's a key ingredient in a mix of tools that we have available that we still need to work on to move much faster than how the world is going in terms of their nationally developed contributions and towards combating climate change in accordance with the goals of the Paris Agreement and the Climate Change Convention.
Thank you very much. Your answer refers that while the green transformation is being done, once the digital transformation comes, that makes a step change. It becomes more than a gradual thing. It becomes a step change, provides step change opportunities to us. And that brings us perfectly to our question to Mr. Geriş, the CEO of Siemens Turkey. Mr. Geriş, how do you think, to get into a little bit into the specifics, that in this process of twin transition, where is data? How does data play a role?
Yeah, Cevdet Bey, thank you very much, first of all. And thanks for TÜSİAD to organize this platform during the COP27. In your beginnings opening, you mentioned something about why are we really doing this? Why do we have the COP27 meeting? Why are we actually giving this topic such an importance? It is because we want to have a better world. And for having a better world, we need to really understand where we are, what kind of severe stage we really are. And for that, I was thinking about how to put it in the best way together, the importance of data. For me, using data means really to replace estimated data with primary data to understand really not only where we are, but also where we wanted to go. So in that context, to answer the question, role of data and how we can use it in the supply chain process itself, data usage means really, in this case, to calculate the CO2 emission, create a transparency, a traceability, as you mentioned also before, of the carbon footprint. And that is actually very important to reach and set really the target that we have internally in organization, but also with the effect externally. When we look at the key really data and usage itself in supply chain management, in this twin transition itself, it is based on an interactive cycle. We mentioned there an interactive cycle. And what does it mean? We have three key stepping stones here. Assessing the emissions, the data. The second one is really detecting biggest contributors internally and externally. And last but not least, with these data that we really have, is developing an action plans of where we want to go internally in organization, but also with our external world, with our suppliers, with our ecosystem, if you like. When we look at the supply chain management and data usage itself, to reach decarbonization in supply chain, we have many levers, but let me just mention very quickly three of them. It starts actually in the design stage. What we do is we create of every product that we use a digital twin. So we are creating already the digital twin of the products and the materials that we require. And after then, we actually start with our sourcing activities. So you create a digital twin of the product. You ensure when you do that the process itself and the product is environmental friendly, and then you really start your sourcing activities. That is actually why data is so essential. But the other thing is, how do you really assess where our suppliers are? Again, you come to this data topic that you mentioned before. We in the House of Siemens talk about a carbon web assessment tool, which is an economic tool to calculate the CO2 footprint of all products and services purchased by our company. So we provide this tool to our, let's say, suppliers, and our suppliers are entering all those data of those products, in regards to what kind of steps, carbon footprint, let's say, activities, etc., is affected into this tool in order then at the next steps to have a supplier target and actions plan for us to going forward. So that is the reason why it is so important. So in summary to your questions in regards to data from a suppliers is necessary to connect not only to cost opportunities classically, but more to the CO2 transparency by measuring carbon drivers to eliminate in a very early stage jointly with our suppliers actually the key aspects that we talked about. Last but not least, Cevdet Bey, but it's not only the carbon footprint itself. It is also how and who is really involved in the producing these products. So that is these data we need to also gather. And that is in particular the whole aspect of human rights violations possibilities. Who is really working on the, let's say, on this manufacturing process itself? It is not only the carbon footprint, this is the entire process, and therefore data are so quintessential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring explanation, Mr. Geriş. The usage of, as far as I took to know, the use of data in predictive models and as well as in assessment models, not only for carbon footprint, but also for the social and the governance aspects of the sustainability is also important. And that brings me to a very nice point that I want to ask to Mr. Bulgurlu. Mr. Bulgurlu, the last time we met in COP26 together in Glasgow, you were one of the first leaders who was referring to the supply chains and the problems that will be lived and that were actually being lived at those times. And within that time, this has not only decreased, but only increased even further. So as Arçelik, particularly with your experiences, what are the opportunities that you see in the global supply chain and digital transformation in the voyage of green transition?
Thank you, Cevdet Bey. I just came back from Sharm el Sheikh, actually. That's why I'm not wearing a tie. I know exactly where people are watching us on the screen now in the Turkish pavilion. The supply chain, of course, is one of the pressing issues, right? Because of the scope 3 emissions impact on global emissions, and all of these commitments, NDCs, that the governments and companies are making are largely dependent on their relationships with their suppliers. But I'll take a step back. We've had a couple of very difficult years in terms of supply chain. Everybody's aware of the shortage of chips. You buy a Mercedes car now, instead of 2 keys, they give you 1 key because they don't have enough chips for the second key. I mean, that's how far it's gone. Many companies have had to really limit their production or actually shut their doors for extended periods of time. What people don't really realize is that the only driver of that was not elevated demand due to COVID. It was also environmental factors. It was excessive drought in Taiwan, for example, which I don't know if you're familiar with chip manufacturing, but I'm sure you are. It takes considerable amounts of water. And these supply constraints were directly climate related, which actually exacerbated difficulties in supply chain. So this resulted in nearshoring, onshoring, again, geopolitical tensions between China and the US. The eternal competition was another reason for this. people were trying to diversify away from China. In our experience, 30 factories in 10 countries, it made a lot of sense to really diversify our supply base and actually bring them closer to home. Now, we also had front of mind the environmental impact that sourcing from long distances has. I mean, 30% of transport-related emissions are caused by global trade, which will have to actually be cut down by half. So I think it would be fair to say that Arçelik, not only in terms of supply security, but much more than supply security, has decarbonization in its sight when we are actually shifting and changing our supply base. I'm proud to say it was, I think, a big success of the team that we managed to bring the company so far without actually stopping or losing any capacity or production. Now we're in a distinctly different world. Demand is crashing worldwide. Inflation, war, especially energy inflation, is the main reason. And the pressure on all businesses is increasing because we are facing a warmer world. And all the data, 418 parts per million in terms of carbon in the atmosphere, is pointing to a much rougher near future than scientists had previously estimated. So companies like Arçelik have a very important responsibility to clean up our supply chain. Essentially, what we're trying to build now is full transparency all the way to the source. And we are advocating for global regulation. You'll very rarely hear a company CEO asking for global uniform regulation regarding transparency in supply chains. I would like to have a sticker on every washing machine and refrigerator we sell that when you scan will give you the exact source of the steel, the plastics, what percentage is recycled plastic, what the carbon footprint is regarding the manufacturing process, transport, and most importantly, scope 3, when that product is being used in the consumer's home. Some of our viewers may not know the difference, but essentially, Arçelik is totally clean when it comes to its manufacturing process. It has decarbonized already, but it doesn't really mean much because 98% of our emissions come from scope 3 emissions, which is the use phase of our products. When you consider our suppliers and the supply chain, I think this transparency is critical if we're going to bring that down by 50% as we've committed by 2030. And to do that, as you correctly pointed out, the only tool we have is digitizing and data. And we are now investing more than we ever have before to actually ensure that happens in the near future. I hope that's a useful answer for the panel.
That was a very nice answer, and the vision that you're putting towards the transparency also is worth for me to ask to Mr. Topçu here, who is also the co-leader of the TÜSİAD's Energy and Climate Roundtable, and a close friend/colleague for me. Mr. Topçu, Mr. Bulgurlu have addressed mainly towards the final customer and how the product reacts over there. And though is working in many areas in Turkey, particularly in terms of from packaging to mobility in many areas. But in the slightly backside of the chain, on the more in the B2B chain. So can you please tell us what is being done over there? What does sustainability mean and how do you cope with this? And how does the Turkish private sector trying to solve the challenges in sustainable green, in the terms of green supply chains?
Thank you. Thank you, Cevdet Bey, and nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So two of our panelists, and as the major manufacturing companies, they refer to the reliability and transparency on the supplier side. As a leading material science company, we have the responsibility and also opportunity to lead the industry where our expertise on material science and innovation can make the difference. We are, as Dow, are really committed and working to deliver a sustainable future by collaborating and innovating to expand our ability to make the positive impact on society and the planet. So that means in one side, we are reducing our environmental footprint and developing and implementing circular economy solutions and creating new materials that are more sustainable and safer. So three focus areas we have identified. Number one priority is the protecting the climate. So we believe we can make the biggest difference and drive industry-wide change. So climate change is one of the major challenges. We are committed to working with our suppliers, customers, and value chain partners to ensure Dow's ecosystem is carbon neutral by 2050. So as we started our actions via transparent and validated reporting during the last 20 years, we have a clear path to reduce our carbon emissions asset by 2030 and beyond. So we are optimizing the efficiency of our operations, investing in renewable energy sources, and innovating new low-emission production processes. We are also collaborating with our customers to produce products that contribute lower carbon footprint. Number two focus area is advancing a circular economy. Transitioning to a circular economy is not only vital to the preservation and protection of our planet's natural resources, but also to the success of businesses at Dow. As we transform to a circular economy, we are taking into account the product life cycle in everything we do and create, from creation to use and to disposal. Our waste management approach is also very important. We view waste as a resource. We are investing in new product technology, value chain partnership, business models, and waste management infrastructure to discover and scale sustainable solutions. Number three focus for to produce safer and more sustainable materials. A sustainable future can't be achieved without considering chemistry, because as we all know, more than 96% of the world's manufactured goods are enabled by chemistry. It has unlimited potential to bring value to our society and the environment. At Dow, we envision a future where every product we bring to market is sustainable. Most of our global and also local customers like P&G, Unilever, L'Oreal, and Arçelik are committed low carbon emission solutions. And I'm really glad to know and also to hear from Hakan Bey, they have already achieved net zero level via using our energy efficiency solutions. Regarding your question on Turkish private sector, Turkish industry, as you all know, has been a strong converter for European Union market as a net exporter for industrial consumer goods. So 45% of the export is moving to European Union. Turkey is the largest exporter in white appliances, second largest plastic packaging and furniture producer, and also very strong in construction, services, textile, and commercial cars. So this export focus on EU requires Turkey to build strong alignment with emission trading system, Green Deal, and carbon border adjustment mechanism as becoming high priority. I believe this approach will enable us to differentiate from Far East suppliers and build stronger relationship and growth. Specifically, after ratifying the Paris Agreement and committing to adopt net zero emissions by 2053 marks a new era in Turkey's climate. I think I stop here and go for the second round for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Durmuş Bey. If you will, we have already come to the second round and we continue with you. You have explained about the focus areas, particularly three focus areas, and briefly explained about your approach. Can we come a little bit more specifics on tools? On the what are the tools to achieve those sustainability targets, and how digital tools contribute to those goals?
As Hüseyin Bey and Hakan Bey mentioned, the transparency. So this is the number one step. We started setting the first 10 years EH&S goals by 1995 and continued multi-decade sustainability and a newly trackable ESG reporting, validated and aligned with international standards and protocols. So recently in 2020, we set new multi-decade targets to put us on a path to achieve carbon neutrality and eliminate plastic waste. Some of the tools and investments, we have 10-year commitments magnifying our company positive impact through collaboration with like-minded partners. So we have announced worldwide first net zero carbon emission site and 40% CO2 reduction in our European sites. Our 25% of purchased electricity are coming from renewable resources. We expanded our access to renewable power as industry leader above 850 megawatts. We are also developing advanced recycling feedstocks, which is very important for food packaging and medical packaging. As announced with Mura, Nexus, and Valoregen partnerships, which represents over 600 KTA projected supply capacity. By 2030, Dow will reduce its net annual carbon emissions by 5 million metric tons. This represents 30% reduction from the 2005 baseline. By 2050, Dow intends to be carbon neutral, scope 1, 2, and 3, plus product benefits. Regarding the packaging and plastic waste, by 2030, Dow will transform plastic waste and other forms of alternative feedstocks to commercialize 3 million metric tons of circular and renewable solutions annually. By 2035, Dow will enable 100% of Dow products sold into packaging applications to be reusable and recyclable. So those are the announced investment and our commitment on this green transition area. Of course, digitalization is a major tool for sustainability. We are becoming more customer-centric through digitalization and through expanded and integrated e-commerce capabilities. Digitalization enables us to create more efficient, more effective, and tailor-made solutions and processes. Such tools provide customers to reach the data and information that helps in product development, purchasing and sales, order delivery, invoicing, payment, and much more. So it gives the control to the customer. It gives them choice. This is what customer centricity is all about. We also have other tools through our web portal, process digitalization for the product from product formulation to the final delivery, end-to-end shipment tracking, real-time visibility on road and rail car shipments through the Dowcom for key and priority customers. We are integrating artificial intelligence, predictive technologies across all business operations to change the way we work. So our processes, to make smarter and more cost efficient, also faster product development and improve our customer experience. This is what I can share at the moment. And back to you, David Bey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Topçu. Hakan Bey, regarding this, in your first answer, you have emphasized the importance of traceability and visibility along the supply chain. And we are also aware that particularly European Commission now there are initiatives around digital product passports. Not only as the CEO of Arçelik, but also you are the president of APLIA, the European Home Appliances Association. So in that context, how do you perceive these policy frameworks and what would be their impact on home appliances in general?
Thank you, Cevdet. I'll share a more in-depth view with you in private when we see each other. But I mean, there is a joke to all of this. I'm now running the European Household Appliances Industry Association and have the enviable task of negotiating with the European Union bodies on regulation and the way forward. And one of those is the digital passport you're talking about. And I often joke when I'm talking to the European Parliament that, they haven't let Turkey in yet. It's been 40 years, but I found the back door and I came in. It is a European governing body after all. But speaking first on behalf of Arçelik, I should say that digital transparency and making the consumer aware and of basically the impact, environmental impact of the product, but also the impact on their wallet, right? How much energy the thing consumes. I mean, today you call it an A product or a C product. One means more efficient than the other, but it doesn't give you any idea on actually how much power this thing consumes and what it costs you. And I think it's the industry's responsibility to implement software and IoT solutions that will continually inform the consumer of the differences and benefits of when they should be operating the appliance, for example. Anyway, that's a sidebar. But digital solutions are clearly the most important, and Fatih Birol, my friend at the International Energy Agency, he calls this the first fuel. Digital solutions are simply the most important tool we have in this fight that we're calling, I mean, I call decarbonization, but you can call it climate change, you can call it whatever you want. It's clearly human caused, and the clear reason is carbon and methane, and we need to reduce those. So the first line of defense there is actually using less power. And when we take 4 product categories, this is very interesting: lighting, electric motors, heating and cooling, and refrigeration. I'll repeat it because it's worth remembering. Lighting, heating and cooling, electric motors, and refrigeration consumes about 40% of all power globally. Today, technologies are available that would reduce this by half, meaning that if there was global, and I'm speaking as Arçelik CEO, not Aplia, because this is not the Aplia view. If we were able to regulate across the world, uniform regulation, dictating the use of best available technology today, globally, we would reduce energy consumption by about 20%, which would mean that we could shut down 2,100 coal-fired power plants, which would take us very far along the stated goal for 2030 on the 1.5-degree path. Now, that does raise some questions. Obviously, the global south would need some financing because these technologies cost a bit more. But trust me, the amount of money required is easily achievable when you look at the savings that it would bring. Now, things like the digital passport, I believe, will enable industries, entire industries, to reach this. But it's not enough. I mean, we need really not only design efficient appliances and make them available as an industry, we also need to, as it was mentioned earlier, really take care of our emissions in scope 1 and 2, meaning in the manufacturing processes. And that comes from establishing our own power plants, for example. I mean, this year we will have, by the middle of next year, we'll have at least 20, but our stated aim is to have more than 50 megawatts of solar power. And we're not a power generating company. We're actually an appliance manufacturer. So, you know the power business better than me. By 2025, we'll probably be closer to 100 megawatts. That's power plant capacity. And the simple reason there is we want to produce as much of the power as we can that we consume ourselves. And we have all of these flat roofs around the world with a great solar footprint. So it makes no sense that companies are not producing their own energy. We need solutions like this, and we need solutions like this to be dictated by authorities like the EU. And that needs to feed through to the information going to the consumer. Also, I think digitization has a big part to play in our manufacturing technologies. Our plant in Ulmi was chosen by the World Economic Forum as a lighthouse factory. We invested a lot of money in this factory to make sure that everything is, automation levels are very, very high, but not just that. It basically is a smart factory that learns and changes processes to make it more efficient, which means that the amount of waste is reduced. I mean, in numbers, we save roughly 17% energy per product, 25% reduction in water consumed. Overall, of course, this adds up to massive numbers. And in a country like Romania, it's very, very meaningful for their country's emissions. In short, what I want to say is initiatives like the digital passport will enable both companies and countries and consumers to choose more carefully and really impact with their choices how companies behave. Not just in terms of decarbonization, but also in terms of single-use plastic, recycled plastic content in the products. All of these will be visible, and I am for it, very much for it. And I actually can't wait for the day that all of our competitors are required to do the same. Us at Arçelik, we're already actually tracking all of this and reporting all of this. So it will finally bring a level playing field for all competitors.
Thank you very much. And your joke, I would vote for that one for myself. One thing, up to now, we have talked about digitalization. We have talked about data. We have talked about policy. And how does that reflect what we should do at the private sector for those? But we haven't touched one thing yet that I think is very important, and Mr. Gelish, I know that it is in his heart that when we are talking about resilience of supply chains or any sustainability efforts, then the main thing is human and human capital. And I know that Mr. Gelish is one of the pioneers in Turkey in that area, in that aspect. So, Mr. Gelish, what is the role of human and human capital in this equation?
Yeah, I think wherever we touch, the key aspect are the humans. And in regards to this entire process, I think it begins with the humans itself in developing, of course, in educating and nurturing existing and future labor force to understand what we really want to do, in particular the green and digital transformation itself. So therefore, it starts with really a transformation, a cultural change as well. And but I have to also say, when we talk about cultural changes, very often people think culture should not be changed. And I always say culture should be changed as long as we have the same values. So you change the culture, you change the mindset of the people in order to really, reach the new thing that you want to do. I think it starts there with people. But the other topic is really every second, every microsecond, we are creating data. So we have so much data, but do we really understand all the data itself in order to put usage into it? So the other aspects I would like to answer your question is we need more people who are really educated in data analytics itself. That is one of the hottest topics going forward in the next few years. Having people to understand the data and bringing out of this data really the efficiencies, what we are really looking for. And the last aspect, and I keep it short, is actually when we talk about problems itself, we need different kind of profile of people. Not always the same people, like, for example, a gentleman's club. We need also for that, females, who think different, approach these problems different. People from different cultures, as Hakan Bey said, for example, he has operations around the world, bringing those people into the, let's say, to the tables and solving those people's the problems together. So that is so important to have this people aspect to the highest level. I'll give it back to you.
I cannot agree with you more, particularly diversification part. And I think it's also a job that you have given to me and Mr. Topçu, that next time we meet, there should be at least 2 women talking here instead of a gentleman's club like we do right now. But on the other hand, I'm also pretty happy that I'm seeing many women that are watching us also in the stand over there and as well as in the internet probably. And taking this culture element and that education element, maybe we should go to Professor Menguç and ask him about how the universities can contribute to those goals.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Cevdet Bey. As a matter of fact, the last comments by Hüseyin Bey allowed me to start my point right away, right at that point. One thing I would like to mention that most of the time, if you look at the universities, we are working on silos, different departments, different institutes. They are working on their problems, but not necessarily understanding. Even today's talk, green transition and digital transition. How many people really know the green as well as digital transition so they can work together at the same time? Indeed, for that reason, in the last 10 years, we have been working at the Center for Energy, Environment and Economy to make not only disciplinary or multidisciplinary teams, but also interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary teams. What we emphasize is if you are going to solve the green and digital transition at the same time, you need to bring those people work together at the university level. And then maybe at the companies in a boutique way, you have to really educate the company workers towards the boutique goals of that company. There, I would like to emphasize one important thing. It's the intuition. Indeed, I think Hussein Bey touched that issue. People should know what they are doing with the data. Think about what do you do with data. Indeed, the data, when you talk about data, for example, for buildings, for thermodynamics, for all the things developed based on thermodynamics, data is just to make people comfortable. So somehow you need to feel something good, and to be able to do that, you have to go to digital information and use that digital information, change the mechanical systems. But sometimes it's better to start this a priori. So maybe you should work with the architects to start with. So you don't need to just change the data and the conditions to make humans comfortable, but also you make everything comfortable to start with. So when you bring the architects together with the engineers, with the digital workers, then you come out with a ecosystem that will work on the actual systems. And I think I would like to emphasize on innovation here, because talking with all CEOs here is very important. They know their problems, they know their directions, so I don't have to repeat everything again. But one important thing is everything will be different in 10 years. So we have to start working on the problems of 10 years in the future. And we would like to work this challenge with as many people as possible. As far as well, again, Hussein Bey's comment about having women here in the panel, I am proud that in our center we have almost 50% women working on different problems. One other thing that I would like to emphasize is among all these things is the energy efficiency is the most important. But it's not just the energy efficiency, it is the resource efficiency, it's the material efficiency, it's time efficiency, all of these. And just imagine how you can handle it. Let me tell you a few things about energy efficiency. When you look at the energy efficiency, it's different than the energy savings. Energy savings is basically turning on and off something or making it or buying it from somewhere which uses less energy or, of course, does not cause major problems as far as carbon dioxide or methane emissions. But energy efficiency requires innovation. Innovation starts from day one. You need from the mining of the raw materials to bringing them and then eventually putting them together, selling it, and after that, knowing what to do with the entire system. How many different engineers or professions you can see in this process? You see industrial engineers, business people, architects, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. All of them need to know their questions. They need to learn their language. When you come to the energy efficiency, then you begin to talk another language. Second law of thermodynamics. I have to emphasize that one. Without the second law of thermodynamics, you cannot really move ahead. I will stop here, but hopefully these will be our future challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menguç. In this talk up to now, and that we are coming to the last comments from Mr. Castellano, but look, Mr. Castellano, all the speakers here, in their answers, they have somewhat touched either directly or indirectly the humane part, the governing body part, and the person's part, the hard part of the subject. And I'm very well aware that in UNGC you are working on a concept called just transition. So I think it's fair that we finalize this panel with your comments about the just transformation and how does that link to the puzzle of the twin transition that we are talking.
Well, again, Hussein Bey's comment about having women here in the panel, I am proud that in our center we have almost 50% women working on different problems.
Yes, thank you. So, the concept of just transition it's we could say a sibling pillar to the digital and green transformation and transition. The just transition is about ensuring that while we're moving towards a net zero future, we're keeping people and job creation at the heart. The ILO estimates that about 18 million jobs could be created um, in the green transition by 2030. And many of these jobs are obviously on the digital transition. We've seen a growth in employment um, on, on workers who are, let's say, digitally proficient, who are software engineers and who work with data and digitalization. And this trend is obviously going to continue most likely. And it's the just transition is also, you know, there's the opportunity for more jobs, but it's also about working with those whose jobs, you know, there would be a difference where the jobs are lost and where the jobs are created as we move towards a green transition. But certainly the digitalization is a pillar that can help, since many engineers, many people working on the digital aspect of things, we've seen it lately in the past few years, they don't need to necessarily be at one specific location. So it is one pillar that is closely connected to the other two that can benefit the green economy, the digitalization, and people, since sort of tackling climate change and working on decarbonization, in the end, it's all about people, about humanity, as Anna has mentioned. So it's sort of I would say we have the twin transformations, and just transition would be another sibling in that to those transformations.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And as closing remarks, I feel privileged to be talking with such knowledgeable, not only knowledgeable, but also people who are putting their hearts and efforts to this goal. And I also would like to thank particularly to the Turkish Ministry, Environment Ministry, and particularly to Mr. Mehmet Emin bin İlpınar, who had worked a lot to make Turkey's efforts even more performing in the coming years. And thank you all for joining today's call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. True pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Stop. Acaba?
Oturumumuz sonlandı efendim. Çıkabilirsiniz. Teşekkür ederiz.
Mehmet Emin Bey oralarda mı?
Buralarda
Sayın
ama
Bakanımız.
kendisi toplantı alanımızda değil efendim.
Tamam. Sayın Bakanımıza da selamlarımızı ve teşekkürlerimizi iletirseniz sevinirim.
Baş üstüne. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun.
Sağ olun. Sağ olun. Görüşürüz.
Gel Arkadaşlar merhaba, siz bizi duyuyor musunuz? Ses denemesi yapıyoruz.
Merhaba, duyuyoruz
Süper.
Nuri gayet net.
Duyuyorum ben, merhabalar.
Ol yaşam. Kemal Hoca'yı bekliyoruz galiba değil mi? Online bir de. Özge, background çok güzel olmuş.
Thank you for co-hosting. Ben
Tuğba, sen
arka
de duyuyor musun bizi?
planı duyuyorum telefondan.
Selam.
Telefondan bağlanıyorum da.
Senin sesin
Arka
biraz az
plan.
geliyor ama.
Nasıl şimdi Nuri?
çok
Ben
daha iyi.
bilgisayarda sıkıntı oldu da telefondan bağlanıyorum.
Tamam. Şu anda çok iyi. Kemal Hoca'yı da bekliyoruz. Sonra başlarız. Evren de burada. Biz tam takım olduk.
Arka planı nereden değiştiriyorum ben buradan? Zoom uygulamasına gireceksin Tuğba'cığım. Telefondan nereden? Zoom'un uygulamasından gireceksin. Araçlar. Tamam. Background olması lazım. Oradan background'a imaj eklemen gerekiyor.
Arka plan efekt. ID.
Vallahi telefonda şu anda hiçbir şey yok yani. Toplantı ayarları. Arka plan diye bir şey var.
Hiç kapatmadım, bakayım nerede. Gözü göstermiş, kapatmadım. Şeye bakıyoruz değil mi şu an? Bir kişi eksik. Tamam, sorun değil. Ben şimdi artık onlara kamerayı sahneye çevireyim. Burayı bir...
Öyle nasıl? Tuğba. Yapamadım.
Çok daha iyi görünüyor.
Daha iyi görünüyor. Tamam. Neyse, tam bir şanssızlık oldu bugün de. Bakalım.
Fırsat kullanmazsınız herhalde. Oturuyorsunuz diye düşünüyorum. Sunum yapıp sunumu olan yoksa kullanmak
yapacağız. Özge, benim arka planda olmuş mu? Denedim.
Evet,
Tamam,
gayet
değil mi?
iyi.
Tamam,
Evet,
süper.
evet.
Arkadaşlar saat 6'da değil miydi?
Hocam WhatsApp'tan bir yazışma oldu. 5'e alındı.
Hadi ya, benim haberim yok.
Hay
Şu
Allah,
anda
arasaydık keşke.
sesimizi tüm KOP dinliyor arkadaşlar. Onun bilgisini de vereyim.
Şu arka planı yapayım o zaman ben de bir sırada.
Bizim sesimiz duyuluyor. Bizim sesimizi duyuyor musunuz hocam? Heh,
Duyuyorum.
tamam, süper.
Arka plan nereden yapıyor?
Evren Bey, Evren Bey, telefonunuz var. Ee, 2 dakikaya başlayacağız birazdan. Tam saatinde başlayan yegane yan etkinliklerden birisi olacak. Evren. So let's start. Welcome to Turkey's NDC and long-term climate change strategy process side event today. And we are very happy to share our experience and work with you. We will have opening remarks by Tuğba Dinçbaş, who is the Deputy President of Climate Change Office. And then in the panel discussions, we are very happy to having our key experts on this process. We will hear the process and information from Evren Türkmenoğlu, who is the team leader of UNDP in this process. And then we will hear more about the model from Kemal Sarıca, who is the modeling expert on this process for UNDP. And we will hear from Özge Bozkırlıoğlu on industry sector. And lastly, we will hear from İzzet Arı about the building consultant at UNDP. But of course, before all this, we will hear from Tuğba Seyyah, who is the project manager for UNDP Turkey on this long-term strategy process. So I would like to give floor to Ms. Tuğba Dinçbaş for her opening remarks. So please, you can start.
Thank you, Nurit, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you to this side event on Turkey's NDC and long-term climate change strategy process. First of all, I wish all of you a very productive COP. I'm Tuğba Dinçbaş, Vice President of Climate Change Presidency. I'm responsible for mitigation and adaptation policies, and I also coordinate NDC and LDS preparation projects. In line with our 2053 net zero target declared by our president last year, area in our first fight against climate change with net zero emission and green development targets of our country. In this regard, Turkey has been preparing long-term climate change strategy for 2053. In line with our net zero emission target, we also updated our NDC, which has been announced by our minister 2 days ago here in COP. In this context, as Turkey, we increased our emission reduction target that we announced as 21% from business as usual by 2030 to 41%. A bottom-up and scientific model software is used along with other tools to develop this NDC. The model is an integrated model. Kemal will give details on it. The NDC process is conducted in consultation with all of our institutions and private sector with a scientific, inclusive, data-driven and transparent approach. The NDC and LTS are being developed with the support of UNDP Turkey. I would like to thank UNDP Turkey and our project team for their hard work, especially Kemal and our modeler and Tuba, our project manager, for their devoted work. Our announced NDC is economy-wide, including 7 emission reduction sectors, such as energy, industry, transportation, agriculture, buildings, waste sector, and carbon sinks. And it also includes an adaptation component. I'm happy to be here today to open our event, where we will share with you our work on NDC and LTS and discuss it with our valuable experts. I'd like to conclude my words here and give the floor to Mr. Nuri Özbağdatlı. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dinçbaş. And we are also very proud to collaborate with Climate Change Office during this very important process as UNDP Turkey. And now I would like to give the floor to Tuğba Seyyan. She is the project manager for LTS process in UNDP Turkey. And we would like to hear her highlights on LTS and NDC development process. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuri. Today I would like to touch upon the LTS and NDC process and the story behind 15th November NDC announcement. After ratification of Paris Agreement, tackling with climate change has gained a real momentum in Turkey. As is known, Turkey announced its net zero target by 2053, which is an important step for Turkey. As all we know that LTS can help guide diversification and transformation of an economy, clarification on economic development and climate change priorities, including plans for domestic clean energy technologies, technology transformation can in turn help provide early signals to investors in the private sector as well as for new possible directions for research and development, and also beyond the domestic functions that are served by the adopted LTS, it will also inform the international community about the contribution that country intends to make in terms of climate change related actions. We have a big team under LTS and NDC. We have a team leader, energy, industry, transport, agriculture, LULUCF, waste and building experts, modeling and economy modeling experts. We started to work on December 2021 with a big opening ceremony with the participation of approximately 300 stakeholders from public institutions, private sector, NGOs, and also academia. Meanwhile, we made policy mapping for each sector, including review of other countries' long-term and short-term policies and technologies, and also make stakeholder mapping for providing good communication with them, and also a bottom-up scientific model, which is TIMES model, is used along with other tools for the projections for NDC and long-term strategy. We modeled all sectors under the same model to see the interactions and synergies between the sectors. And as you know that the Climate Change Office organized Climate Council at the beginning of this year. Also, we started the work with the council. We gave support as project team to the Climate Council mitigation part and have chance to contact with several stakeholders at the same time and discuss mitigation policies and measures with, at the policymaker level. And in the light of the Climate Council decisions, we started modeling study and also preparation of short and long-term target policies and actions under each sector for LTS work. During this process, we engaged with all ministries, private sector on data collection, setting the assumptions, formulating policies and measures for the scenarios, discussing the results with an iterative process. We held approximately 100 meetings with related stakeholders under each sector. And we hold several meetings with private sector NGOs to understand their expectations and their plans for long-term and short-term policies and their targets. And mitigation targets for 2030 in line with the 2053 vision is delivered from the model. After technical work was completed, all these assumptions, data, projection results were submitted to the Climate Change Office for the guidance of policy-making process. And at the same time, three mitigation working group meetings were held with the participation of the ministries, and we get their feedbacks and revised the NDC projections according to the feedbacks, and then all the revised results discussed under Climate Change and Adaptation Coordination Board, and final decision was made as announced on 15 November. We will continue our LTS work at the same time, and we will continue our LTS projections and discussions, meetings until the third quarter of 2023. We determined the long-term and short-term strategies and policies under LTS work, and now we will project all these policies under the model and discuss our results with our stakeholders, mitigation potentials and cost of mitigation with our stakeholders, and determine the pathway to net zero target. And after all these work completed, we will make macroeconomic analysis under this project to determine the cost of mitigation policies and also externalities, employment effects under these results. And lastly, I can say that we aim to complete climate change long-term strategy and action plan in a participatory, inclusive, data-driven and scientific way. Thank you very much.
Great. Tuba, thank you very much. And actually you highlighted that we really provided the technical level decision-making options to the Climate Change Board and to the government. And here we should really thank to Ms. Tuba Dinçbaş, Deputy President of Climate Change Office. She was always helping. She has been always helping us. And after our support at technical level to the decision making, the Climate Change Board decided to announce an NDC 2 years ago by Minister Krum, and we should continue, and we would be continue on preparing the LTS as you highlighted in a scientific way and collaborative way for the 2053 net zero target. And as you also said, there's a big team, and we have the team leader here with us, and we would like to hear really a proper LTS and how to manage all this team and including the sector levels process for a proper LTS. And what is a proper LTS?
Thank you, Nuri. Well, the nature, the contents, and the structure of a long-term strategy depends very much on each country's specific national circumstances, their climate policies and measures. So we cannot talk about a single format and a single content for a long-term strategy. But there are some key elements that must be considered and must be written in that strategy to have a robust and an effective LTS. So the first and one of the most essential elements is to have a vision. So what is the country's ambition and objectives in terms of climate change? In Turkey's case, we have a net zero target that must be reached at 2053, and also we will do it in a way of a green and sustainable development pathway. Then all long-term strategies include mitigation and adaptation targets and goals. And each goal must be quantified, if possible, for each specific sector and action. And we must include, well, this also depends on how the mitigation goals are defined for a specific country. But, for example, a base year, end year, interim targets for each action or policy, and also a net zero target year if it is relevant for the country, and also a peak year also if that is how the country developed its mitigation pathways. Then we come to the coverage of the long-term strategy. So which sectors and which gases are covered within the LTS? Well, transparency and clearness of this document is very important. So countries transparently and clearly define and write which are the sectors that are included in the LTS and which gases are going to be tackled and mitigated. So as Tuğba mentioned, there are methodological issues. There are ways to develop the emission pathways and the target years or the peak years. So all methodological assumptions and approaches must be included. And one of the key elements is accounting. So how do we track the progress? How are we going to measure the amount of emissions that are being emitted? Or, for example, for the sinks, what would be the methodological approach or the accounting approach to measure the amount of carbon stocks in a country? So the LTS should include sectoral actions, and all the things that I've mentioned should be given for each sector. So each sector should have a policy start date, policy end date. It should have a quantified mitigation target if it is relevant for that sector or action. So all actions and policies have co-benefits. So these, if possible, should be considered. So what would be additional benefits of an action? What are the expected co-benefits of an action? This should be also included in the document. So this also means that all policies have interactions with other development goals or other strategic documents that are published. So these should be also linked, and the interactions with these should be also given. One of the key challenges is to find finance, and in terms of financing, there should be two key points that should be explained. What are the domestic financial availability for each action, and what is needed to reach the inscribed goal? The country should also consider the fairness of each action. So this is not a clear issue. It's not easy to define what is fairness or what actions are fair or what actions are not. But again, it should be considered in the best possible way the country can. Coming to adaptation, this is also a very important point. This should include the possible risks or possible impacts of climate change, and what would be the adaptation actions for the humans and for the ecosystem. Well, having a target for mitigation is very good, but what would be the pathway to go there? So this means what would be the emission budget? So there are different lines can be we can draw from one point to another. So these pathways and interim targets for each action and sector should also be included in the long-term strategy. And we should not forget that a strategy document is a living document. So each LTS should have a component on monitoring and revision. By this we mean that specific indicators should be determined, and this should be monitored. And this monitoring will be done by who? Which organizations? Which organization would be the coordinator? Which are other relevant organizations which would be involved in the monitoring and revision process? We should also give the frequency and methods for monitoring and revision of the long-term strategy. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Evren. And actually, when you talk about this, it looks like a big book with chapters, but also intertwined each chapter. And here, I think it is very important for the economical part of it. And the models is a tool for showing if it is feasible and what would be the consequences to economy when we have a target and through our pathways. And at that point, we are very lucky having Kemal Sarıca with us in the team. So he is the modeling consultant for UNDP. And actually his work is very important for us, and he worked tirelessly. Even after an unfortunate accident, he continued to work. And thank you very much for this to Kemal Sarıca. But I would like to hear from him about really the model and the modeling approach for an LTS. Please, Kemal Hocam. Sorry, Kemal Hocam, I think you are on mute. Can you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Nur. When we have initiated this project, there were various questions to be answered to start the modeling issues. First of all, with the initiation of this project, we have assumed that no loss of welfare to the economy should be inherited within the emission reduction efforts. And second of all, while we are carrying out all the necessary efforts to abate the CO2 emissions within the economy, everything that is considered should be transparent and should be accountable for the future continuity of the efforts for climate changing future. In that respect, we have initiated the model development with a bottom-up model. We have counted 7 of them, yes, but each one of them constitutes many subsectors, as Özge and İzzet is going to talk about their sectors. Besides those, we have other sectoral experts as well that we have spent days, weeks together to model their specific model structure so that we can implement the technological innovations as well as policy regulations, as well as strategies that we are discussing in this bit of moment. So I want to thank you, Professor İlkay Delal. Thank you, Özgür Şakı, as our waste consultant, waste expert in the modeling efforts. I want to also thank you to our transportation sector consultant, Professor Hediye Tüydeş, our industry expert Özge here in front of you, and I want to thank you, İzzet Arı, in the development of building sectors, and many other people that we have collaborated to form the technology part for each sector, and the data that we have collected with all our experts and their assistants and the other government body organizations. They have helped a lot while we are forming that bottom-up model. As experienced people know, the bottom-up model starts with the data, and in that respect, all our experts plus our government body helped a lot in that process. Besides that, even though we are saying that we have 7 sectors, also the interactions between those sectors has been designed and have been discussed. The technologies, the commodities, the fuel price projections that will trigger such kind of interactive impacts, the infrastructure that we have currently under use and planned to be constructed is also considered for future planning time horizons. Besides, as Tuba has mentioned, GDP and population was a key indicator in the model development, and we have revised a lot in that respect. I want to pass my greetings to State Budgeting Office of Presidency for updating their GDPs several times while helping in the process. Besides, I want to thank you, Minister of Energy, while in the formation of electricity sector development and their help in the process of answering our valuable questions to understand the process that they are passing through. And even though Tuba mentioned that we have started all of the things in the December, we have planned the model development and other things as well way before than that, so that the sectors that we have included, such as industry, is formed by having various meetings with the iron and steel producers associations, cement producer associations, and sometimes not everything flows smoothly, and we have had good discussions with them for the future of those sectors. In that respect, I hope that the model developed in that structure will help the decision makers as a decision support tool within the LTS development, as well as future market structures for carbon trading, as well as the possible regulations that will be designed for CO2 abatement mitigation efforts, for supporting CO2 mitigation efforts as well. We have covered CO2, methane, nitrogen oxide, and carriers within the model. I hope that on a personal basis, the efforts will continue on a continuous basis so that the model development, the model updates will be continuously carried out to help the decision makers within that hard policy making process. I hope I have enlightened as much as I can with a given limited time without any technical difficulties. I hope everything will be much better in the coming decades. Thank you for the listening.
Kemal Hocam, thank you very much. And I share all the hopes you expressed. And actually, as you see, our talk is started with a vision part, thanks to Tuğba Dinçbaş. And then Tuğba Seyyah highlighted the process for LTS with support from Evra Bey in terms of the frame and content and also the principles. And actually, you, Kemal Hoca, provided very good information on how these linkages by 7 sectors need to be prepared, and from bottom up approach is needed. And now we will go in a little bit detail, one of 7 sectors, and we will hear from Ms. Özge Bozkırlıoğlu about the industry sector, and we would be happy to hear elaborating industry sector mitigation actions and transformation needs, and one of the high emitter sectors in our LTS along with energy. So Ms. Özge Bozkırlıoğlu, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon to COP27. Before start, I would like to thank the Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and UNDP for co-hosting this event. And I am responsible for the industry sector in the project. Now I plan to first talk about the quick overview to the Turkish industry, and then I will summarize what we are going on, what we are working on, the actions and the plans for the LTS in the project. So, as many other countries, industrial sector is one of the most important sector for the Turkish economy, and the largest share of the industrial sector belongs to the manufacturing industry. And our industry contains a diverse range of manufacturers, primary and secondary producers, and who are collectively account for a sizable portion of our GDP. When we look at the distribution of GDP by sectors, the industry share is average 22%, and there is a little fluctuation between the 1998 and 2020. Steel, chemical, pharmaceutical, electrical, electronics equipment, construction material, automobile, of course, apparel are the significant export subsectors. When we look at the capacity utilization rate, it would considered the high level, that is 80%, and the lowest capacity utilization rate we experienced during the last 3 decades was around 67% during the global financial crisis in 2009, and of course during the pandemic it's around 70%. I also like to talk about main policy documents which are touched upon some policies related to industry sector. Our 11th development plan just covers the principal goals, including the improvement of the production of industries, and it underlined that our industry is still heavily reliant on the import. New technologies will have an essential role in competitiveness and achieving, of course, the long-term strategy targets. And the penetration of new technologies in the manufacturing industry, and maybe we will say in particular the ability of developing innovations are necessary for business to join that harder competition in the global economy. When we look at the level of technology, the high tech companies is little less than 1% share, but they receive the 3.5% of the turnovers. So it is almost 6 times bigger than the share of the number of companies. In terms of the low-cost carbon development pathway, the technology profile in the industry sector will be one of the leading determining factor for sure. The investment capacity of the technology-based firm is estimated to exceed 5 billion Turkish lira by 2023, according to the Turkish Industry and Technology Strategy document. And in the regulatory area, Turkey has started to develop an MRV system in 2015 from this date, which regulation was implemented and which is mainly transposed from the EU ETS. So more than 700 facilities, which is accounts approximately 47% of the Turkish total greenhouse emissions, are being submitted to their monitoring plans and emission reports. And we evaluated the industry sector in the context of the direct emissions in the project and NDC and LTS process, including the process emissions and the direct emissions from combustion. And the significant percentage of the industrial emissions originated from the manufacturing processes. It is approximately 33% of the industry emissions, and caused from the production of lime and cement, steel, and basic chemicals, and some other processes. Due to the nature of the production processes, efforts to reduce the emissions involve some bottlenecks due to the diversity of processes, cost, and actually technology constraints. The medium, I mean the 2030 and long-term 2053 GHG reduction targets in the industry sector will require fundamental changes over time for sure. And action proposals that we are working on right now will be the driving force for the efficiency, saving, and innovation for the industry sector in particular. We already drafted a couple of topics as main actions to be included in the LTS, and I would like to summarize maybe just as a topics and some little quick explanations. Utilizing the energy efficiency potential at the highest level in the industry sector is would be one of the main actions. And under this action, establishing of energy efficiency inventory in the industry sector, benchmark reports, improving productivity, enhancing project implementation process, and supporting the criteria, monitoring and verification of the projects are being evaluated, and increasing the production and use of renewable energy in industry sector is another topic we are working on, and actually promoting the use of renewable energy in the context of the energy supply security of the industry is one of our main concerns. So reducing the carbon footprint on the product basis is on our focus, and introducing the low carbon density criteria for example, some main more emitted sectors like iron and steel or cement, and just setting up a criteria for the public procurements are being planned. Another topic is the developing of a carbon pricing mechanism, not only maybe ETS, but this is also being discussed for the regulatory issues in the authorities. And last but not least, corporate environmental, social and governance reporting, ESG reporting is quite important and will be quite important during the next 2-3 decades. I have been in Sharm el Sheikh last week, and I had a chance to participate couple of side events and bilateral discussions, and ESG reporting, either mandatory or voluntary, will be much more important than it is now, and the accountability of the reporting will be on our agenda in the near future. So I will. Before I stop, actually, I would like to underline that we also considering the risks and opportunities that would brought during the long-term carbon neutral development strategy, and also horizontal subjects, I mean the cross-cutting subjects like circular economy practices, R&D innovation are being considered and analyzed under the LTS, and lastly, the adaptation policies and measures, the long-term adaptation targets are will be established together with the mitigation planning. So I'll stop here and turn to the floor to the İzzet. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Özge. And İzzet is another key expert for us in terms of the building, another key sector, and also he provided support on energy and building sector together on mitigation actions and approach. So İzzet, we would like to hear your ideas and suggestions on building and energy sector mitigation actions and transformation needs in maybe 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuri. First of all, I want to thank Presidents of Climate Change and UNDP for this project. As you say, buildings and energy are two main sectors for mitigation of climate change, and these two sectors are the sister sectors to enable the better long-term strategy for the climate change. I want to also say that this is the first time Turkey is preparing its LTS with climate change action plan. Therefore, other countries or contemporary mitigation options from IPCC or recent development from the EU side are so valuable for us. Besides that, climate change is our common problem, so we need a common understanding with a common solution. Therefore, in this project, we held many consultation meetings with public institutions and non-governmental organizations and institutions to understand the building sector and power sectors together, because we have official data set and assumption based on the expert judgment are so important. And while looking at this perspective, also current legislation and policy frameworks, as Özge and Kemal mentioned about some improvement in Turkish policy environment, these are the important inputs to preparation of the LTS. When we look at the mitigation and transformation actions in the building sector, I want to highlight that some of these issues, such as encouraging all existing buildings to obtain energy performance certificate, actually it's already in our policy to get the energy performance certificate for new buildings, but our stock really based on the existing buildings. Therefore, energy performance certificate is a good guidance to enable many actions. And the second mitigation actions might be renewable energy sources or utilization rate of the renewable energy sources in the building sector, because the renewable energy sources can enable the reduce carbon intensity in the energy consumption for buildings habits. And this year, Turkey prepared a new legislation. Actually, it's an adaptation of issue of the nearly zero energy buildings that was very valuable for us, because this is a good guidance to how to improve Turkey's building sector in line with the nearly zero energy buildings. And also energy efficiency in electric appliances, district heating and cooling systems are some key mitigation actions and already listed under the IPCC for better utilization of energy in the building sectors. And that might be some innovative issues, such as benefiting carbon pricing tools, particularly in the upstream procurement for building sector, because EU tried to do this under the heading of the some burden sharing practices besides the ETS. And also the last one for the building sector is promoting building information modeling approach. It's like a life cycle assessment for the building sectors, and also introducing environmental friendly design for all buildings. This is a good approach, I think, to mitigation of actions in the building sector. When we turn to power sector, energy sector, actually the energy sector is a carrier sectors because using primary energy sources and power sector generate electricity, and that electricity used in various sectors like building sector. When we look at the detail of the energy sector, Turkey already exceed the electricity generation 300,000 gigawatt hour, and the respective emissions around 130 million ton of carbon dioxide emissions. But we know that supporting instruments for renewable energy mechanisms can work now, and the carbon intensity of the power sectors decreased to 0.43 ton carbon dioxide equivalent per megawatt hour. This is a good improvement in the power sector. And when we look at the mitigation actions for the power sector, we know that demand, energy savings, and better utilization of all sources are the main priority, as highlighted by the IPCC and other country experiences. But besides this, Turkey might increase this electricity market and infrastructure to better utilization of renewable energy technologies, particularly solar, wind, in the future maybe hydrogen, because transformation in the energy sector, including electricity, maybe require additional capacity. When we think about the electrical vehicles and the new, it's a new issue, electrical vehicles. Therefore, the demand for the electricity generation will be huge than today. Therefore, it's a challenging issue. We understand that point, and we are trying to elaborate all the energy sectors with these developments, and also diversification of energy mix besides non-fossil fuels and non-hydrocarbons such as nuclear energy. And also the cheapest one is decreasing transmission and distribution losses in the electricity sector, is one of our utmost priority. Therefore, I want to say that this is the first time Turkey is preparing LTS, and all these experts and consultants are trying to do their best for future of Turkey. Thank you, Nuri.
Thank you very much, Zed. And as we try to summarize actually in a very short time, long-term strategy is one of the key tool for making 2053 net zero target and green revolution targets alive and reachable. And during this, we are very proud to support not only government of Turkey and climate change presidency, but also private sector, NGOs, academia, and whole of society. And this process will continue, but there are some milestones. And actually we are in a very important milestone. And the key part of this will be just transition. It will be about inclusiveness, where we will discuss it just after this side event. And I would like to again, thanks to all participants here and experts. And during this process, hopefully through the preparation and finalization of LTS, we will be keep in touch with more wider stakeholders. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merhabalar, nasılsınız?
İyiyim, teşekkürler. Siz nasılsınız?
Vallahi üniversitenin kafeteryasındayım, başka yer bulamadım.
Merhabalar. COP27 teknik ekipten Şükrü ben. Sesimi alabiliyor musunuz?
Ben duyuyorum.
Mete Bey duyuyorsunuz.
Ben de
Banu Hanım,
duyuyorum.
Sayın Tuğba Dinçbaş ve Dana Hanım. Tuğba Hanım duyuyorsanız kamerayı açabilir misiniz? Evet. Saat başında organizasyonumuz başlayacak. Sizden ricam kameralar açık, mikrofonların kapalı kalması. Söz gelen konuşmacımız da mikrofonunu açarak konuşmaya dahil olabilir. Şimdiden başarılar diliyorum. Biz sizin sesinizi çok rahat ve güzel duyabiliyoruz. Görüntüleriniz de gayet düzgün. Hiçbir sorun yok. Program başladığında zaten kameradan takip ediyorsunuz ekranımızı. Oradan duyarak devam edebilirsiniz. Şimdiden başarılar.
Teşekkürler. Dana, I would like to repeat you in English because it was in Turkish. Maybe you couldn't understand. We are going to start soon. We are just waiting for the time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the translation. My Turkish is not advanced enough.
Banu Hanım ilk ben olacağım değil mi?
Öyle planladık.
Tamam.
Nuri Bey'le öyle planladık.
Tamam, ben sessize alıyorum o zaman.
Banu, I was wondering if it's possible to give me rights to be able to share my screen. I don't think I have the power to do so. I think it has to be given.
I will let you know now.
Okay.
Co-host
Mert, iPhone.
Mert iPhone, Mert kitaplı var. So Dana, can you try to share now?
Maybe I need to enter and exit because I don't have the button, you know, that you need to press. So I exit and come back. Hi, just to say I have the button now to share my screen. So thank you.
Hi Dana, you can try again. Okay, I think it works. Tamam.
Hemen başlıyoruz herkes için uygunsa. Umarım sesimiz geliyor. Okey, süper. Tamam, İngilizce yapacağız. 5 konuşmacımız online. 2 kişi buradayız. Yeah. Yeah. I need to say hi. Okay, thank you very much again. So, the previous side event was long-term strategy and how in technical terms and sectoral terms we try to do this. And this time we will talk mainly about the communication of long-term strategy. And at that point we will have very important speakers with us. Before that I would like to give floor to Tuğba Dinçbaş. She is the Deputy President for the Climate Change Office under the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. After her opening remarks, we will continue with our distinguished speakers. So, Ms. Dinçbaş, please take the floor.
I thank you, Nuri, for giving me the floor. It's my honor to welcome you to this side event on Turkey's communication strategy on long-term climate change strategy. I'm Tuğba Dinçbaş, Vice President of Climate Change Presidency. I'm responsible for mitigation and adaptation policies, and I also coordinate NDC and LTS preparation projects. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Within the scope of today's session, communication strategies will be discussed in the preparation process of Turkey's long-term climate change strategy towards to 2053 net zero emission target. As it is known, Turkey announced its net zero target by 2053 last year, which is an important step towards combating climate change along with our green development goal. As Turkey, we continue to strengthen our efforts to adapt to and combat climate change every year. One of our most important and comprehensive efforts in this context is the long-term climate change strategy, LTS, which is also a roadmap for us. As the presidency, we are carrying out the LTS preparation process with the support of UNDP in a transparent manner with the contributions of all our stakeholders. Our work on combating climate change and adaptation cannot reach its goal without the contribution and support of all our valuable stakeholders, as well as our people and citizens. In this context, it's only possible through a good communication to explain our work well to all segments at all levels, especially stakeholder participation, to receive their voluntary participation and contributions, and to ensure that they are part of the process we call green transformation. Dear participants, another important thing is about society's perception on long-term climate target. We have to explain the needed transformation and its benefits to society, economy, and environment so that it will be supported throughout the country. For these reasons, with the support of UNDP and Pathway 2050, we are working with a professional team under a separate project to effectively and accurately communicate our long-term climate change strategy. We are formulating a very comprehensive communication strategy for our long-term strategy. As an engineer, I believe that the integration of communication disciplines with our technical work and related policies is very important and even the most important complement. As a presidency, we attach as much importance to climate communication as we do to our technical work. As a country, we want to be a model and pioneer country in communication, as well as in all areas of combating climate change. I'm happy to be here today to open our event, where we'll share our work on climate communication, strategy and implementation, which is an integral part of our long-term climate strategy. And we will also discuss it with valuable opinion leaders and experts. I wish you a pleasant and productive event. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Dinçbaş. And today, yes, huge applause from the place. And we will have speakers, and I need to make a little shift into the, talking point line. But I would like to very quickly introduce our speakers to you. And first of all, we will have Banu Buyurgan, who is the communication consultant of UNDP. And we have Mete Çubukçu for the, most of you know, he's a journalist and program presenter also in NTV about media and climate change. And we will have Dana Shran. I hope I pronounce it right. She is the senior associate from 2050 Pet-Based Platform. And thanks Noura, she is with me in person here. Noura Frak is interim executive director for climate change outreach. And of course, we have Mert Fırat, UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, and famous and well-known actor. In terms of this time management, I need to first give floor to Mete Çubukçu, journalist and program presenter, about the role of media in climate change and on long-term strategies. So, Mr. Çubukçu, please.
Thank you very much. I think you hear me. First of all, I would like to thank the Egyptian government for the hosting this important summit. And I would like to send my greetings and regards to Murat Kurum, Mr. Murat Kurum, the Minister of Environment and Urbanization, representative of the Republic of Turkey at the summit, bureaucrats,
Mr. Çubukçu, sorry, we hear you very hard. Can you make the mic close to you?
Like that?
Yes,
is it
great.
How is it? Okay.
It's great.
I would like to send my greetings and regards to Mr. Murat Kurum, the Minister of Environment and Urbanization, representing Republic of Turkey in that summit, bureaucrats, and representative of the NGOs, academics, and the journalists, and all persons who are working at that pavilion for the name of the Turkey. My title is the role of the media regarding to climate change. As the consequences of the climate change crisis continue to affect every aspect of our life, the steps that the journalists and the media institutions can take are becoming increasingly important. Climate journalism, perhaps more prominent, more important than it has ever been. We see the media organization make more news with the climate crisis content in Turkey. Although the sincerity of these steps is questioned in some cases, we can talk about the transformation in the journalism on this issue in Turkey. The effects of the climate crisis are now becoming more and more on the news, because climate and the environmental news, which seemed like a luxury 20 years ago, and now is necessity. Because people face this crisis in their daily lives, every season, such as extreme heat, floods, extreme weather conditions, drought, impact of the agricultural land and food prices. Media have to be more sensitive in this regard. So, what are we doing in Turkey? I can say we have made significant progress in this regard in Turkey. As I said earlier, the main reason for the increased attention in the media that we are facing serious situation. But most importantly, the sensitivity of new generation to environmental and the climate issues is the making main role. First, while some disasters are reported, the dimension of the climate crisis is also discussed. In other words, we say the fires in the Aegean Sea or Aegean region last year caused by extreme drought, and this flood disaster in Black Sea region was caused by destruction of nature. However, we can attribute the situation to the climate crisis by saying that such events may occur frequently. The number of journalists who specialize in the environment and climate crisis issue, although not enough in the media, but it's increasingly year by year. New generations are very sensitive to this issue. Newspapers, Daily's editorial team is more involved than before. Is it enough? According to me, not, but it's better than before. New generations see everything on the internet and social media, as we know. They are affected by the new climate movement initiated by the children and the young people, and the fact that climate crisis is on an important agenda in the world. They also care more about the planet as their future as its stake. It's clear that ecological citizenship approach is the general in common among the young journalists. Now, when we're talking about the climate crisis, it can be said the fossil fuels should be abandoned. But what we are really need to do, to remind the reader and the audience what to do. The news and the experts' opinions on the measures to be taken in the different areas, from reducing the carbon footprint and more prevalent in the media. Surely not enough. Media, central and local governments, non-governmental organizations, industrialists are so responsible for this work. For example, NTV television, which I am in working for it, has been broadcasting on this subject under the name of green screen for years. We cannot say they had no effect. For myself, I frequently address the causes of the climate crisis and the measures needed in my program. As you know, people don't like the news of future disasters, but how we tell the truth is important. For this reason, the media in Turkey gives weight to news that are more practical and involve daily risks. The news of the value to the people's daily problem is increasing. Yes, the fact is that when the media reports on the climate crisis with different dimensions, the sensitivity of the ordinary people about their own lives and their lands increases. Journalists who are experts in the climate and environmental issues are increasing in Turkey, in my country. There is need to increase the number of the courses related to environmental journalism as an area of the special area in communication faculties. As journalists, we may not to be perfect in this regard, but we are more sensitive than before. It's not excluded in Turkey. In one of my programs, as I said, the pandemic and the food crisis are directly related to the climate crisis. The crisis is our problem, not just the polar bear's problem. However, the approach of the media alone is not enough. We should work in a more coordinated manner with the governments, local administrations, and the civil society in Turkey. I believe that that effort at COP 27 will not go waste. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Çubukçu. And now I need to give floor to Mert Fırat. We work with Mert very oftenly and very closely. And actually, with his support, we can, as UNDP, deliver our messages more properly. And I would give floor to Mert about really how we channel the new methods and involve communication for the people on the street and ordinary people, and how can opinion leaders and public figures like you can contribute to this. And also, no need to remind, but Let's Talk Climate or İklimce Sohbetler is one of our flag communication activities. Floor is yours, Mert. Mert, on mute.
Thank you, and thank you for having me on COP27. And hello, everyone, and the representatives, all representative and participants, respect to them also. And climate crisis, a global warming, and our reality, it became our reality. You know, I mean, last 2 years, we made İklimce Sohbetler. Even in the pandemic situation, we try to reach everyone. We try to tell everyone about. We take the idea with not only cities, also for the agriculture side, and also for recycling side, also water issue, water footprint. We take every from the sides about the climate issue. So that's why it's very it's became our huge problem nowadays in the world. So when I'm thinking about the actors and let's say opinion leaders and also people who make impact, so I mean they start to create a new situation. They start to create a new part of the. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Ah, sorry. Okay. So there is a no alternative planet. There is no planet B. So that's why I mean actors, opinion leaders start to work a lot about climate issue. Thanks to God. So on this side we prepared a lot about the iklimci sohbetler. Last 2 years we worked for it. We worked on it. So in this sensitive of new generation, Mete Çubukçu also mentioned about it. They are very sensitive, the new generation, and they accelerate the issues and their own turning back. So it's a great thing. And artists and the opinion leaders doing their work, their art, just making impact. So this is the first thing. I mean, it's motivate the actors and the artists and the opinion leaders to make impact for the world. So it's a great opportunity to tell sustainability and sustainability goals also. Not only gives us hope about for new generation and for future, but also it inspires us when we are telling about sustainability goals, when we are combine them with the climate issue and so warming issue. So it's a great opportunity to tell. So new generation also get interest about it. So they take their response to share everyone. So in this case, I would like to give an example. The climate issue and sustainable art, let's say, first talked about by Italians in 1960 as a sustainability theater. Augusto Boal side, they start to think about how we can do sustainable theater, how can we use our materials more sustainable about decoration, about wearing and everything. So it started in 1960, and now in this COP 27, now we are talking about still sustainability, and we give example as Stockholm 50. Stockholm 50, we all time mention in the start date is in 1972. So after 12 years, art started to talk about it, theater started to talk about it a little bit. After 12 years, this affect the politicians too. So it's all time happens like this. Artists, opinion leaders, writers. So they are writing, they are talking, they are doing some soft diplomacy about it at the beginning, and after that, it becomes government's goals. So it's a great opportunity at these days. Turkish government and globally all governments meeting on this COP27. Then we can reach all leaders taking interest a lot. It's a kind of great opportunity to share all these ideas. Art and the artists and the opinion leaders already very ready for doing impact. So the only thing is to telling everyone and to this situation, to telling everyone sustainable development and taking different ideas, different opinions and different projections about it, different responsibilities, especially for corporate companies, the government sides, especially the universities has some response. So artist side and opinion leaders you mentioned and I mentioned several times, but really it's made impact. Especially I want to give a little detail for the Turkish TV series, which is a very huge thing for us. I mean, huge market. but it's not only market, but it also affects a lot. So when we are taking care about sustainable goals inside to film, a TV series, in any project, it affects a lot all around the world. So film and art is affects all around the world. So our UNDP project already affect a lot. Maybe you remember the commercial we did already, Jurassic Park effect, let's say. It's affect a lot. So it's touched. It's touched by every side of the art. Nowadays, many sustainable festivals coming by music distributors, by film companies. So we have very great opportunities nowadays to tell this idea to carry beyond. So our most important issue is to take an action and accelerate. So UNDP last 10 years to taking responsibility and take action and to accelerate all these issues, because 2030 is very near. So without leaving anyone behind, of course, reach to everyone. That's all, I think. I don't know what to say more.
Thanks a lot. And Matt, know you need to leave soon, but I know you have a vision to make all the theaters and theater cooperatives using renewable. Maybe you can give a little bit ideas about that.
Okay. Thank you. Great pass. It's a one project, as Nuri mentioned. Thanks for reminding me. Now we are working for in Turkish cooperative theater cooperatives, 100 to 150 cooperative theaters. We will like to do a electric, let's say, gas, like sun. We're gonna take our energy from the sun, and we're gonna give to people to energy from the art, let's say, from the stage, from the art, let's say. We already prepared, and now we are working with the solution partners nowadays. In 6 months, we're preparing for the solar energy panels for the art.
Great, thank you very much, Mert. And now I want to give floor to more technical parts and communication experts, and that's why I want to ask Banu about how Turkey need a large-scale communication strategy, how Turkey prepared the communication strategy. So Banu Buyurgan is the communication expert for LTS, working for UNDP. Yes, Banu.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to greet the participants and also the dear guests who are listening us right now. And thank you very much.
Sorry, Banu. First of all, okay. I think Mete Bey tried to say goodbye, but we couldn't give floor to him, so he just left. And thanks a lot for Mete Çubukçu to join us. So again, Banu, we are with you.
Thank you. Effectively communicating on net zero and its scope, including LTS process and NDC, is one of the primary goals for Turkey to increase public support for climate change policies. As a communication professional, I am happy to say that Turkey has treated science of communications as an integral part of technical works of LTS and NDC process. The ministry, in collaboration with UNDP, worked very closely for development of communication strategy. I am proud to be part of this very valuable team, and I am very happy to have the privilege of developing the communication strategy, which is an important aspect in Turkey's climate roadmap. I would like to thank the UNDP team I am a part of, especially the ministry and my colleagues at Pathway 2050, who are always very supportive. Today, I would like to mention the highlights of the communication strategy, because the communication strategy is very comprehensive and we don't have time. So I'm going to only share some highlights from the strategy. The strategy aims to inform, warn, persuade, mobilize audience to take action for confronting and solving the climate crisis and achieving the net zero emission target as 2053. We all know that one of the biggest challenges in this era of communication is misinformation and disinformation. Considering the problem of misinformation and disinformation on climate change, we focused on methods to overcome this in the communication strategy. For this purpose, first we planned and implemented media trainings for the climate change office members and the representatives of the relevant public institutions who will and are spokespersons of this issue. We can also consider this as capacity building. We aim to improve the climate literacy of media and social media influencers because we cannot expect media to be expert in every field. We wanted to ensure that especially the media can interpret technical issues well, so that issues related to climate change are not only in the category of disaster news, but also address the social, economic, environmental impacts together with their solutions. We wanted to strengthen their capacity to understand, interpret and convey the climate crisis, trends, problems with solutions, risks with opportunities. To ensure this, we have included climate literacy training and information meetings for media members and social media influencers in the strategy. As you know, breaking down the science behind climate change would be complex, but the right messengers can get the audience engaged, like Mert Fırat. Therefore, we have included trust messengers in our strategy. We are also working with very valuable experts, and we have requested scientific articles in language and content that the public can easily understand. We will use these articles in digital media, social media, and traditional media. Turkey has a population of around 85 million. Young people constitute a significant portion of this population. Specifically, 16% of this population are between the ages of 15 and 24. Also, the median age of this population is pretty younger than European countries and other developed areas. More than 80% of this population are internet and social media users. The ratio is quite higher than the world average, which hardly goes beyond 60%. So the youth has its own media, and we are aiming to engage them. The ministry took a very important action last year and formed a climate ambassador group with the students from universities in different provinces. We have included training and information meetings in the communication strategy in order to improve their capacities on climate change, to prevent misinformation and disinformation, to raise awareness on this issue, and to ensure that they accurately convey the related process in combating climate change and achieving the net zero target to their own groups. We aim to ensure that young people receive messages from the influencers who are like them. And how we will do this? First of all, we will create a sense of urgency. We will emphasize the urgency of the issue. We have no time to lose. We must take action immediately, so we will convey its urgency. Many misinformation narratives present climate action as something that is necessary, but only in the future. We will make sure to let people know what needs to happen right now in order to solve the climate crisis, and that action can't wait. We will focus on the opportunities, get our audience excited about the prospects of sustainable world. Addressing climate change will focus on the opportunities such as green jobs, cleaner air, renewable energy, food security, livable cities, and better health. We are going to focusing on a better future can galvanize action. We will make it relevant. In our communication tools, we are going to avoid technical jargon and meet people where they are. I mean, in social media, in events, etc., wherever they are. In our communication strategy, we have made great emphasis on partnerships. We will develop partnerships with civil society, academia, and the media. We will use the partnerships as facilitators at the same time. We aim to reach to the decision makers and C-level managers or the sector representatives who will be most effective and also will experience and be responsible for the transformation the fastest. We will develop media partners that broadcast to the business world on this subject. We will organize joint events with them. In the mainstream media, we will prepare joint publications, produce and broadcast TV programs so we can reach the widest audience and interaction. As I come to the end of my speech, I am very happy and excited to be with you today thanks to this opportunity. We communication professionals have a lot to do on climate change, and I believe in the power of working together for a better and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Banu. And I'm very happy to meet another 2050 pet-based platform colleague. So Dana Shran. Dana, I hope I pronounce your surname okay, but this project has been implementing in partnership with 2050 pet-based platform, and we are very grateful for their support. And Dana is one of the senior associates in this platform, but we would like to hear from Dana about the 2050 pet-based approach in communicating climate change, especially within the scope of LTS. Floor is yours, Dana.
Yes, thank you so much, Nuri, and thanks for having a space for the 2050 Pathways platform to speak on this panel. It's already very enlightening listening to my fellow panelists. And this event is especially very timely, given this week's announcement of the updated NDC for Turkey. And I think when reading through the NDC, it's clear a robust communication strategy will be very important to reach these new targets. And of course, in meeting the country's overall ambition of achieving net zero by 2053. And then to answer your question, I would just take a step back and reframe. As for the 2050 Pathways platform, it's less about the approach to communicating, and it's more important to remember why we think it's important to communicate on this. And in the case of Turkey in particular, communicating the long-term strategy is so important given its large and wide-ranging geographic scope. The country is quite diverse in terms of regions and varying climates, so a good communication strategy to make the long-term strategy relevant to all sectors in civil society will make all the difference in capturing a whole of society lens with the long-term strategy. And building awareness and creating expectations prior to, throughout, and post the process of the long-term strategy is so important. I mean, mentioned by my fellow panelists who had to leave Meta, he mentioned that there's growing news on the climate crisis, and this means there's a greater chance to educate society on just exactly what Turkey is working on, how to make sure its citizens do not face the harsh effects of climate change, and we can address the social, environmental impacts that are being faced, as mentioned by Banu previously in her intervention. So from announcing the process began to the elaboration and consultation all the way to the submission and post-strategy submission is key to be communicating at all points of these parts to make sure that there is full involvement and full awareness of what's being done. And it's also important to keep in mind that highlighting different aspects such as high-level government buy-in and displaying the robustness of the process, so such as through extensive consultation of wide sets of civil society, is very important to ensure public support of the integrity of the process. And then I would take another step back to just remind what we see as the three overarching benefits of having effective communication strategies during the long-term strategy process. And the first point would be that the long-term strategy is relevant to its local context. Involving stakeholders from the start for two-way communication helps to both get input and report on the progress. And this ensures awareness, understanding, and ultimately public buy-in and support across broader audiences. And communicating around your long-term strategy can demonstrate Turkey's intention to act and help attract foreign investors, as well as catalyze cooperation both regionally and globally. So it's very important. I can't emphasize it enough. And then just to go a bit further into how we would do the actual approach to answer your question, when looking at the communication analysis and strategy, it's so important to tailor the communication activities to target audiences and define the key objectives that you want to achieve with each engagement and each target audience. And this should be done at the beginning to make sure it's clear and you have a clear plan going forward. And to effectively tailor these communication questions, you have to ask yourself questions to consider how to analyze and set up the strategies. So such as, who are the key audiences and stakeholders, and how is it best to communicate with them? What are their policy priorities, and how do they relate to the long-term strategy? And then another point that can be useful when you're developing your targets for your audience targets, it's an important question to ask: how can the long-term strategy send signals to guide national, subnational, and private sector decision-making, such as how are non-governmental NGOs, institutional investors, public and private companies, or trade unions envisioned to be engaged with? And it's really important to keep in mind when you're engaging with broader audiences who are not familiar with these terms, that you bring in other aspects beyond mitigation, such as development, available income, or health, to make it more relatable. And then as the last part of my brief intervention today, I would discuss a few concrete tools. But I think that Banu and perhaps the other panelists will also touch on this more in depth, so I will only briefly mention them. But before I start listing the tools, I would first highlight that making sure that you're avoiding using jargon, as Banu rightly put, is so important when communicating on the long-term strategy. You have to make sure you're speaking the language of the target audience. It's crucial to ensure that societal impacts are addressed and the broader audience can understand exactly what is being done and how it will be addressed and solved. And just to mention very briefly some of the tools that can be used would be, firstly, which is very important, is make use of key communication moments and deliver these messages with strong voices. So an example would be China announced their long-term strategy at the UNGA, Fiji at COP23. And it's especially important to consider this when launching the long-term strategy process, as how and when it is released can directly affect how it's impacting and reception amongst the public. Another way that is very important to make sure that engagement and communication is kept strong throughout the process is to hold events and speeches throughout the process to amplify public awareness and perception of the importance of the long-term strategy. Another key cornerstone point is submitting the strategy at the end of the process to the UNFCCC, as this helps to ensure recognition outside the national level as well, which goes back to the point I mentioned of attracting foreign investors and catalyzing cooperation globally. It's very important. And then some other key tools that Banu also was pointing to in relation to engaging youth is using social media to enhance your communication and your messages. So for instance, using Facebook, Instagram, TikTok is a great platform that I think is growing and growing, especially in Turkey, that can really be used to really speak the language of the users and really get to the point of what they're interested in and to explain it in terms that they would understand. I had wanted to show a few more tools that we have from previous countries, but I cannot share my screen, so I'll just mention them briefly, and perhaps I can share them if there's interest after the meeting. But some other tools that we found very helpful in other country contexts is a summary document with key points of the long-term strategy. There was one done by Japan that just outlines all of the key points in one page, which really helps to just condense all of the information that is often a very long-term strategy document, and that helps the broader audience just navigate what exactly is inside of it and what it means for them. Another example that is very useful is the use of infographics, which uses visuals to explain what the long-term strategy is doing over a period of time and what its targets are, and use of different pictures and visual items really help add the comprehension than words can on a piece of paper. And then that was done very effectively in the case of Singapore and Portugal. And then another tool that can be very useful is kind of a booklet that was created by a civil society organization in Indonesia that also kind of condenses all of the information and uses more easy to understand graphs and key points for broader audience to really understand. And lastly, I would mention media outreach can be very important and a useful tool to use. For example, in Costa Rica, there was an opinion piece that was written by the former president at the time, Carlos Alvarado. And this was published, I believe, in the Financial Times, which helped to really broaden, amplify his position on why long-term strategy is useful for the people of Costa Rica. And I would really encourage Turkey and others interested in this process to consider these tools I've just mentioned. But I think I've spoken enough, and I hand it back to you, Nuri.
Thank you very much. I think lots of things to learn actually, and sharing these experiences is important. And actually, today I meet with Noura Frak, and she's interim executive director of Climate Change Outreach. And maybe we can hear more on social science research on a global context and how does other countries communicate climate change. And Noura, can you also give some information about climate change outreach?
The last one?
Your organization inform me about climate change outreach.
Hello, hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. Climate Outreach is a UK-based organization. We are a non-profit organization. Our focus is to create a social contract and social mandate for climate action. And what we do is we use social science to understand human behavior when it comes to climate change. So what we do is we partner with other countries such as Germany and UK, and today I will give a little bit of context of our work around there. And we develop narratives and messaging that resonates with people's values and identities so that we create drivers for people's concerns to become action. I'll go a little bit more detail into it. So our expertise area is very much public engagement because we believe public engagement is critical to unlocking ambitious and just climate action. And at Climate Outreach, we believe that much more needs to be done to engage publics in different countries. So they develop a climate citizenship and demand ambitious climate action from governments, businesses, and from each other. But the current approach to climate communications doesn't always really strive this kind of engagement. Most of the time, they're sort of, focused on sort of, 4 pillars, if you like. One of them is instrumentalism. That's sort of, for strategic policy support, example, lobbying. And then the second thing is mobilization. So bringing together homogeneous allies to raise awareness and demand for a particular program. And then the third is individual behavior change, focus on particular actions, often devised as unthinking nudges. And I think this sort of has been already mentioned by some of our other panelists as well. And then one of the most common is raising awareness. Top-down initiatives, rarely based on social science of climate change. So, but without a deeper understanding of people's identities, values, hopes, and their fears, their concerns will not shift sustainably into actions. And I grew up in the Maldives, so I do really relate to that from a personal level. And this is really where climate outreach, what we focus on, to that sustainable concern into action. And we're seeing the risk of backsliding on climate commitments happening all over the world, especially at this COP as well. So at Climate Outreach, we don't make assumptions about people. We start always by listening and by doing research with diverse people is the starting point. And and it's very important to say that we test different kinds of engagement and narratives and see what works for different groups of people and at the breadth of national context. So today I'm going to share two examples, a very brief overview of the UK context and the Germany. It's important to say that we do this work always in partnership with some national organization. The three organizations that are really, partnering with us in our German context and in UK context are More in Common, Klimafakten, and European Climate Foundation. So in the UK, we did a study called Britain Talks Climate. It's building on More in Common's work, and we learned that there are 7 audience segments in UK, split by values, identities, and therefore how they're influenced by or respond to different climate messages. Traditional climate communicators only reach a couple of them. So, for example, in UK, progressive activists, which is 13% of the population. So we focus on how you reach the other segments and which narratives unify people together and around climate ambition. Importantly, we focus on what kind of engagement supports people to see themselves as part of the climate story, because we believe, if people see themselves as part of the climate story, they are more likely to act and support climate policies. So in Germany, we learned through More in Common's work that there are 6 segments. So in UK 7 and in Germany 6. Notably, the biggest segments, 19%, are what we say are angry. So there's a 3-way split in the German segment, leaning left, the open, and politically, and then leaning right, politically, the angry. They feel frustrated about policy, and the other are called invisible, and they're also a third. They're pragmatic, but at the same time they're disappointed. So that's the majority of Germans overall. The population who don't feel that they are part of the climate story, and they don't feel engaged well enough. So we do need to find narratives that connect everyone to the climate story, and these narratives do exist. When we ask in Germany, from a list to select the characteristics that are part of a positive future vision for them, good physical, mental health was on top. Was the top for everyone, and then a climate-friendly way of life for half, and freedom to choose my lifestyle for the other. So finally, for the disappointed, connectedness with other people, and that's 33%. So for the angry, which is 19% of the population, a say in politics and decisions that affects them. So all types draw a very clear connection between climate action measures and the health of people and nature. So climate change and health is key lens through which all German groups can connect. In the UK, most people connect through the nature story. People prioritize protecting nature and wildlife, regardless of their political and social background. This means that there are bridging narratives in the UK too. But like in Germany, a lot of the segments don't feel represented in the UK. So in Britain Talks Climate, we asked who best represents your interests and concerns from a list, and most said none from the list. So we do need trusted messengers, and I think that topic and the theme came up from the panelists as well. And research shows that health workers are very trusted across all segments, but other key messengers could be part of the trusted messengers, sort of, part of that work. And some of the panelists mentioned arts and things like that. And definitely, so sports teams, arts, culture, representatives, community-based organizations, and faith leaders as well. So we do need to invest time in supporting the authentic, trusted messengers to connect with people around climate change. A participant in one of our projects, the Climate Engagement Lab, recently said, and I really like this quote, reaching new audiences is not a one-off action, but a process that organizations have to commit to with their eyes open. A lack of capacity is a reflection of strategic choice to focus on something else. That really resonates with me when it comes to communicating about climate action and climate change. This work can be part of a national public engagement strategy where there is holistic effort across governments, civil society organizations, science, culture, arts, businesses, all working together, but in different ways towards a bigger goal of an engaged public with climate change, with climate change. So everybody sort of becomes, part of their climate story, and climate change and climate action is part of very much everyday choices and daily life. So that's sort of, what we do at Climate Outreach and some of our recent research narratives. We always partner with a local organization before we sort of, focus on national context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nura. And we heard lots during 2 weeks of COPs, and people are really expecting, decisions and action. On the other hand, this is an intergenerational issue, international issue, and this is a complex issue and a systemic issue. So what I hear from the panelists and hear from also a journalist, well-known journalist Mete Çubukçu, and a well-known actor from Mertfrat and the organizations here, I think we do not talk properly. We do not listen, as you said first. And actually, we are very proud to work with 2050 Pathways platform, Government of Turkey Climate Change Presidency, and also people on the street and NGOs and academia and private sector. But I think we are doing something wrong. That's why we are still dealing with this challenge. And I hope after this COP, we will continue in a different way, out of the box, and hope that, especially in Turkey at national context, we will reach 2053 net zero targets and show a green revolution pathway for the future. And also, I hope at globally, we will come in a sustainable development goal process. And just would like to share the last part, that UNDP prepares human development reports, and this year context was unsettled lives, uncertain times, and we are living in a mad, crazy world. And I hope we can all achieve that a secure and proper and prospect life together. And thank you very much for our panelists here. I see here in the screen, and I just wave and thank you very much for their participation. And we stop here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much.
You.
Ses. Abdülkadir Bey hoş geldiniz. Bir ekran paylaşım testini yapalım mı? Sunumunuzu çok kısa açabilir misiniz? Çok pardon, ben sizin sesinizi...
Ekran modu paylaşımını göremedim. Pardon, reaksiyonlar. Hayır, yok.
Tamam, sesiniz de gayet net geliyor. Siz de beni duyabiliyorsunuz zaten.
Göremedim ama ekran paylaşımı modu yok. Hayır, yok.
Tamam, sesiniz de gayet net geliyor. Siz de beni duyabiliyorsunuz zaten.
Göremedim ama ekran paylaşımı modu yok.
Sesiniz de gayet net geliyor. Siz de beni duyabiliyorsunuz zaten.
Tekrar var ama.
Sizin hoparlör sesiniz çok açık olabilir mi acaba?
Tekrar var ama.
Sizin hoparlör sesiniz çok açık olabilir mi acaba?
Tekrar var ama.
Hocam bir mikrofonunuzu kapatmanızı rica edebilir miyim Abdülkadir Hocam? Hocam bir mikrofonunuzu kapatmanızı rica edebilir miyim Abdülkadir Hocam? Sesimi duyabiliyor musunuz?
Sesinizi duyuyorum fakat tekrara düşüyor.
Evet, tekrara düşüyor. Bir hoparlör ve mikrofonunuzu bir kapatır mısınız size zahmet?
Sesinizi duyuyorum fakat tekrara düşüyor.
Evet, tekrara düşüyor. Bir hoparlör ve mikrofonunuzu kapatır mısınız size zahmet?
Sesinizi duyuyorum fakat tekrara düşüyor.
Evet, tekrara düşüyor. Şu an sesim sizde tekrar mı hala?
Ya şu an iyiyim.
Teknik olarak söyleyeyim size. Hoparlörünüzün sesi yüksek olduğu için mikrofonunuzdan tekrar sisteme geri giriyor. Teknik olarak söyleyeyim size.
Şunu bir kapatayım.
Evet, bir
Şu an sesim geliyor mu?
Sizin sesiniz bize çok güzel geliyor. Benim sesim şu an iyi mi?
Ses gelmiyor değil mi?
Yok, gelmiyor. Herhangi bir tekrar yok şu anda. Siz ekran paylaşımını bir daha deneyebilir misiniz sunum için? Ben size...
Şu an sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor, evet. Benim sesim size geliyor mu? Benim sesim size geliyor mu? Benim sesim geliyor mu? Hoparlörü tamamen kapattınız mı?
Şu an sesim geliyor mu?
Evet, sizin sesiniz geliyor. Benim sesim size geliyor mu? Hocam hoparlörü tamamen kapattınız galiba. Şu an hoparlörü tamamen kapatmıştınız galiba, doğru mu?
Olmadı, tamamen kapandı.
Şu an hoparlörü tamamen kapatmıştınız galiba, doğru mu?
Hoparlörü kapatmıştım. Webcam'inkini kullanırım diye ama webcam çalışmadı.
Hoparlörü tamamen kapatmıştınız galiba, doğru mu?
Hoparlörü kapatmıştım.
Sizin
Webcam'inkini kullanırım
kulaklıkla konuşma imkanınız yok değil mi hocam? Sesi dışarıya attığınız anda tekrara düşüyor maalesef. Kulaklıkla konuşma imkanınız yok değil mi hocam?
Is still calling from Germany?
Tekrara düşüyor maalesef. Kulaklıkla konuşma imkanınız yok değil mi hocam?
Is still calling from Germany?
Tekrara düşüyor maalesef. Kulaklıkla konuşma imkanınız yok.
Can you
Şu an sesimi duyabiliyor musunuz?
Evet hocam. Sizin sesinizi duyabiliyoruz ama sizde şöyle bir sorun var. Hoparlör sesiniz mikrofona geri dönüyor. Yani mikrofonu konuşmadığınız sürelerde tamamen kapalı tutmanızı istiyoruz sizden. Ve bir ekran paylaşımı deneyelim. Şu an mikrofonunuzu kapatın mesela hocam. Size zahmet.
Onu nasıl çözeceğiz?
Yani siz konuşmadığınız sürelerde mikrofonunuz tamamen kapalı olması lazım. Bunu takip etmeniz lazım veya hoparlörü değil kulaklıkla konuşmanız lazım. Yok, hoparlör değil. Mikrofon. Yani mikrofonu sessize almanız lazım. Sol altta sessize al diye bir seçenek var. Görüyor musunuz?
Sesim geliyor mu?
Öyle değil. Şimdi siz hoparlör değil. Bilgisayarınızın sesini kapattınız yine. Maalesef. Yazıyorum. Siz beni duyabiliyor musunuz? Şu an yani çok az. Çok az.
Once again, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, mister.
Okay, then everything is fine. I'm Dirk from Germany.
Screen share, please. Test. Mr. Dirk. Presentation
Hello?
share. Test.
What should I test something, or do you have the presentation on the screen? Yeah.
Kısa bir şey. Şimdi Dirk bağlandı. Kendisine ekran paylaşım mı yapacak? Sunumu nasıl yapacak? Sorabilir misin? Şu an siz konuştuğunuzda.
Hi, Dirk. I think you're gonna share a screen, right?
Hi. Yeah. So if it works, then everything is fine. And do you have my presentation and can put it on the screen, or I can only see? Yeah. I work in parallel with my presentation here on another
Okay,
computer.
so you're not able to share screen. Are you joining from your mobile phone?
Yeah, from the mobile phone. Maybe
Okay,
it's uncomfortable. I never did it, but if you can hear me, then everything's fine.
Okay, then we have your presentation, and if
Ex-
you just give instructions to us, like we're gonna
Yeah.
put your presentation when you start talking, and if you just say next slide, we're gonna
Yeah.
put the next slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Başkanım merhabalar, hoş geldiniz.
Başkanım, şimdi çok özür diliyorum. Sizin sorunuzu şöyle çözeceğiz. Sizin hoparlörle mikrofonun aynı anda açık olmaması gerekiyor. Ses geri dönüyor. Yani siz sol altta sessize al ve sesi aç düğmesi var ya hocam. Yani o arkada hoparlörü kapatmayın. Ondan bahsetmiyorum. Sadece konuşacağınız zaman basıp konuşacaksınız hocam. Konuşmanız bitince basıp kapatacaksınız. Maalesef hani sistemden geri dönüyor ses. Yani sistem ben şu an sizin hatta sesinizi kısmıştım. Şimdi mesela açın.
Ekran paylaşımı bende gözükmüyor. Açık şu anda.
Sizi host yapayım direkt. Şu an oturumun sahibi siz oldunuz. İstediğinizi yapabilirsiniz. Ekran paylaşımı şu an gözükmesi lazım. Şu an oturumun sahibi siz oldunuz. İstediğinizi yapabilirsiniz.
Tamam.
Şu an paylaşım yapabiliyor musunuz?
Ekranı gördüm.
Tamam. Peki o zaman siz kameranız açık. Hazır bekleyin hocam. Başlıyoruz bir dakika içerisinde.
Başlayalım arkadaşlar, çok şey.
Kameranız açık. Hazır bekleyin hocam. Başlıyoruz bir dakika içerisinde.
All right. Okay, so Oiko, if we can make sure that doesn't make that strange noise. No, let's make sure that the noise is right. Okay. Good evening for those of you that are watching from from Sharm el Sheikh, from the COP, and there is any audience online. My name is Andre Marcu. I'm the director of the European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. We are here being hosted at the Turkish Pavilion. There are still enthusiastic meetings going all around us. You can hear the noise in the back. There are still people negotiating, including Article 6. But we are here to uh, to discuss in a very interesting topic, the interaction of voluntary carbon market and carbon pricing policies. And for this, we have a very interesting panel this evening. And that panel includes Jan Willem van der Ven, who is the head of international policies at EBRD. We have Andrea Bonzani, who is the manager of the director of international policy at AIDA. Welcome. Then we have on the video Dr. Dirk Weinreit, who is with the Economic Affairs and Climate Change Action Ministry in Germany, also by video. Welcome, Dirk. And last but not least, Mr. Abul Kadir, who's the Vice President of the Climate Change, President for Climate Change of Turkey. Having said all this, good to see you all of you and some of you on the screen. I'm not sure Mr. Abul Kadir has been here, but I know Dirk was here and just returned back to Germany very recently. The topic is interesting in the sense that what we have seen here and what we are listening to is the developments that are going in parallel. And one of them, if you look to a stand which is not far from here, the International Emission Trading Association, there's a lot of discussion about voluntary markets. And this discussion has been ongoing for a long time. At the same time, we have a development of multiple policies, multiple carbon pricing systems all around the world. So you have Article 6, you have the compliance markets, you have the voluntary markets. All of these things are going on in parallel. Now, and what we are here to explore is how these things interact with each other. Do they actually interact with each other or not? Can I get the yeah. And what I will do, I'd like to share the screen with you for the first slide. I had more slides, but then decided that I wasn't going to use them. But I saw that as an introduction. That will show you a little bit of the complexity of what we are facing on right now. And I'm quite sure that this could be actually challenged by some. If you look at the overlapping between what used to be the Kyoto Protocol, Article 17, that is somewhat being replaced by Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. You look at the CDM-NGI in the middle, which is being replaced by the Article 6.4 also. Then the connection between the various emission trading system, introduction, appearance of CORSIA, appearance of Vera and the gold standard. In the middle of all this, all these things are coming together and creating a very, very complex world, but a world that interacts with each other. And now, having said all this, I think that the way we look at this is this market, these different instruments not only interact but impact each other, and the interaction is through both regulatory features and market functioning. So the way they would create supply and demand in one market, whether it's CORSIA or or in the voluntary market, will certainly interact with each other. There is a diversity of carbon policy instruments, and this diversity will only increase. So this is the kind of discussion that we want to have today, the diversity that exists and how this diversity interacts and how we can make sure that we benefit from diversity rather than suffer from it. So what I'd like to do is start with Jan Willem van der Ven, who is going to speak. I think some of the things that may touch Jan Willem is the future of carbon markets. There's more to come. So Jan Willem, you start first.
The future of carbon markets. That's not an easy one, of course, because it's very hard to kind of predict where our futures, particularly in a world where we have a lot of different opinions as to the routes we have to take. So let me approach it from a slightly different angle, which is if you look at the IPCC reports, it's very clear that we need to, instead of net zero, which is the slogan, or zero carbon there, we need to even dip negative at some point in order to be able to bring us back at the 1.5 degree scenario. That's very clear. And unfortunately, we don't have something like a correction factor for the time value of the carbon, because increasingly in our view, the carbon credits, I mean the carbon we take out of the air now, in effect, would reduce the amount of carbon we need to take out on the negative side as to removals at some point. But let's say that as a context from a physical environment. So putting that back then to the carbon markets, of course the carbon markets now have a number of functions. One of them is to pursue cost efficiency in the decarbonization. The other one increasingly is to for companies on that low carbon transition or towards net zero to be able to manage their processes in a very how do we in their risk management function, how they manage that transition, and carbon markets can play an important role in that. But eventually the carbon markets need to be turning to a point where they basically pay for the uptake of the removals. Someone has to pay for the removals, and it's either a mandatory system, or it's a tax system, or it's a carbon market type of system. Where we land, we don't know, of course, at the moment. But that's I think where things we now need to start really thinking about. Now, how do we start thinking about that? And there's a key role for other aspect of the Paris Agreement, which is the long-term strategies. The long-term strategies in countries will determine how they organize their economy, where they want to place focus on, whether there's industry or services or agriculture, and there are trade-offs there that need to be discussed and agreed with society, with the whole of government. And that's going to be quite key to also understand what role carbon markets then play in that decarbonization pathway. And that's going to be very, very important. Now, for us as banks, and you may have seen the MDBs have signed up to the to be fully aligned with the Paris Agreement. And here's a word of caution as to the VCM. And I think there's a lot of players in the VCM that haven't completely understood it, in my view, which is if we say that we need to be Paris aligned, any credit that just is in the VCM system, I think that we will have a hard time understanding its value for our Paris alignment objective. And that's going to be key because we are the key funders of projects in developing countries. Yeah, we invested what was it? 51 billion in 2021 in the middle income and low income countries as climate finance, and we basically, I think the figure is about double if you count all other finance, and the Paris alignment is really about all other finance. So it's really important. So I really would like to see a convergence point between the VCM and the Article 6, so that we know what we buy. Now, of course, you can do impact investments and kind of result-based finance and so on, but then there's no transfer of carbon. Then that's just paying for results, and that system we already do and can be expanded upon. But if the buyer really wants to say with hand on the heart that they compensated a ton of carbon in some jurisdiction, then we need to have a system in play that really tracks it and is recognized by this global UNFCCC system. Thank you.
Thank you for this, Jan Willem. Andrea Bonzani, would you this relationship between different markets, how do you see it today? How do you see it evolving?
Yeah, thank you, Andre. Many thanks to Turkey for the invitation. It's great to be here at this pavilion. So the interaction between different carbon markets, domestic, international, voluntary compliance, it is complex, and I don't think it's getting any easier anytime soon. Under Article 6, we already have a wide range of mechanisms and approaches. We have 6.4 that is fairly easy to conceptualize. It's an evolution of the CDM with different methodologies and baselines, and the key add-on of corresponding adjustment for authorized emission reductions. But then we have 6.2, and 6.2 means different things to different countries. It can be linkages of emission trading systems. It can be bilateral transfer of carbon credits with corresponding adjustments. But it can also mean innovative approaches that we're only just starting to imagine and design. Jurisdictional transfer of ITMOs. I hear from friends at EDF, the Environmental Defense Funds, the idea of climate action teams, again based on large-scale jurisdictional reductions and transfers. So as countries start to look into Article 6.2 and think about a strategy that works for them, I think we will see increasingly more creative and more diverse approaches. Just perhaps a little aside on the state of the negotiations. We know it's Thursday evening of the second week, and we're still far from having a text where we can see potential agreement emerging. We all hope there would be some last minute progress in the last couple of days, but especially on 6.2, I see parties being quite far apart on a number of key issues discussed at this COP. However, that does not mean that things cannot move forward on the ground, especially in Article 6.2. The decision in Glasgow was so important that provided countries with what they have to get started, to put agreements in place, design their own policy framework, and then for the reporting, the tracking, these are all things that can be ironed out, hopefully at the next COP. And I'm not saying there would not be an agreement. I still hope there would be one, but I think lack of agreement in this convention does not mean that cooperation between countries cannot happen. So then how this is Article 6, interaction with domestic pricing and domestic strategy, and then there's the voluntary carbon market. The voluntary carbon market, as we all know, has grown dramatically over the last 3 years or so, and it has also matured. It provides now an infrastructure to verify and certify emission reductions, to mobilize capital, especially into developing countries, and just deliver projects, reduce emissions, co-benefit in many cases. So it's something that in my view has to continue to be incentivized and has to be leveraged by Article 6 as well. And there we see some good examples. We see some things we like. I would point to the example of Singapore that has entered into agreements with the major standards on the voluntary markets for the provisions of ITMOs, of units that are authorized under Article 6 and can be transferred from the host country to the receiving countries, Singapore in this case. Also, Article 6 is likely to impact the voluntary market. There's discussions around potential implementation of the SOP, the OMG. Now I'm talking in acronyms. I hope you're following me, but I'm talking about some of the design features of Article 6 that may be applied to the voluntary market as well. And then the big question of methodologies, the Paris alignment of methodologies, as these things will be implemented for the 6.4 mechanism, it is likely that the voluntary market will also follow suit in such shape or form. And then to maybe conclude on with a comment on what Jan Willem said, I think we need to understand what role the VCM can play in a Paris-aligned world, in a Paris-aligned financial system, and yes, we see a role for credits with corresponding adjustments, but what we also see is that the volumes are unlikely to be significant in the current context. Maybe it's just capacity building. Country needs more time. Countries need to understand the options, but I see also a risk of countries not willing to correspondingly adjust because they need the emission reduction themselves. So I think we need to work on claims and legal definitions, perhaps, to avoid that the push toward corresponding adjustment just dries up capital for investment into mitigation activities that is providing benefits to the global south. And then I'll stop here. Perhaps we can have a quick discussion on this later. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrea. And we're now coming to Dr. Dirk Weinreit from the Economic Affairs and Climate Action Ministry. Dirk is on video. He is back in Berlin, just was here for a few days in the COP. So Dirk, you've seen what is going on in the COP here. You get a sense of the some of the advances, some of the stumbling blocks that we're facing. But two things that I understand you'll be touching on, because these are things that preoccupy you in your everyday activities, and it has to do with the current development in the emission trading system in the EU, but also a concept that Germany has championed and that is a little bit in fashion these days to discuss, but that requires a lot of elaboration and a lot of action to put in implementation, and that is the concept of the climate clubs. So without further ado, back to you, Dirk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andre, and hello to everybody on the screen and in Sharm el Sheikh. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Yes, we can.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm glad that I could have made it. I just returned home, and sorry that I cannot be there because I was scheduled to go home this early morning. We now come to a bit more to the compliance market. One of the biggest systems to have a compliance market, as you know, is the EU, and there are interesting reforms again underway. You may know, or some of you may know, that we are in the midst of implementing our very ambitious Fit for 55 program when it comes through, and this should be by the end of December. That's our goal. Then this will be one of the largest packages to do real action about climate change. Part of it has been announced. Franz Timmermans did this during this COP, that we were successfully reaching agreement on the effort sharing. That is all the parts in Europe where the member states have to act because it's not under the emissions trading, and also on LULUCF we had agreement, even agreement that might lead to some more ambition of the EU. That's good news. And now, as always, the critical thing is the ETS, which is under the trilogue still. And I only shortly touch on what is at stake there. We will have a significant lower cap path. It's going down to reach our goals in 2030. We will reach minus 61% versus 2005. I hope that you see the screen.
Yes, we see the screen, and it's changing on the screen. You have, yeah, the slides are changing there. Dirk, can you hear us? I think that we may have lost contact with Dirk.
Sorry, no, Oh, I touched the wrong, when I tried to find on the small handy also the screen, I touched the micro. Sorry, you can hear me again, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you back. Very well, thank you.
Sorry for that. I have another computer where I see my own screen, so it's no problem. So we will indeed double the reduction of our reduction path, the linear reduction factor, which is going down towards zero in the long run. We will also extend our existing ETS, which is now including energy and industry and aviation, but we will extend it to the maritime sector. We will also create a separate new ETS for buildings and road transports. That is extra because the marginal costs in these big fields compared to energy and industry in the field of buildings and transport are much higher. So we feel it's important to set the right incentives also for these sectors if we introduce a new part of the ETS. But then after that, this will be
Just 1 second. I mean, if you feel that we need to move to next slide, just say next slide so we can move it from here. Then
now, we are still
right now. We're on the first slide after the title.
Yeah. And the last point on that is we will also increase the financing of social climate fund as a solidarity provision, or we will introduce a social climate fund. This is still under discussion. There's a trilogue going on between European Council, Parliament and Commission. But as I said in the beginning, by end of this year, we are looking forward to finalize that. And then we would have a really meaningful package to fight climate change in Europe. Next slide, please. Maybe this is not the right one to start. Coming to the CBAM. Forget for a minute about the timelines. I tell you maybe first why we do this. If we, as I mentioned, if we increase our ambition so much, we have, of course, we will decrease our budget. And that means that cost-free allocation, where we addressed carbon leakage with, comes to an end. And so we were thinking on alternatives, and the CBAM, the import on the CO2 content of imported goods is clear an alternative. So we are discussing this, and there you see on the screen the timelines. So it was a proposal, and it also it's negotiating now, and already a first phase of trial period is planned from next year on, and the definite period should be, that means where we ask for, or where we say that importers are obliged to pay at the border for their imported goods for the carbon contents will be as from January 26. And next slide, please. So the CBAM is meant to gradually replace our free allocation. It starts also with a small range of sectors: electricity, cement, steel, aluminium, and fertilizers. Indirect emissions are not covered, as this is quite complicated. In the long run, we might have to cover that also. It quasi widens the EU price and increases the steering effect. What do I mean by this? It is indeed, it guarantees a level playing field with our competitors outside the EU, not covered under the ETS. But at the same time, if there are direct carbon prices in third countries, this clearly will be recognized. This can be deducted from the price they will have to pay. And by that, this is of course also an increase of the possibility to decide maybe also for carbon pricing. It should be an incentive seen as an incentive for carbon pricing. It's clearly designed to be a W trade organization compatible. So we refrain from measures on exports for that reasons. And so maybe with that we go to the next slide. In connection with the CBAM is also meant an offer on all parties who want to go this way with us in the EU to increase the ambition. Because the thing is, if you increase your ambition, you always have this problem, what to do about protecting your ambition, what is to do with leakage. And therefore we, of course, on the first line invented the CBAM, but of course we also want to make in accomplishing the CBAM, we want to make an offer for everybody who's willing to go away with us together to raise ambition. So it aims at an intergovernmental forum of high ambition, and it will be open in this way that everybody who wants to share this goal of raising ambition and is ready to effectively implement the Paris Agreement, they can join the club. It should be cooperative and inclusive in this regard. And it will cover 3 pillars. The first is, as I said, advancing ambitious climate mitigation policies, and in the long run also come to a comparability of the efforts. In the second run, it will be about transforming industries. This will be the center in the next time, because industry the leakage problem is about industry, and it's also clear that in industries there has to happen very much on concrete action that we could cooperate on. And the third pillar is the question, how do we motivate others who might also be willing to increase ambition, but how could we help also to achieve this by using partnerships? This has to be sorted out. We are in the mid of now developing the terms of reference, and by end of this year, the G7 who generally agreed on that in Elmau, they will form this climate club, and that should be on the next slide, please. I guess I forgot to say. So the climate club was agreed on in June by our leaders of the G7, and now there's a task force to develop terms of reference. And in parallel, we have outreach. We have done a lot outreach here in this COP for interested and ambitious partners who get also a lot of interest. And the aim is to formally establish this club in 2022. So, Andre, thanks for your patience, and also to the audience. I talked a lot, but it was a complex subject. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dirk. We all took note, especially waiting to see what the end of the year will bring, both with the ETS and the CBAM trilogue, but also there seems to be some signals that will come from the climate club initiative. So looks like there's going to be a lot of things happening towards the end of the year. Thanks, Dirk. And now we'll go to our last speaker, Mr. Abul Kadir, who is Vice President of the Presidency of Climate Change of the Republic of Turkey. Mr. Bulkadir.
Hello from Turkey. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Good night, distinguished participants. My name is Abdülkadir Bektaş. I am Vice President of Presidency of Climate Change of Turkey. As Turkey, we make our contribution to global decisions that are taken COP27 through the negotiations. But as you know, COPs also host a variety of events where we increase our knowledge with rich-side event programs. Unfortunately, today I am not physically with you in Sharm el-Sheikh. However, I would be happy to share our experience with the presentation from Ankara, Turkey. Today in Turkish Pavilion, we are gathering in a such beneficial side event on critical subject of interaction between the voluntary market and carbon pricing policies. I know that all speakers are leaders in the fields. I would like to welcome the audience in Turkish Pavilion and those who follow the event online. In particular, on behalf of President of Climate Change, I would like to thank Andrea Marcia, sir, for your moderation, and thanks for William Van de Ven, sorry for pronunciations, Mr. Bonzai and Mr. Weinra for your valuable contribution. Let me share my presentation. Is there any problem?
There seems to be a presentation on the first slide.
First slide, okay. Sorry, let me on the first line. Okay, thank you so much. Turkey in our global struggle. Environmental problems cut across all the national boundaries. In other words, our national boundaries do not make any sense in terms of environment. I will, yes, that's better. From the point of the view, insufficient approaches of the environment mean damaging our common home. The slogan that we see often on the banner is not wrong. There is no other planet. On the other side of the coin, each national action for the sake of our environment is also global benefit. However, global efforts for the solution are needed. COP27 is a result for searching a remedy for one of the urgent crises of the globe, which is the climate change. I would like to explain my pleasure to be part of this guest as a Turkey. So, what is the Turkey answer to this global problem? I would like to give some answers. The first answer is has been to start our green development movement with the declaration of the President of Turkey last year. As a developing and growing country, putting our development plans in a green framework has been revolutionary. We see the result of this movement in the sub-policies and actions, which I will summarize sooner. Turkey's policies are designed and implemented with this understanding of consistency from top to bottom. When we focus on the carbon pricing approach of the Turkey, in our general policy mix, we are placing market-based mechanism in a central position. We have large-scale and transformative expectation from carbon pricing mechanism. First of all, reducing GHG emissions is very important according to our 2053 net zero targets. It's also important to note that each abatement activity has costs. Our emission trading system will provide the most efficient mitigation option among the different sectors. Likewise, with the international cooperation mechanism, the most efficient mitigation options will have mitigation targets among different jurisdictions. Another target is internalization of the environment cost of GHG emissions. In this sense, in the course of implementation, investment choices will be cleaner. As you know, carbon pricing mechanism also generates revenues. Using those revenues for financing green transformation creates a window of opportunity. Also, revenues are one of the tools in order to prevent potential negative consequences for our stakeholders. On the other hand, voluntary carbon markets help the realization of the mitigation potentially of our country, which would not happen without the necessary funding especially. And lastly, benefits like public health or ecosystem services are benefits worth speaking of. Let me tell about emission trading system of the Turkey. In the topic of emission trading system, Turkey developed capacity through various projects, particularly the completed PMR program of the World Bank support. For an emission trading system, the basic infrastructure is a good functioning, monitoring, reporting, and verification system. As you know, we have a MRV system that functions since 2015. It takes about 7 years. With the system, we are monitoring half of the emissions of the country, half of the emissions of the Turkey, with around 700 installations. Moreover, we organized Turkey's First Climate Council in February of this year. This was one of the good examples of climate policy consultations of various stakeholders. Council decisions regarding carbon pricing are instructive for all policies. Let me deal with some of advisory decisions. If you have a time, sir. The carbon border adjustment mechanism of EU needs to be considered in the national emission trading system design. There should be a pilot phase at the beginning of the ETS. Revenues should be used for the green transformation. Another development for our ETS establishment is the medium-term program of Turkey, 2023 and 2025. In the Turkish framework, a medium-term program is a roadmap that increases predictability for public and private sectors. Accordingly, an ETS will be established as compatible with the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBM, in the term. And also, we are working on climate change law draft. Those studies are important because the main feature of ETS will be defined in this law. The consultation process is in progress at the moment among the stakeholders. It should be noted that designing a framework is very important part of this work, since it can be binding in the long run, and legislative change is not easy. For upcoming calendar, our climate change law is expected to be legislated next year, especially. We are waiting. Furthermore, with various projects, we will be clarifying our design parameters. Also, capacity building activities will be in progress, especially in creating IT system, analysis report, and secondary legislations drafts. And finally, we will be operating our pilot phase in 2024, probably with a limited scope and with a facilitative approach. I want to talk about the voluntary carbon market and international cooperation mechanism. Under the current situation, in the voluntary carbon markets, we have had a communique that regulates the registration process of the project since 2013. On this basis, for adaptation to new national and international conditions, we are planning to update for the ecosystem. Climate Council that I mentioned before also decisions on this topic. Accordingly, it is agreed that decision-making process for which credits allowed for selling to international market and sectoral analysis on international offsets inclusion. Regarding the Article 6 mechanism, it's agreed upon analysis for participating in the international market mechanism. In the climate change law draft, also there are provisions that draw the framework for the voluntary carbon market and also offsetting mechanism. Likewise, this process is conducted laboratorily. For the international cooperation mechanism, there are few pilot initiatives which aims to prepare states for trading the international transfer mitigation outcome ITMOS. Turkey is considering participation in Article 6 mechanism on the road 2053 net zero target. For upcoming calendar, we are working on national standard design for the voluntary carbon markets concerning offsetting. With this study, we aim to realize our maximum mitigation potential for both international market and offsetting in the upcoming national ETS. The establishment of the regulatory system that can meet the needs of today's conditions is a major component that we are currently working on and will be completed in the near future, hopefully. Article 6 negotiation is a comprehensive topic. It's related to both countries' mitigation targets and mitigation potentials. Moreover, there are many related topics with general climate policy framework, which need to be analyzed. In this regard, we will be conducting studies considering the interrelated nature of various topics. For defining the complementary policies, a summary of all facts. Reaching net zero is the biggest target for our country and for other countries. This target cannot be reached with separately designed policies. All emission sources need to be considered for maximum mitigation. Regarding this topic, carbon pricing is central to the net zero targets. However, the role of carbon pricing mechanism should be defined clearly. Today's topic is policy interaction. The most important issue in this regard is to define complementary policies. Especially, it's critical that policies should not be contradictory to each other. Of course, this is valid on any topic, but in the climate policies, it's particularly critical because of the fact that climate policies are cross-cutting with many other policy realms in the nature. What is our target for implementing mechanism? It's important to answer this question in the first place. And other policy decisions in energy, agriculture, and etc. should be established considering carbon pricing policies and vice versa. In the Turkey context, we pay regard to this interrelated nature of policies. Moreover, the policies of different jurisdictions also interact with each other. For example, climate club approaches, such as implementing a carbon border adjustment mechanism, create additional issues to consider. Turkey, comprehensively defining its policies, also consider EU CBAM and its implications. Because the EU is the largest trading partner of Turkey, it's important to state it here. We see that there is a possibility for merging carbon markets with each other and creating global carbon market. Of course, for this target, green transformation opportunities should be provided globally in fair playground, especially ensuring equity. It is obvious that voluntary carbon market have many environmental and sustainable development benefits. However, it is also important to align targets on the sectors and the roles for the reaching net zero targets. On the way to reaching net zero targets, climate policies will probably expand and grow in their scopes, both in quantity and quality. We think that voluntary carbon markets and carbon pricing instruments need to foster each other with aligned approaches and targets. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a very complete outline of Turkey's activities in not only in the carbon markets, but broader policy, including complementary policy. That is certainly a Herculean undertaking that will preoccupy you and your colleague for the coming years. So what we heard the variety of activities and type of markets, type of initiatives that we have around the world. We talked about Article 6.4, the voluntary BCS gold standards. These are protocols for creating credits. The ETS, the UETS, Dirk Weinreich spoke about that. They may choose to link with other emission trading system or accept international credits. The role of the CBAM as a complementary policy and how that affects Turkey and Turkey's vision. The CORSIA, the platform for commitments, which may choose to use different type of credits. So it's a very broad palette of activities, initiatives, markets, assets that can be traded and used for compliance and or for voluntary commitments. I will now open the floor for any comments or questions. Is there any? Okay.
So thank you, Andre. So I unfortunately I have to leave. It just occurred to me that we have balance, but I hope that there's a lot of interest on your side in the audience in the topic, so that in next years we also have a female candidate here in the panel. Thank you. I need to go there. Apology. Bye.
Well, maybe you find one and send us one. I think you need a photo. Very well. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the interesting discussions. I'm Sachi Vora and I work as a policy analyst in ERCST. I have a question for Andrea. You mentioned that the discussions are going on and there are not any substantial outcomes or agreements among parties. How do you see this impacting the voluntary carbon markets now that the decisions are going to be delayed even more? And there has been a lot of ambiguity around the role of VCMs in this. How do you see in the coming year the voluntary carbon market turning around? Thank you.
Andrea?
So thanks for the question, Sachi. It's an interesting question. There's no black and white answer. I don't think we can point at one factor. The interaction is complex. I would say lack of progress, especially on 6.4, may mean that there's no crediting mechanism at the UN level. So for projects on the ground, they will be incentivized to credit with the voluntary standards, because that's the only option available for international credits. So on the one hand, one would claim in the short run there may be a positive impact. The VCM would grow because there would not be an alternative option for projects. However, I think it's very important that delegates make progress at this COP, at the next COP, because I don't think we're sending the right signal on the role of markets in general, whether they're voluntary or compliance. Lack of progress, lack of agreement between parties just confuses stakeholders, especially those that are not as deep into market mechanisms as we are. And overall, I think we already have to do a lot of work in clarifying and explain the role of markets, and yeah, lack of progress within the CMA does not help.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank all participants who are here today on behalf of the Carbon Pricing Department of the Presidency of Climate Change. I think you have provided very valuable insights. They're always welcome in our side. So a quick question about, because Andrea, you talked about ETS linkage and how they are going to be related with ITMOs. how is your vision on that? Because I feel like, I mean, we've been reading and following, but it's still a bit uncertain how to do that, right? Linking ETSs and just generating ITMOs from that linkage.
Yeah, thank you. Another good question. Another difficult one, possibly harder for me than the one before. Well, it is transfer allowances between linked ETSs have to be reported somehow as transfers of ITMOs. Then how we do it, that's something that I would say is down to parties to the cooperative approach to agree on, and that's perhaps one of the areas where further guidance by the CMA will clarify things. But again, as I said before, the fact that we don't have this guidance yet does not mean that we should not go ahead and consider linkages. I think we can, as long as the mechanism design the linkage design is sound, the reporting of ITMOs can be figured out at the later stage.
Thank you. It is getting late, and I think that we're reaching towards the end of our time. Any words from Abdulkadir or Dirk? Anything that you'd like to add at this point, or there was quite a complete presentation. Well, it doesn't look like there are any additional comments coming from the Zoom. So, Mr. Abdulkadir, would you like to add anything to this, or that is fine? You are being muted right now.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. Then thank you, everyone, very much for
I would
joining.
like to add something.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Colleague, Mrs. Öykü, is here.
Yes, please go ahead.
And yes, he give any detailed information, which is any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, I want to thank Government of Turkey for inviting us today here, and also those that have supported us that stayed late, but also the audience, and especially those that have participated. Some of you have just arrived home, and some of you have stayed late, so thank you very much. And hope we will continue this conversation after the COP, but also see some of you at the next COP. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye also from me.
Merhaba. Oluyor mu? Tamam. Hello everyone. Welcome to our presentation titled Plant-Based Treaty, a Solution to Climate Crisis. My name is Nilgün Engin. I'm the president of Yaşamdan Yana Derneği, in English meaning Stand with Life Association. I'm also the co-director of Climate Save Movement, as well as the regional liaison for the Animal Save Movement in Middle East and Northern Africa. So, moving to our first slide, for 2 weeks, everyone has been very familiar to our Sustainable Development Goals, which have been accepted by all the member states of UN in 2015, and providing a shared blueprint of peace and prosperity for the planet now and into the future. At its heart, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they are urgent calls for developed or underdeveloped countries. Among them, 10 of them are the solution of 10 of them are related with plant-based solutions. First one is zero hunger. Third goal, good health and well-being. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal 10, reducing inequalities. Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities. Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 14, life below water. And finally, Goal 15, life on land. The environmental impacts of animal agriculture is tremendous. Animal agriculture is one of the driving forces behind runaway global warming, as well as extensive biodiversity loss, large-scale deforestation, species extinction, water depletion, soil degradation, and ocean dead zones. Half of the world's habitable land is used by agriculture, and 83% of this agricultural land is used to farm animals, and yet just 18% of the calories of the world's need is met. Dr. Johan Rockström, who first identified and quantified our planetary boundaries, say, the risks we face are so large, business as usual is not an option anymore. Every year, we feed and kill 80 billion animals to feed 8 billion humans. Although there are about 48 million humans on Earth facing extreme levels of hunger, even facing that because of hunger, we are not able to feed them, but feed 80 billion animals. Research suggests that in case everyone shifted to a plant-based diet today, the land use could be reduced by 76%. Avoiding meat and dairy is the single biggest way to reduce your impact on Earth. See, omnivore person uses 3 acres land to be fed, whereas a vegetarian needs only 16.7, and the vegan needs only 5.6% of 3 acres. See the difference between an omnivore and a vegan person, how much land they need? Animal agriculture, at the same time, requires a lot of water. Only 2.5% of the world's water sources are fresh water, and 1.1 million people are in worldwide lack access to the fresh water. Some 2.7 billion face this lack at least once a month in a year. Everybody thinks that, and it's true that the most important part is shared by humans. But if we look at the numbers, depending on lactating or not, a cow consumes 50 to 200 liters of water per day, whereas a human being only uses 3 liters of water. And so this shows that meat and dairy's effect on water scarcity is bigger than most of us think. We can check the numbers of the food we consume. The water print of the foods are different than we really think. Animal agriculture is clearing our rainforests, and they are known as the lungs of the planet. Deforestation and destruction of these lungs have reached an excessive level of 1 football field per each second. This is unacceptable, and scientists say if this deforestation reaches to a level that 20 to 25%, then the Amazon will be unable to sustain itself, leading to an entire ecosystem collapse. Like the lungs of the Earth, the second lungs are the oxygen provided, the carbon sink provided by the oceans. If the lungs of the oceans, which are coral reefs, are dead, then the system in oceans collapse. The reason this system is collapsing is the extensive fishing applications, such as you can see we are talking always about plastic pollution, but never mentioning the part of the fishing gears. It's 50% of the plastic pollution is fishing gears, and this is collapsing the entire ecosystem of the oceans, which are the second lungs of the earth. Animal agriculture is destroying the biodiversity of the planet. Each year, over 1,000 plants and animal species go extinct. Since 1970, the collective weight of wild mammals has declined by 82%. Now, mainly cows and pigs dominate the global biomass of mammals. They consist of 60% of mammals, whereas only 4% are wild animals. The other remaining 36% are humans. This, on the other hand, let me mention that the wild birds, represent only 30% of the living birds on Earth. Rest, 70% are the birds we raise for food and kill afterwards, of course. Animal agriculture is destroying our land and water bodies. Not only with the excrement of the animals, but also the pesticide used to grow the plants to feed the animals destroy the balance of the soil by rainwater or wind. These chemical bodies reach rivers, sea, and oceans, and therefore they feed the diatoms that absorb the oxygen in the water. The remaining of these pollute the soil and water rapidly. Least but not the least, animal agriculture is making us sick. 70% of the diseases, the infection diseases, are zoonotic diseases, like Ebola, HIV, swine flu, bird flu. They have these have been came to existence by bringing people, farmed animals, and wildlife into unnaturally close contact to each other. Such close contact becomes more likely when we destroy our forests and natural habitats and take wild animals out of their homes and for wildlife trade and intensively farm animals for food. If we cut this close connection with the animals, we could prevent the upcoming pandemics. Strength of greenhouse gases are needed to mention when we are talking about animal agriculture, as there are three main greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. They are at record levels and rapidly increasing. Animal agriculture contributes to all of them, but especially the methane. And 80% of the methane is 80 times stronger than carbon dioxide, whereas nitrous oxide is 300 times more effective than the carbon dioxide. Research has shown that by shifting to a plant-based diet, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 49%. Methane levels increased by a record-breaking rate in 2021. The UN has called for 45% cuts of methane by 2030 to keep temperature rises within 1.5 Celsius. Cutting methane is the biggest opportunity to slow warming between now and 2040. The Earth's average temperature is already more than 1 point over the pre-industrial era, and the last 5-year period has been the warmest, as you may have witnessed. There's no doubt that climate change has turned out to be a crisis, and both people around the world, as well as the governments, demand swift actions to be taken to stop this crisis before it's too late. We can easily reduce our carbon footprint by changing our dietary choices. This is from 2019 IPCC special report. What happens if we do not take control of these accelerating crises? Global sea levels are rising, and some of the world's greatest cities are under danger, such as Jakarta, Lagos, New Orleans, Houston, Dhaka, Venice, Virginia Beach, Bangkok, Rotterdam, Alexandria, and Miami. I can count these. These are the first ones. And these do not only face sea level rising, but also killer heat waves, air pollution, power failure, flooding, infrastructure failure, and economic impact. People are asking governments to listen and act on the science, which consistently demonstrates the grave threat posed to humanity by runaway climate change. There is still a hope for the future. Now, this is the reason I'm here, and I want to talk about a little bit about plant-based treaty, offering a roadmap for a fast and just transition to a plant-based food system this decade in response to the climate change. Adaptation of a plant-based treaty as a companion to UNFCCC Paris Agreement will put food systems at the heart of the combating climate crisis. The treaty aims to halt the widespread degradation of critical ecosystem caused by animal agriculture, to promote a shift to more healthy, sustainable plant-based diets, and to actively reverse damage done to the planetary functions, ecosystem services, and biodiversity. The plant-based treaty has a roadmap to ignite an essential plant-based food revolution this decade. States need to negotiate the relinquishing of animal agriculture by freezing the further expansion of animal agriculture to stop the problem from worsening. Key steps needed to address the escalating climate and environmental crises are: first, we must relinquish current trends of agricultural expansion for meat and dairy. Second, we must redirect current consumption patterns and resources away from animal agriculture to sustainable regenerative plant-based foods. We must restore degraded critical ecosystems and ecosystem services they provide, rapidly reducing animal agriculture and shifting humanity to plant-based diet is one of the best, easiest, and fastest way to save the planet, says Dr. Peter Carter. The solution is so simple. Food system transformation, including a shift away from resource-heavy animal products to plant-based foods. People may think that it is inconvenient to be vegan, but which is more inconvenient? Shifting your your diet, or having 3 meters of water in your kitchen? Talking about plant-based treaty, there are 20 cities that have endorsed plant-based treaty and supported our cause, including Los Angeles from United States, Hayward's Heath from UK, Buenos Aires from Argentina, Ahmedabad from India, and Didim from Turkey. This shows the support is coming, the demand is coming from all over the world. So what can you do to help? You can endorse plant-based treaty as an individual, or as an organization, or as a business, or as a city, or a local government. Doesn't matter. Whoever you are, wherever you are, there's a option that you can endorse and support plant-based treaty. I will show you later how we can do it online. We are urging scientists, individuals, groups, businesses, and cities to do this. And our goal for 2023 is 10,000 organizations, 10,000 businesses, 1 million individuals, and 50 cities to support us. Urging world leaders to address the climate crisis through a plant-based food system as an integral part of their overall mitigation plan is one of our goals. And science is with us. Scientists such as Dr. Peter Carter and Danny Harvey have endorsed plant-based treaty, and there are some quotes you can read, as well as Nobel laureates have endorsed treaties such as Klaus Heiselman, Roger Kernberg, Eric Maskin. Not only them, also many celebrities like Paul McCartney, and Hakeem Phoenix have endorsed plant-based treaty. But for us, you are more important now. We would like you to endorse individually first by clicking the QR code and then ask your organization or your business, or if you are a part of the delegation, your country, to support a plant-based treaty. Thank you. If you have questions, ready to answer. Thank you. How about Turkey? Okay, I will give a quick summary what we have done so far in Turkey. So we have been campaigning for plant-based treaties since a year now, and we have arranged workshops, university presentations, free food giveaways, community gatherings, tree plantings, and many official visits, such as the mayor of Didim, who has endorsed eventually. So we are campaigning at all levels, individuals, organizations, and we have almost received 5,000 signatures from Turkey. We are so happy about it. Over 30 signatures from organizations and businesses. And this is what we did so far. Thank you.
İyi misiniz? İyisiniz değil mi?